morning. Hello?
How's it going?
Hey, okay, there we go. I got one.
I forgot to put ghost power on the mic.
Uh,
I was sitting here talking to you with like 1 millivolt signal going.
Yep.
Alright. I suppose that means I just need to stop eating now.
I mean, the webcam will not be on during the matches. I think it's just going to be for interview now. So you can eat during the matches. Also, Restart, you haven't seen the full new ridiculous into that. It's an AV powered, actual like movie
Nice.
studio quality with complete back control.
Getting into it. I need to get one. The new placement I put everything in doesn't have the best lighting. Like, I'm a little washed out, but there's really nothing I can do about it until I get a backlight.
Pick up one of the Elgato key lights like I have. Ones I was. That's what I'm using right now. Is the
Yeah.
two key lights.
I need to. I just don't. I haven't. I haven't been streaming in forever.
So I gotta wait for my new computer before my GPU literally caught on fire. It was not good.
I also need to put up something behind me. This is a pretty empty wall.
We're gonna be on the Red Riot Games' Twitch or YouTube, or both. Yeah. You good? Take your time. Take your time. Uh-oh.
Oh, we are live.
We are like, well, let's
All right, put the potato salad off to the side.
potato salad.
Whoa.
Okay, it's one. 100%. Okay, also. Great. We're doing great. uh, what's a stream without some technical difficulties?
This just proves that all the money goes to the prize pool, right?
Yes.
'Cause it's-
Oh, there's my drink.
Yep, 2 T's. Don't forget that. Well, 3 T's technically, but yeah, ends with 2 T's.
Every time I come back to screen, there's gonna be another T. It'll be great.
It's it's
It doesn't freeze on my side. Still looks good on. Yeah, right.
right. So the real question that everybody's asking: when are the games starting?
In a few.
Yep, absolutely.
Oh,
We
restart's
understand.
gone.
Mm.
Okay. And as soon as we get into the action there,
Right, so they said they're paired. So which one are we gonna see?
so we can go and see whatever we really want to.
That's what I'm asking you, my friend.
Yeah, because we have to be. Yeah, I was gonna say because we have to be in this call for the stream to hear
Yeah.
us.
Yep.
But if you share your screen, that'll work out perfect. Yeah, I'm okay looking at any one of these matches. I don't know if you have someone that you want.
It's up to you,
Um,
my friend. There's a lot of
look,
interesting stuff here, and there's only one. You know, there's not a lot of Kirishima around there, so I'm happy
yeah,
watching
no,
whatever.
right? Looking like Sero is the boogeyman for this. Sero and Jiro.
Jiro, I mean, has been the boogeyman for forever. But there have been a lot of builds that have opened up now that coordinated effort is gone, and the punishment for blocking is less, or it's more incentivized to block.
Yeah, you're more incentivized to block and be able to go through and
Yeah, kind of
actually play some
Yeah.
honest honest MHA.
Then you can't just play that and jab in whatever has Earth and get attacks back for free. So it's changed the pace of a game a little bit. So I think there was a lot of shakeup at my locals last night, and I'm assuming that there's been people practicing for this, and seeing what the new meta is. Jiro's been great for forever. You've seen a Razorhead and a couple All Mights come out, but I've seen a lot of people experimenting more with Zero and some other things. So we'll see what comes up out of this. Should be interesting.
Definitely. I'm looking to see. Where is Table 10? I think it's gonna be kind of a spicy match. We have a Shigaraki against AC. Shigaraki versus Jiro. Yeah, if we could hit table 10, that'd be perfect.
That is an interesting match. I wonder if this Shigaraki is sideboarding out to something, or if they're
clearly represent the zone of my move because I get to change it. So like I'll play a move and I can change it to low or change it to high.
Okay, that makes sense.
Okay.
How would you like to cut my deck?
Oh, I don't care.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you do you, buddy. Any particular way for you as well?
Actually, looks like we're gonna be over on
just 3 piles and then
we have
well,
Tam
oh,
and
shuffle them
Sounds
around.
good. 1, 2, 3. What do you want?
Take the middle one.
Mm-hmm.
2 put on top of 1, and then just and both of those stacks on 3.
Love that.
Table 5.
All right, let's
Yeah.
Even
let's
or
roll
odds?
some dice. Yeah, even is good for me.
So yeah, looks like we have
It's a 3.
Tam
Can you see
and
that?
Okay.
Hanson.
No, yes, I can. We're good.
Yep, we
Okay.
have.
Good luck
I
with it,
will-
buddy.
Sero
yeah,
today.
you
I know he's
too.
got a
I'll play
real,
first.
real spicy of a Sero deck that he's been playing.
1,
He's
2,
got a
3,
lot of
4,
spicy decks
5,
up
6,
there.
7. First small
I'm trying to
check.
look and see what deck Anson is on. Looks like it's on Shoto Todoroki.
I'm going to mull
Alright.
this hand.
I'm gonna toss back 3.
Is that
So
I
this
see?
then-
Is Anson Peter Parker on
I
our
can check.
screen?
No,
I will keep
so
this
it is
hand.
going to be on that one.
Sounds
I
good.
don't think Dez has to update the name.
And
on
do
it.
I shuffle these, right?
Gotcha.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, put on the
I don't,
put on the
I
bottom
don't
and then
see
redraw,
Parker.
and
I
then
think
put on the
Zephyr
bottom and
is
redraw if you want
at
it,
the moment.
and then
So-
shuffle everything when you're done.
That looks
It
like
is not
Maybe-
possible to
maybe
draw
it's a
those
secret
exact
identity,
same
Peter Parker
cards.
can just go around.
In secret, it's Miles.
All right, and then I'm
Morales.
gonna cut the deck the same way as you had me
If you
do
wanna
it
get into the
before.
universes here, we'll get into it.
2 on
Big
1,
Brother
and then
match, though.
on top of all
Rock
3.
IP.
Okay.
And then you
No
do
No
you,
IP
buddy.
is wrong for
Okay.
universes.
I just didn't have.
Just not explored yet. Oh,
All right. Are we allowed to start, or is there like an official
Man.
timer?
Boy, howdy, I have no idea. There is an official timer, but I don't know when it is. I'll go look.
All right, Shoto versus Zero.
Correct. I'm trying to see who is going
Guarding
first. I believe looking at
XX10.
how the mulligans
Okay,
went,
so-
I believe Shoto's
You have a
going
minute.
first, and Shoto's
Okay.
committed. So yeah, Shoto is definitely going first there.
We love that.
I cannot look at. Yeah, I can't look at the symbols yet. I don't have. I have access to see the characters and the deck like
Right.
numbers, but not the actual derive information. Womp womp. So I can't.
How
see
long
what
you been
symbols
playing?
They're on yet.
Not too long.
However, for
Probably
the
a
most
couple
part,
months.
I think Todoroki's been mostly either on water.
Oh yeah.
All right.
We love to hear it.
It just
I
gives
don't-
Good luck
so
with it,
many
man.
defensive options
Good luck.
to it.
All right,
Exactly.
I guess we'll
Speeds
start.
you up ever so slightly,
Play into the
but you lose
Typhoon
out
for
on a
3.
couple good attacks. You lose out on a couple good
Wealthy
defensive
Aspirations for
options.
3.
Although
Checked with Frigid.
speed is one area
We'll
where Shoto
do
typically lags,
Infinite
having to build
Potential
up
on
to
3.
all those cards in
Checks.
the
We'll do
discard
Release
there.
on 3.
It looks like he's
Yeah, but
getting
we're
quite a
seeing-
few ranged.
And then I'll
Was that a
pass.
float combo I saw?
Sounds good.
No,
I'm gonna review
I
reverse throw,
see-
and I'll
I
draw
see a
2 bonus
full
cards.
float combo, but I do see Wealthy Aspirations.
Playing
Infinite
as
Potential, and
Todoroki
Release,
under the
so we're running
chaos
the
symbol, a
combo.
thing we don't
Honestly,
see very
the
often.
check.
I'm gonna play
top-
Passing the Torch on a
the
2.
top check,
It'll
I
check.
think is a float
I'm
combo.
going to play
I
Natural Leader on a
was not gonna
2/3.
be honest on that. I was looking
checks
at
at
cards
2.
that
I'll
flopped
commit
down.
Sarah to make it a 3rd.
Ooh,
Now that we got that out of the way, we'll
play.
play Self-Sacrifice on a 3 and check another 2. Oh, okay, cool.
On
On a 3, it'll
Yeah, I
check.
mean, it's not the
on a
worst thing
4,
for Sarah to be
it'll check.
committed
On a
defense
5,
on the first
It will
turn.
fail. Build my 5 as we
There's
pass.
definitely
Oh, you, buddy.
There
One
are
card in hand?
definitely more
Yes, sir.
disadvantaged
Alright,
positions for
untap,
Sarah to be in there.
Yeah,
But still
review.
being able to
need
build out
those.
that many.
Yeah, you need
discard.
to build that many, right? Because it just opens up the world of options.
Dark Frozen. Draw 5.
Because
3,
he's not attacking, so
4,
really defensively,
5, 6,
he's got
7.
nothing. He's not going to use his once per game already. So no
Um,
problem committing the character.
Yep, I was gonna say we definitely
Start
know
off with,
Shoto is now
Frigid
gonna
Hit-
be on
Heat Wave for
Chaos
5.
with all the
Good
Ochako
one.
stuff,
Checks.
and Sarah is gonna be on
First
Order this time
enhance. I
around.
don't think you have any responses,
So
right?
Sarah's
I do
gonna be
not,
really
no.
looking to
Okay. First enhance,
stop
I
a
will
lot
discard the
of
top 3.
the
Sure.
Real
1,
good Chaos
2,
Foundations that
3. Gets plus 4
Ochako
damage.
and
That
even a couple
seems
of
pretty good.
the
I'll enhance on Passing the
value
Torch, and I'll draw a
ones
bonus
too,
card.
so
Okay.
There's a passing going on.
passing the torch, yep.
I don't think I have. No, there's no way I have 6 by now, do I? 1, 2.
Looks like
3,
first tech
4.
down is
4.
Frigid Heat.
That would be impressive on turn 2. You did hit 2 off the top, so like,
Yeah.
big maybe.
I mean, regardless of what you are, other people
Uh,
play.
I'll pass on enhance.
I'll also pass.
Shoto's attack.
We'll block with
5.
sticky balls.
Yeah,
And this
On a
exactly.
5,
one
6,
is
7.
similar.
Checks
So
a 3,
draw
4,
2
5,
cards
6,
off
7.
the
I'm
top,
into
it's
it.
a 5/4.
Yep. We'll tap
Okay.
out. I'll draw. I'll
do it
take
is
4.
then
1, 2, 3,
the
4.
sheer
Down to 24.
damage is insane.
Okay.
1 in hand.
And just getting some more cards in the discard pile for Shoto's.
I will
effects.
also
Yeah.
get
Can't
another
go wrong
Frigid
with
Heat
that.
Wave.
Mm-hmm.
3.
Shoto's
4.
definitely going to want to stay in
5,
this mid-range
6.
area where
No
he's
damage.
going to snowball, and then
First
the
enhance,
more
mill,
cards are in
3.
the discard pile,
1.
absolutely
2,
the scarier this
3.
game goes.
Oh, got 6.
Until you hit that
so
nice
plus
equilibrium
2.
point where you got to
Sounds good.
reshuffle your discard
I will
pile back
pass.
in and start at square one all over
Oh man,
again.
I tell you, the
Confirm,
first one
I
I
do
built
have
was
a
55
1
cards, and
range
then after
attack.
2 games, I
1,
bumped
2,
it up
3,
to
4.
65 because that is a
5,
real
6.
problem
No, 6 range attacks.
in those
I would
decks.
draw 2.
You're weak,
Sounds good.
you're strong, but then if they can push past that one
I'll pass.
turn, you get weak again. So it's a real close matchup. when you're
Ship
playing
it.
against
5
a,
high for 6.
I'll choose not to block. I'll
Shoto
take my
like
6.
that.
1, 2, 3, 4,
Get
5,
'em
6.
past that hump where they don't have that huge damage boost because it's very hard
I will
to pay damage
play,
across on multiple attacks per turn.
Self-assured on a 4.
It's like you're adding 1 to the cost of
Pass.
everything to boost the damage. And then
Yep,
I will
and
play
looks
Lilian's
like a
Defeated
second
on
one
a
just getting
5.
dropped down right now as
Pass.
well, and then
And
just finishing out with some builds the rest of the turn.
I'll pass. So clear,
for the future, but
clear.
get
Both the
those
inspiration
chips in
trigger,
early,
or
got
both the
got
aspiration
a
trigger on
decent little bit
response.
of damage in.
Build
which you
build another
need to
momentum
do
from the top of
early
my
because you
deck.
have such low
I love
life,
that.
and the Zero can just destroy you if you hold one less block than you really should, and then
Wealthy Aspiration actually flips over
Yes.
in order to play that ability.
So
Your
Yeah,
turn.
it's gonna be
I
very
will,
interesting see
choose not
what
to review.
once
I'll
per
draw.
game is gonna come
1,
in.
2,
And the way that I
3,
personally
4.
play on that, I always try to use that once per game on my
Okay.
attacking turn.
This is
So, I
fine.
have
This
that
is
right.
fine.
If
This
you
is
fully
everything we
block this,
wanted.
Your hand's gonna
Let's
get rid
play Think Fast on a
I
2.
don't know. Using at the end
It
of a block
checks.
thing. is
Let's
insane
play.
as well. Take out their last card, so it's not an attack, and then attacking them.
Bonds of Friendship on a
fast when they
2,
haven't had a
it
chance to draw
checks.
any
Desperate
cards.
Times on a 2, it checks, and we'll
Actually, I
pass.
quite make out what's being played, but it looks like just another setup turn for
Looks like it
Tam.
was just foundations for
It's
Tam.
Yeah, and not really getting any attacks he needs to charge in here, which you think he's got to have a throw or two in there, being Sarah, right, to try and get past a little chip in these defenses, because 20 health is hard to take down on these this tough Shoto defense, and with the free cancel on something, your best offensive enhance is just gone.
Sure, but at the same time, we know 100% that Shoto is going to be a mid-game player. So taking the time now to build up your defensive line, getting your foundations down, kind of cultivating your hand for another big attack stream coming out, like it's not at all a bad play.
No.
And it also depends on what was pulled in his hand. You know, if there's only one attack in hand, it's definitely just better to build out what you can and stay defensive.
All right, here we go. Nice lead attack.
It looks to be flow combo, correct?
Yeah.
Oh boy.
No possibility of the combo here, but at least a guaranteed 1 damage into all these foundations,
Hmm.
and probably at least 4 others. It's an interesting card because while it has low natural damage, it can switch into low speed but high damage. But Shoto brings his own damage, so now it's just a high speed attack with I can add my own damage to it, and it'll always go to momentum, which is great if he's playing some of those. Well, he can't be playing Tape Swing with what he's on.
No,
But
no, you gotta be in water
presumably
for that.
he's got one of his own powerful attacks or something that he can use all this momentum he's building up for.
I mean, even on there, if he's building up that momentum, he could also just be running a home run comet at the back end, and it just
You still have to find a way to make it hit, though, and against Sarah, that's not always the easiest thing in the world.
it's very true, very true. Looking to be here, full block, taking the 1 damage, but committing out a little bit of that foundation back wall. So
Yeah.
chucking down at those defenses that Tam has been able to set up.
Unfortunately, with the number of attacks he has, he may have 1 or 2 more attacks, so maybe he can squeeze 1 in, but it does look like Sarah's all set to block another attack. But nope, he's just going to build up, slowly building those momentum and that chip damage. Both of these, Sarah and Shoto, taking it to the mid game.
And this is going to be the spot where everything's going to start getting real hot and fiery for him. Shoto, pun intended.
Don't blink, because one of these turns is going to be just an explosion and it's going to end. The question is whose it is. So what do we got? Was that was in the Typhoon over there too? So basically, with the big hand size, it's a free full block. I mean, you'll have to remove his foundation, but it looks like 2 in the Typhoon. So it'll
yep.
be real hard to assassinate Anson there. Excuse me. Assuming he has cards in hand, which he does, which is probably
I believe
why
he's 3 cards in hand at the moment. Yep.
Right. He's having a lot of success just throwing in attack, getting a little damage. Now here comes in a little bit of throw action over on the other side. So those things 7-handers hate. And we're going to start to see some retaliation from Tam.
We're going to be Tape Swing, if I can see that correctly on there, right?
Let's see. Yeah, Tape Swing itself, it looks like from the art. 2 checks rough, but awesome to play, and this one will at least get some damage in. Unfortunately, he doesn't have a lot of momentum to spend on this, but he can at least change the zone once. So it minimum gets to a 4/8, right? And it can't be fully blocked.
Correct, yeah. So at least some of the damage is going to get through, a little bit of momentum generation. I mean, you could, again, you can't waste in the Typhoon on this one because it will create a false board state, and into the Typhoon, you'll pay its cost, and nothing will happen because it cannot be completely blocked. So,
and it'll actually prevent you from using any other blocks, making it unblockable.
Correct, yeah. So in this card is very much the counter to In the Typhoon.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, sometimes you just have to take it, other times block for half, and it looks like there's a consideration of what's going to go on here. But it's always going to be a decent chunk of your opponent's life, and you just have to. This is why you have to play attacks, and you can't stall out the game. Things like Tape Swing, things like throws will chip you down, And at 20 health, you can't afford that too many turns in a row. Looks like he boosted the speed by 1 from something.
Yeah, speed did get boosted, I believe, from I'm not sure.
He's probably got the foundation where if it's zone change +1/+1 because he had.
Yeah, no, not gotcha. Man, I forget what the name of that one is.
Yeah.
I'm trying to find it too, and my Ultra UVS is not being friendly to me. I legitimately think Ultra UVS might be down.
Oh, mine's up and running. Let me see if I can't pull that up for you. But yeah, if your zone has changed,
Think fast.
yeah, think fast. So right now, sitting at a lot of damage on this attack, and this is what we mean with you have to make moves. I mean, in this game, he's got +7 damage on this, right? So it's minimum doing 6 or 7. What's the? I can't quite tell.
I believe it to be 7 damage at the moment. Yes.
It starts at 6, so that's 7 damage. So
Yep.
that's 1/3 of your life
And
on a
that's
random attack.
that's a
If
lot being put down for the block, but being able to get Breaker 2 off of that ice wall.
Well, yeah, you can't take 13 on that. That puts you in 1 tape throw from death. You have to block that no matter what.
Yep, there we go. A lot of life lost right there. 7 life just going on down.
Yep. Now, one of the beautiful things about Shoto's foundations is we mentioned he likes to not get one, he's got a low life. He can't get one turned, or he has to set himself up to not get one turned. Obviously, he has those foundations that help him block, but a lot of his attacks actually have breaker on them that just make it hard for the opponent to do one long attack string that just takes them from full to 0. And,
Correct. Yeah, and I think that's how you're gonna have to leverage your deck, especially against a deck where Into the Typhoon just not gonna be as effective against other decks for you. I think this is gonna be block as much as you can with breakers over using your tricks. More honest style gameplay. Looks to be Jolt, I believe.
that breaker 2 really taking him pretty low in foundations despite a decent check. You can see that he's down to just 3 foundations left. Might be able to squeeze off another attack. But yeah, Jolt looking to come out here. Really good in tape swing decks or decks that really want momentum because, hey, it always goes there. That's, we saw float combo on the other side.
Yep.
We'll see Jolt on this side. And, guaranteed damage, always good.
And with Sero, any bit of momentum gain is going to be fantastic because there's a lot of ways for Sero to spend momentum.
Exactly. Also, Sarah's got a nice advantage. He doesn't have to worry that much about plus ultra, which has really been coming into its own recently, just as a fantastic block, and also can if you have any sort of pre-enhance boost to your attacks, it can really make them insane. But mid attacks, especially that are high speed, just get shut down by him, and so normal mid attacks are kind of collateral damage. People play it versus the high speed mids, but it blocks any mid really well.
Pretty well.
But Sarah gets around that. He just says, "I have no mid attacks," right?
Yep.
I think you're playing that. I have no mids. Yeah, although
or again, you just force your tape swing to be a mid, can't be completely blocked, and now that card is just dead in your hand.
Right. Most of the best breaker cards are mid, so hey, change it off of the mid, and then you've got really good blocks going on, or really good attacks coming through that if they want to break you, they can't fully block.
And it looks like we're just passing the turn on over there. That breaker real coming into play. Shoto's having a bit of momentum now, though, so we're gonna see. I believe Shoto has 2 momentum, and Tam, I believe, has 1 momentum. And now, like we were saying, we're now into the dangerous turn where that Shoto's deck is very thin, mostly in the discard pile, and this is where.
Well, and Tam only has 3 foundations up, and Anson has, and I can't see exactly what's on those dice, but a lot of damage coming out from just committing foundations. Unfortunately, not all the foundation. He's got a decent number.
I
of
believe he
foundations.
has 8 on those dice right now.
Yeah.
No, my apologies, 10. He just updated onto 10.
So I mean, he's adding, if that's 10 cards, he's adding at least 5 damage to every attack every time he commits a foundation.
Seems good. Seems killable on point.
It seems good. Now the problem is, how many attacks did you draw, and can Tam manage that full block he needs to take your best attack out of your hand?
Correct, yeah.
Because if he can, it's entirely possible to just swing back and kill. So you can't extend too far. Yeah, it looks like we're 13-7 right now.
Yep, 13-7 still. Just a meteor shower coming down. Sorry, we got our last commentator who popped back in finally. But yeah, so we have meteor shower. So even with Shoto here, since you play a lot more Shoto than I do, how do you feel about Shoto loops with meteor shower?
I am not on Meteor Shower in it, but quite honestly, Meteor Shower is so expensive I can't play it in that many decks. I gotta pick and choose, and I think 01 is where I normally play it. But if I'd tear it out if I was playing in a deck. I mean, it does. So this is an option to get around not drawing enough attacks, right? Meteor Shower is number 1 and most annoying attacks in the game, and
Especially at
probably
+5 damage.
probably in the top 3 in strongest attacks, just because it extends turns so longer. It chains with itself. There's nothing else you need but meteor showers. Yes, it's nice to have things that add to momentum, but it's unfortunate he didn't have one in the momentum before now. But if he's got one in the discard, he's looking through some cards right now. I don't know what's. This might be his hand. Oh, is he revealing for the Sero?
I believe he's revealing for the Sero, yes.
Yeah. But yeah, Meteor Shower changed with itself to just make more attacks, and that's what Shoto kind of wants. He either wants unblockable attacks we can add his damage to, or just, I'm gonna make so many attacks that you can't block them all, and they've all got extra damage. And that's Meteor Shower's plan, is that second one, right? I'm gonna do 5 attacks this turn. It's a 4 cost, so it's nothing. It'll chain late in the turn, and you make it a 4 speed high for 10 damage. That adds up.
Only 10 damage though. Only 10 damage. Yeah, that's survivable.
Right.
Not good, but
yeah,
when the next attack is coming in, also probably a 10 damage.
Looks like
real scary.
I can't tell. Is this a float combo coming in next?
I can tell you in a second. I believe it is. If I get a little bit of delay, I can watch it on the actual YouTube, and it's a little bit clearer because the YouTube feed is 1080p, whereas the one I'm looking at right now is not. But it's behind by like 30 seconds.
It does look like float combo. So
it does look like float combo, yes.
Relatively high speed, gonna be really tough to block here. Now the upside is low damage. You're thinking a maximum 9 out of this. I don't know what foundation add-ons he has. I can't see that right now. But you're not gonna kill with this one alone. Unless he actually was running plus ultra, then that would be exactly enough to kill. But very blockable, with just a little bit of help. It's only 6 speeds, so with a 1+, you can get to 7, and a 5 and 2 foundations to it. Looks like he's throwing down something to block with.
Yes, yeah. You kind of have to block here. There's no. We're in that mid stage of the game. Nope.
Nothing's left. Taking partial damage. It looks like.
Yep. It is a half damage block there. But yeah, there again, as we were saying, this mid game part is going to be what's absolutely crucial here.
Was that a foundation? Did he run out?
I believe he ran out. Yep, I believe that there was an attack that was sniped out from the Tam pull, Sero pull, and then we're just at foundation time.
Yeah. So basically, we know Anson's gonna basically kill next turn. He's got his opponent at 12. He's out of his response. He's got a billion foundations. He just has to survive this turn and get decent attacks.
Correct.
So
but on the opposite hand here, Tam knows exactly what's in that hand. He got to
Yeah.
go ahead and take a peek, got to throw away the thing that he was most, not wanting to deal with, and
And he knows
now
the
has
zones,
perfect
too.
information.
He knows exactly what zones are available to block at what high, low, mid,
Mhm.
and
And at what speeds.
and at what speeds, and he can just say, "What's your worst zone? I'm slamming it,"
Yep. And it looks to be a reverse throw being dropped down immediately.
which really doesn't care what zone.
And also gets to pull an extra card in theory. So
In theory.
it is block this for half, which feels bad, or I get to add more fuel in my hand.
I
So
mean, it's just such a great lead off, right? It's like, yeah, you're probably gonna have to commit some foundations if you or use a good block, or you're just wasting resources to block 2 damage and a card. But it's something you often have to do if you're on low life. And denying that card can be very powerful if they're not high enough in attacks to actually finish the job.
correct.
Lots of thinking going on. It's a tense moment, right? Anson
I-
knows that Tam knows everything, so he's got to think,
Mhm.
what's his plan? Does he is he baiting me to block this, or is blocking this actually good for me? He's got a decent number of foundations, but it looks like he's just going to let it through.
Yep. Looks
But the
like you're just
cards
gonna
are
let that
hot.
one through and get a pull.
The mind games that go on with these information cards. It's like Jiro, right? Like you put two. Should I check this one? Should I pull this one in my hand? What's going on? Right. Another attack coming down. Looks like he's got plenty to start throwing out and
Yep.
try and
Looks to be a second reverse throw as well. So
Mhm.
again, just gonna keep putting more fuel into that hand. Like just saying, hey, all right, you didn't block the first one. Do you want to block the second one?
Yeah. And I mean, if this goes through, any other throw ends it. A
Correct.
tape swing in his hand is the end of the game if this fully goes through. Even if it doesn't actually, this is 3 damage minimum. So then a tape swing that comes in, and you can with his momentum, he can change his zone twice with his ability as well. If
Yep.
he has a tape swing in hand, this is already gone.
And enough foundations to make the check. So it's definitely very much so
One, two,
looking
three,
bad on
four,
Anson's
five,
side.
6, 7. He's got 7 ready foundations. He can make the check with a 0.
Yeah.
So if he takes a -1 and 2 a double front beatdown, he can still make it. So looks like some damage getting added to this one, anyways. With the zone change.
Looking to be 7. So yeah, at least 4 damage is gonna get through on this. And that's 100%. This is death. Depending on what is in Tam's hand. If there's
The third reverse though is also death at this
yeah,
point. Yeah,
I am pretty sure this is gonna be a bad time. Gonna be a bad time.
it is looking that way. There will be a sigh of relief if a foundation comes down next, but I doubt that's the case.
There's the plus ultra block.
Yep.
Let's see, and the check's a 3 off of that. So it's
His life went back up to 7. Did I miss? Was there a flipped wall cling or something in there?
no, I think his life was at 7. His life was at
Right.
7 the entire time too. Yeah.
But that was a reverse though, so it should have done damage.
Oh, okay. Nope. It looks like they just hit the wrong direction. They hit up on the damage tracker instead of down,
Right, but what I'm saying.
or they had a miscalculation beforehand, and
Oh, okay.
I more than likely probably a miscalculation on the attacks. So
It looks
looks
like
like that's
It
7
looks like
now.
reverse though was actually removed from the. I have no idea what's going on there.
Yes, looks like reverse throw was removed from the game. It's on. Um, But that's fine though. Grasping tape toss with a plus ultra coming down seems good.
Yep, that's it, right?
Yep, and that is 100% a pretty much dead Shoto Todoroki on the
I mean,
backside.
that just shows you, right? If you don't have a plan for Plus Ultra, man, it's great. It was needed to solve a lot of the ultra high speed unblockable shenanigans in some deck, but you need to have a plan to deal with it because these throws that start out at 6 damage and go to 12 damage
Yep.
are, you're minimum taking 6, and when you're a 20 life character, that's 3 times you're dead. Basically, and it increases itself. So you need to have a plan to deal with that. You need to have either some walklings in there, some life gain, or just the speed to not allow that because it does take momentum to do it. They have to build up a board state because it has to be checked in addition to everything. So have a
Looks like
plan.
some side decking is going to go on from both character sides here. So
Of course,
now, do you think there's a character change?
I would not see. I don't know if Zero character changes here. I think he's fine with this matchup. Throws are good versus the 7. I would not be surprised to see Shoto changed. I don't think there's one big enhance that his cancel hits that's really good for him. I think he's awesome in the mid game, but that's also Tam can snipe him out that turn he needs to. If anything's changing, I think it's Shoto, but I don't know Anson's deck that well to predict if it's going to swap out. I'm going to go 65% Shoto changes, but we'll see how that turns out. How about yourself?
I don't know what Shoto wants to change into. Like, I definitely think that if there is a character, a change definitely happens. But I'm not sure what that deck really wants to
Let's see.
change.
It was definitely chaos, right?
It was on 100% it's on chaos. It's definitely not gonna be.
I mean, there's a lot of good options. There was float combo in the deck,
Yeah, I was gonna say, oh, you could change it out to Ochako 1, and I
or
think that's the
Ochako 2.
only.
Both of them have chaos.
Yeah, but
Both of them are
Ochako 2 is
really
not
good.
bringing anything really.
Yeah. So the meteor shower and float combo make me think maybe Ochako 1's in there, but Ochako 2 loves float combo and can play meteor shower as well.
True.
So there's not.
But
really...
it being a 5 hand size against Sero, like I think that's spooky.
That is true, but like float combo returning itself to a hand, you're really a 6 hand size.
Fair enough.
Because it auto hits and she can pick it up, and they can only do that once per turn, and you've got enough health to survive something like that.
All right, looks like they're almost done with their sideboards on their
side. Yeah, looks like
so
I'm not seeing the character
in.
change. They're shuffling away, so yeah, like I think like we thought we maybe Ochako, but yeah, I don't think there's anything coming out here.
Nope. They both did change out some cards though, so we are gonna have a different matchup at some capacity.
Yeah.
And of course, Sarah's gonna be going second, Shoto going first here. There's no real reason for that Shoto deck to want to go second.
I'm sure Tam saw a bunch of high attacks. He might have switched in a couple extra high blocks. I don't know specifically if he's got any extra attacks in there, or the that he wants to get, or the plus ultra, or just momentum generation to finish it quicker. Anson's got to have a plan to deal with a throw deck because you have to as Shoto. So we'll see what package he has to help out with that. Maybe it's just speeding up. Maybe it's not giving the throw deck time, but instead of waiting so long, do a couple lower cost attacks and try and get some stuff in early.
Oh yeah, definitely an option here, and I think that's probably going to be the correct answer. There is to speed the deck up because again, Shoto does love that mid game, but Sarah also is real good in that mid game. Like Sarah is really good at finding that one tipping point in the scale and going, "This is now it's my time. I'm in." So.
And just I mean, it's what Sarah does. He morphs himself around your opponent's deck. Oh, you have a lot of high blocks. I'm doing a lot of low attacks. Oh, the vice versa. I'm going to do this. Oh, you're doing this. That's great. I'm on throws. Oh, your best attack is on this. I'm going to stop you on your attack turn. Oh, you're really defensive. I'm going to use my power on your defensive turn. Just so many options. Looking like a good string of foundations 4 coming out for Anson on the start. Not a bad first starting turn. You love to see those 5 turns, but they can't always happen. Going second, Cero, you'd expect to see at least 4 as well, but may not have gotten that lucky. We'll see. And then there's the 5, and he gets all 5. Still with 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, did he not draw an extra 1 on his turn, or is that
I
2?
believe he
It might
forgot
be
the
a pile.
extra draw.
It might be a pile of 2. But yeah, new rules. Don't forget, if you go in second, you can draw an extra card on your first turn. It might be a pile of 2 in the center. I don't know for sure. It doesn't always matter if you're not going to get attacked multiple times, but looks like there is one just flying right out of the gate here. Yep, it was 2 cards,
Yep.
so he did
Okay.
draw his correct card. He had his block ready and waiting. So taking a quick point of damage, but Shoto's starting to build up that momentum already. And I think that's what we're seeing. He wanted to go a little quicker. He's going to start off with as much poke as possible
Yep.
without giving up any life. See, that's the problem right now is he can't commit to another attack because he can't take attacks early on. So he now, because he had to commit to, he's just full on block mode until
Yep.
next turn. Till he gets that turn of good checks and he can just keep going.
That being said, though, just because of the camera angles here, we can definitely see what's going on in Anson's hand right now, and it looks like keeping the attacks in hand for block because they seem to be the good blockers. Looks to be a nice wall there, and for the most part, really just like you said, build out, defend, try and send the tide, and get back in the next time. Now, and while we were saying with the Shoto deck speeding up, do you think that the changes for the side deck that Tam made sped his deck up a bit? I'm seeing a creepy realization down there that I didn't see last game.
I'm
Just
gonna
give it a little bit more power.
doubt it. He knows that Shoto goes to the mid game. That's only so fast he can speed up. Creepy just adds a little bit of damage to that. That third throw gets 3 extra damage. It's gonna really power up his throws and his kill turn, I think, is what he's gonna rely on here. So
Mhm.
I don't know if that's in his deck normally or not, but yeah, I mean, creepy and another thing's great for like a turn of multiple throws. And that's what killed him last time, and that's something Shoto hates because he doesn't have a great way to deal with it besides, uh just a wall cling is the
Yeah.
only thing he can run. And
Um,
is that even in chaos? I don't think
Walkling
it's in
is
chaos.
not.
No,
No.
he'd have to be on water for that. So
Yep.
yeah, I think he has no
He,
answer to it right now.
he could run. He could run unfeedable. He could run force unfeedable force of nature, but that's not going to do. That's just slowing his own deck down. That's a definitely
Yeah.
one of Shoto's most defensive cards. Um,
Hmm.
yeah, looking like grasping tape toss, I believe. Looks like grasping tape toss, yes.
Looks like it. Get some
And
good
then
stun in. Again, he's really looking for throw and slowly stun you down,
yep.
do some damage, and then if I see a spot where you're tapped out, full damage attack. But throws for days.
And it looks like a little bit more building, getting that defensive wall up just to make sure if that mid game comes around, can survive and calling it a turn there.
Yep. I mean, it's a smart play, and that's one of the reasons you run creepy is if you're doing a game plan like this, where you want to have both players have 7+ foundations. You're going to have turns of 3+ attacks, and that creepy gets up to -3 or +3 or whatever you need it to be.
And as long as creepy makes the number odd, you're going to be getting the extra bonus damage off that.
Well,
Off the
not
throw.
even for throws. I'm just saying you do it on your opponent's turn, but it's really useless if you're doing 1 or 2 turn attacks versus a person with 4 foundations.
Yeah.
It looks like Sarah set himself up to a lot of foundations. Anson's got quite a few this turn, but Again, in Shoto, it's deceptively few if you want to boost the attack numbers, and he doesn't have a lot of boost to the attack.
Correct.
But, I mean, when you think about it, your first 2 attacks, you're committing to 0 to 1 for each, maybe 2. So to add 1, you're doubling or 1.5 times the amount of foundations you're committing if you want to add damage, and it's just so expensive to get off multiple boosted attacks.
Yep. And then right back in, going back to that Ochako well, dropping down just attack after attack after attack for the first attack there, but not really following through on anything. I don't know if it's just the kind of dead drawn in hand or what's going on, but
Yeah, I'm
it seems to be every turn is just one big strong attack and then okay, nothing too crazy.
very interesting what he's getting out of the full Ochako package in Shoto that he couldn't get out of Ochako, right?
Mhm.
I mean, he could pull the same attacks because it's the same symbol into those other decks. So it's really something about either the cancel or the plus damage. And the plus damage is really nice on some high speed attacks, and
Agreed.
some repeatable attacks. It might honestly be the cancel as a counter for like a meta of just really strong single attacks that you can say that enhance no.
For sure. Yeah, and I don't remember the cancel being used too often in game 1, but I don't think we've seen it much in game 2 either, and I don't know if he's
Cero's not one of those guys who play, Cero's got his best attack tape swing isn't IEX with 4 cards right at
Mhm.
once, right? He gets perfectly around that by doing one at a time with his tape swing.
correct, yeah.
So you cancel 1, great, I lost 2 damage, but I'm gonna do it again.
Do it again, yep.
Instead of, oh, I lost, 3 momentum and 6 speed.
Yep. Looking like, yep, I was gonna say, the flipping first day of class there, just to try and keep on the pressure for this turn. Yeah, Pillar Swing coming out, I mean, it's gonna get through, yeah, Tam just is gonna let the damage pass on through. Nothing else too crazy there. Looks like Meteor coming down right after.
I think you might be a little bit ahead of me then. I haven't seen that yet.
Oh, I'm watching. I'm on the Discord, watching the Discord stream,
Same.
so I get to have a little bit. Oh, and you might just be a little behind me after this game. You might want to refresh the Discord.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, no, another meteor coming down, and again, looks to be. I don't want to say meteor setup because I haven't been able to see this deck really loop itself very much, but at least have meteor as an option for your looping. Really strong.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, hey, an extra attack any given turn is strong. That's why we saw Kirishima quote into death for Hardened Jab. Any combination of those 3.
Oh, we don't say the K word here.
Yeah.
There's no boogeyman anymore.
Even anything that could put face down and a Hardened Jab to just pick up an extra attack, a guaranteed extra attack in a turn is so strong. One attack
Very
is the
true, very
difference between a kill turn and not a kill turn. It looks like this might be the actual once per game.
I believe so, yes.
So
And yep, there's the once per game. It has been used. So Tam
out a
either
foundation.
feeling confident next turn is going to be a kill turn, or just wanted to. Looks like Tam only has 1 card left in hand too, so it could be just to stop the onslaught.
Yeah, although he did throw out a foundation, right?
Yes, looks like he did. I'm double checking on that to be 100% sure. There's a second meteor that was there.
So that might just be the only attack he had in a specific zone, and Tam's gonna go, well, I'm guaranteed to, never be full block next turn.
Yeah, looks like it was it was one of Tokiyami's there.
I couldn't tell.
Yeah, I'm taking a look right now for it just to be sure.
I need about 3 more monitors so I can have.
It was Clever Distraction. Clever Distraction. What got tossed? So 3-speed mid block. Yeah,
Mid.
looking like there's a lot of time to go in mid then. I'm thinking that Tam's got a lot of stuff going mid and just gonna be like, all right, well, half block
Yeah.
for days.
Tam's not even concerned about momentum. Everything going in the discard right now to just boost those or Anson, excuse me,
Anson, yeah.
is just worried about boosting up that discard. If you don't have a momentum outlet, Shoto wants stuff in the discard.
Yep. And then we see another jolt coming out.
Yeah.
Just quick, easy 1 damage, nothing too crazy. Stun 1, always good. And just popping it back into your momentum. So at one point you can, stun 1 again, pretty much.
I wish you could tell they need to come out with a nice high, mid, low counter that you could just show it on so that when people change zones, it's easy to tell which one it's at. Because, man, it's tough following these Sero games without sound to go.
Yeah.
Is it high, is it mid, is it low? What's it at?
I definitely have stuff that I use as tokens for it, but there's
Same.
not anything,
There's not a good one. So, Jasco, if you're listening, man, that's a good promo price.
Yes, please, acrylic counters. Bring him back. Yep, and just the damage fully going through there. Just not
I
even.
think that was his plan last turn. That's why he took out a 3 mid. I'm guessing there's no more mids in there, so he's just gonna take everything that's low damage and then try and half block a high one. The other good thing about taking out mids is if your opponent has no mids, Tape Swing becomes completely unblockable because
Correct.
you high or low, and they have no mids, and there's no half on the other side. So,
yep, another reverse throw coming down again. Just please block this or give me more fuel. Very, very good card.
I mean, you've got to block this because you assume if Tape Swing's coming, it's completely unblockable. So you need to get all the damage you can out of here. Yeah. There's not going to be a better card to block coming out.
I agree. Yeah, I'm definitely on that one. Yeah, the only other one I can think of might be Grasping Tape Toss if it comes out next.
Yeah, but it's another throw. It's similar damage.
Yeah.
And I'd rather him not draw a card than anything else that Grasping Tape Toss, if it's not blocked, it commits an extra foundation. Whatever.
Yeah. Compared to adding more fuel to the hand.
Right.
I think
So
this
he
just
did
goes
get
to
the
show
full
you.
draw out of this. And we're looking to see if the final Oh no, it's Setup Strike?
Setup Strike.
Ooh, I mean that's a way to get your throws to full hit, but
yeah, that's for sure. A little late with the progressive though. Definitely don't disagree. The Setup Strike here is going to do a lot of fun stuff, but you're adding +3 progressive difficulty to whatever the next thing out is, and you're running 2 checks. You're kind of scary, not gonna lie.
I mean the bright thing is even a 5 check only goes up to an 8. So with a 2 check, you still have the 6 foundations left.
Correct. You're
Looks like
basically signaling though that this is the turn where you're going to go in for the kill.
If you play one more attack after this might be at the end because he just didn't care about it, and you saw he had a lot of foundations and he wanted to make one more attack.
Yeah.
It's not an especially good block.
And there's
It's
the
a 2
block.
mid.
Checking a 3 on the block though.
I think he knows he's not blocking whatever comes next.
Yep. And
he's
then
out of zone. Sarah knows exactly what's in his hand.
Yep. And a full block will allow Sarah to draw some extra cards. And oh no, sorry, half block. It was a half block.
Yeah.
My apologies.
Yeah, because again, remember, Sarah depleted his zone, so he can guarantee the best you can do is half block. So any blocks against him this turn are super dangerous because there it comes. That's
there we are.
Not a big game, right? He just checks what he needs to do. You know, hey, throw a little momentum at it and make it a
And
he
there's a plus
almost-
ultra.
Oh, oh, that's the nail in the coffin right there.
For sure. Looks like a plus ultra on the speed, I believe.
No, that's got to be damage. No, I can't. I can't imagine that's on speed. He knows it's unblockable. Why would he put it on speed?
You're correct. Yep, it is on the damage. Yep.
Yeah.
And there it is. That's game. Tam taking it 2-0.
You know, I mean, this is why you've been seeing some Sarah decks crop up recently. They just need that little bit of time, and they've got really good poke throw attacks. Coordinated effort, and Kirishima was a little bit, but because Kirishima doesn't care if you remove one card from hand; they're just going to pull it back. You know,
Correct.
coordinated effort and all that, just going to secure all your good attacks so that you don't need them in your hand. You're just going to pull them up on your turn.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
But no, the camera did it again. No. uh, for those in the stream, Desmu is the one who's talking right now. He's doing our technical support as well as the TO for today. So everyone in chat, give the man a round of applause because Discord has not been very friendly with him at the moment.
There's a reason people get degrees in this stuff, right? 'Cause every program is slightly different, and the program itself, even from day to day, is slightly different. So it never acts the way you want it to.
But yeah, so absolutely a fantastic game though to watch. Like, just a kind of, I don't want to say a straight up clinic on how good that Sero is in general for this,
But it's definitely a chess match of a game, right? It's like a lot of decks are like, did he draw it? Did he get the speed? What's do you have the one extra attack? These guys are like, nope, one attack. The odds on the second attack are 62 per, and it's going through it really, a really tight matchup that just comes down to a couple cards either way, and who can judge what turn to step on the gas.
Yep. No, absolutely for sure. And what do you think that Sero could have done differently to like speed up his wins, or Shoto could have done differently to try and sneak a win out of one of the two there?
I don't think Sarah needed to speed up his wins, right? Like, obviously, killing faster is a little better, but I'd rather take the more secure win. And I think versus a deck like that throws are just going to come through strong. I mean, he's set up very good to counter everything that specific Shoto deck was trying to do. I'd be interested in hearing a deck explanation of that deck because it seemed to work pretty well. It had some good damage. And ultimately it was just stopped one turn early every time, right? Like it was always next turn he had to kill. And the Sarah just stepped in and said, well, got to do my thing now, and did it. But
and it's a lot of like game knowledge about it too, knowing when to use that Sarah once per game.
Right. Once he was sure that everything was unblockable for that turn. And I don't know if Chaos really has the tools to deal with what was going on there.
See, I definitely think that Chaos has a lot of the tools on that regard, and I think it just needed time. I don't actually think that there was anything that was like bad per se in that deck, but I definitely think that it was Stero had not only the time control because of the once per game, also had the deck control because of being able to draw cards between the reverse throws and Sarah's ability. And Shoto just needed, as you said, every time it was next turn this goes off crazy. I win this next turn. But Sarah has the ability to just go, there's not gonna be next turn this time consistently.
I mean, I don't know what his sideboard's tuned to and what his greatest dangerous. I haven't been playing that deck for a long time and grinding it out. If there's room in the sideboard for Ochako 1, that would have been my change.
Agreed. I think swapping over to Ochako, you're not going to get much value off of Shoto's commit to block and enhance.
And Ochako 1's just so much faster. And we mentioned hiding cards from his grab is good. Well, putting those all your cards in your momentum, right, and then using them to get back any, okay, I'm going to do is it the meteor storm,
meteor shower? Yep,
meteor shower. again and again, and just saying like, "You grab my best attack. I'm going to do 3 meteor showers every turn." You know,
Very much
is
so.
um,
Uh, n- I don't actually disagree on your call being Ochako 2 being a good swap in as well too, just because
yeah.
yeah,
As
she
you
has a little bit
mentioned, a
more
little
health.
less. The lower hand size is tough when he grabs one, and now because O2 generally only gets 2 attacks per turn in her hand because she's only 5 hand size.
Yeah.
Pulling one out means if you full block one, then they don't get to pull anything back, and it's a full wasted turn. But the extra health is helpful. But yeah, I mean, I think that was played really well.
Wasn't sure what was going on there.
Yeah.
Does your mic still hot? I don't uh,
Yeah.
uh-oh.
You
Oh,
grayed
no.
out for a second, but you're back.
Discord! Discord!
I mean, there's a reason it's called Discord and not Peace and Harmony, right? You know?
Uh, I don't know. Goodbye, Discord. I'll miss you. I don't know what I did to hurt you. I'm sorry.
I think there is a version of OBS that does allow that you can see 2 screens and swap between them. We'll have to talk about that after the stream. Yeah.
Yeah.
At least it used to be.
Oh, we're gonna figure it out. Transition is when you go from from one scene to another scene. You can have like an animation.
No. We'll get it. But
Uh,
yeah, so interesting first match, and you guys saw it. Sarah's something to be scared of. He's got a lot of options right now. He's got throws will just get through your low health characters, and people with higher hand size, on a critical turn, he's gonna just take that card out of your hand. You're not gonna have enough block zones, and he's gonna get 4 attacks in at full damage, which you don't realize. Even if they're only 4 or 5 damage apiece, maybe 6, that's 20 damage if you get
yep.
4 of them through. Because everybody's like, "Oh, I'll block one, and it'll only be, and then I'll half block another." Well, if you can't, that's just gone. That's a lot of life out.
Definitely. And for the most part, though, like you're saying, I don't think there was too much that Sarah wasn't in control of for that game.
Yeah.
Tam had complete control of that game pretty much from the start of the turn draw to just using all of Sarah's tools and making sure that knew exactly when the time was to go in and not really any room for Shoto to be able to do what Shoto wanted to do as a game plan.
Mhm. Shoto's always tough because you want to kill as soon as possible, but he gets stronger as late as possible. So it's really judging that tipping point and pushing it farther forward against the decks that can stop you. So
Mhm. But all right, so looks like the Dez is gonna try and get the stream back in working. We're on the BRB screen right now, so we're gonna take a little bit of a break. Okay, yeah, no, that was exactly it. We're gonna take a little bit of a small break here, and we will be back as soon as round 2 starts up. So we'll see you guys in a little bit.
Something happened for my heart, something beating for a story. There is somehow red, I can see what I'm gonna be in the future. Strong will makes, ready to wake, you know, strong will makes your way I. Everything I see, everything I feel, all the thing I have is for this way.
Playing Ida 2 with Buddy Block Ida 2s and all the other Idas because I can.
Of course.
So how you doing, man? Where are you from?
Okay.
I'm from Canada, Toronto area.
Okay, neat.
Another
Awesome.
round coming on up.
Awesome. How long you been playing?
Just started when the game came out.
Hell yeah, that's
Jellyfish
so. I'm assuming the
guy
My Hero card game,
down
right?
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. Neat.
Yeah, I didn't play it. I tried the Mortal Kombat with the Turbo Decks or whatever,
Yeah.
but I don't know. I couldn't get into the giant card pool.
Those were the ones that
I
It is-
really
weren't
do.
available, but now
Yeah,
those
it's
are the ones that are gonna be
very
on
intimidating,
redemption.
right? Like,
So
Yeah.
there's
there's
so
been
much
Gen Con
available. Like, where do I
2020
even begin?
playlists Back
Hmm.
before,
Yeah,
the
it's-
end times of
It's rough.
So
I'm in the same boat as you, man. I started
seven.
right when My Hero came out. I played the demo decks.
Looks like-
I fell in love with it. I was like, dude, it feels like I'm playing Bakugo. It feels like I'm playing
Okay.
Midoriya. Like, I'm about to break my fucking arm to hit you for an extra 10 damage. You know, eat it, right?
But yeah,
Yeah.
those are the. I don't
So
know
yeah,
if they're
that
gonna be
got
on
me
the
hooked, and then
redemption or
as
not, but I
you know, the set
do
one came
know
out, I just got hooked
that
even
they
more.
are
So,
the rare, like,
alrighty.
Gen Con
So I'm playing All Might 3.
They look great.
All right, I'm playing Oshaka
A
2.
lot of people love their custom
Ooh,
ones,
all right.
but
You're at what,
if I didn't have to go
33
to the
health?
custom ones,
33 correct.
solid.
That's a
Solid.
lot of health.
Agreed.
I have my
Looks
side
like
deck
we
right
have
here, just for your
Chaco
reference.
2
Yeah, mine's underneath this blocking.
on top, and then
Perfect.
we're gonna have
Let's go ahead and roll some
All Might
dice.
3
Sounds
that
good.
I'm
We got like
gonna
2 more
really
minutes,
prepare.
but we can go ahead and kind of prep at least.
This is gonna be a
All right, I
good
got a
one.
9.
I got 5.
I'll go ahead and take play.
The most I've seen is death, right?
I
everybody.
guess
likes
we'll just
throwing
go ahead
the
and get our.
punches.
You want to just do
Death
mulligans and get
connects.
ready? I guess.
Enjoy
Yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah.
But,
2, 3,
Air
4,
has some,
5,
like,
6.
Vomit,
If
too.
push comes to shove, if they have to
Yeah, I'm not
repair us, they
sure
repair us.
what
Chaos has
symbol.
some. I really want to see a good chaos one.
Yeah.
I've seen the air and the death. There's been rumors of good.
I think
chaos
we'll
ones
keep it.
coming out with
Sounds good.
3 million
And we'll
volts.
just hang out for like 2
you know,
minutes, I guess.
Some powerful stuff being used.
1
as
minute
ill
now. Look
cards
at that. We're
and
killing it,
very
man.
low,
It's
so
like we
they're-
almost knew what we were doing.
But tough to see. Ochaka 2, a 5-hit hand sizer that doesn't really act like one, because as long as you hit once per turn,
Yeah.
you can return.
It's
a card
funny.
to hand and
One
they
of
have
my
6.
buddies, he sent me
Yep, get another
Like-
nice little freebie back onto you.
a million
And,
Ochako
plus
2s.
2 speed to every attack is nothing to sneeze at.
He wants me to make
Uh,
a
It
deck
just
box
makes
out of
so
it.
hard
So
to block, so it's
Yeah,
like she's throwing
a friend of mine, he's actually playing this. He's trying to collect all the Gale Force punches first edition as he can,
yeah, that's
and
awesome.
like
Okay, yeah.
create some weird bio for a card that no one uses.
Definitely
Mm.
know that.
I mean, hey, dude, they're like what,
the
5 cents each, right?
All Might is
Exactly, that's why he's doing it.
Yeah, And for those of you that
He
are
just needs
confused
to do what
between
I did
All-
and
All
make like a
Might,
giant
Sweep,
playmat that looks like
you
a
know,
Gale Force punch.
there's 4 of them. I get
And just be
confused
like, that's my
sometimes without
playmat.
reading
It's a
them out. All
giant
Might 3 is
Gale
the
Force
one where
punch
you
card.
That'd be
put
pretty
him in
funny.
a foundation.
All right,
you
looks
draw
like
2
we're ready to go.
cards,
You ready?
and
Yep, go for it.
Fury and punch or punch
Alrighty.
attacks
Let's see
get
here.
+1 speed or +1
Should have
damage for each
reorganized.
card in your rival's hand. So really, really strong against like 7 hand sizers, but against somebody who holds 1 or 2 cards, not so much. But then you're already getting through anyway, so it doesn't matter quite as much.
Correct. Yeah. This is the All Might that I play the most against at my
Mhm.
personal local side.
Yeah.
Um,
But
we
sometimes
an
you just
All Might 3 player.
you see the 5 hand sizes and you're like, oh, my effect doesn't do as much. It's a little disheartening.
Yeah, but I think that affect's just a bonus. I think you're honestly playing it for the commit itself, commit a card and get some card draw, and then everything else
Right.
is just a little bit of
Yeah.
extra free real estate there. Looks
mean,
like Ochako
yeah.
is also going to be on air just by dropping down what's going on. Looks like
Yeah.
Dez also confirmed that as well. So we have a full air matchup on a character that you don't see a lot running on air. Like you said, I see most of the Ochako 2s running on death. And then All Might gonna have some absolute fun being able to draw so many cards on air and being able to kind of cycle through his cards so quickly.
Yeah, although when you think Fury and punches, you don't think air. So this will be interesting to see exactly what he comes out with. You know, when you think Fury or punch, you're thinking like, oh, fire, death. All those. There's some good air Fury and punches. Some things you don't think are punches, and I mean like, all of Baku's stuff is technically on air. So you can get stuff like this coming out. This from the art, is that Point Blank? Yeah.
I believe it is, yes.
Point Blank. So like this and Long Lasting Explosion are just amazing cards for, start out with 6 damage, have either stun or high speed, and they just boost the next attack. So you're like, my power isn't all in this card. Block it, boosted the next one regardless.
Great, yeah. Sorry, I was looking at the
Yep.
the stream chat there for a second.
But looks like I think there's 2 cards in hand on the Ochako side. So I didn't catch what was flipped there, but there's a +3 to the next attack for the mid, so that must be the enhance from the actual Point Blank itself. The stun one had committed something, goes up for the block early on, just saying, hey, maybe if you want to attack me, commit things to it. So he's going to go for a 6 check here. Flip a 5, which is fine. Just commit 1, but hey, make him send something because Ochako's coming. And every little bit of speed helps, right? Like sometimes if you can get him to commit, you can just hit with all your attacks because they all get +2 speed.
Yep. And keeping those cards in hand, if you don't have a way to block anything, like that's just gonna be danger, like pure danger right there. Because you're just letting them be able to go ahead and make that speed so fast you can't block it. You can't really throw your cards away very easily. Or you're
And
throwing a card away knowing for nothing that the block's just not going to happen.
This is interesting. He went into a long-lasting explosion. Will he chain another card for just the insane amount of damage that's coming in? Because he did damage here. I mean, it was +3 speed. It was an 8 speed long-lasting, so that 6 comes in hard.
Yeah.
And then yes, there is another one coming in after this as well. Only signature right swing, not necessarily normally the most powerful card, only 4 damage, but it's going to come in with that +3 speed again. And he can just continuously, they're all Fury, right? So he can just keep giving them plus damage if he wants to here.
Yep.
So definitely doing a significant bit of damage on this first turn.
And can also go ahead and cycle through, if his hand's kind of flooded with attacks, using it, stringing out 3 attacks, you're committing your stuff out, go ahead, swap things in. Then, you can throw 2 more attacks away to pull 2 foundations or however you want to do it in that way. Yeah, looking like the signature right swing, though, coming on, getting some damage through.
Yep. The first one was full blocked, but the next 2 got through. He's chipped that 33 down to 22.
Another one right there. Just dropping on 1 single foundation, leaving 3 up on the defense. Looks like latent skill and can't tell what the other foundation was.
Requesting assistance?
Requesting assistance? Yep. No, that definitely makes sense. Yeah. Now that I'm looking at it.
Here comes the swing back though, and it's gonna
Yeah.
be similar. I mean, these Bakuro attacks are great on both. So it looks like starting off with that uh, Fury attack right off the
Correct.
bat.
Checking a 3 though. So again, both sides are committing heavily. Um
I mean, this is what these punchy decks do, right? Like, if you're a 5 hand sizer, you're not going to hold 4 blocks. So
oh,
you're only going to
sure.
hold like 2. So you only need enough foundations to really block 1 or 2. And she's got a -3 speed. Like, 2 foundations up at the end of your turn isn't necessarily the end of the world for Ochako 2. She's going to block at least one thing, maybe 2.
For sure. Yeah, and even if she doesn't block, Ochako 2 has enough of a health resource where she can take a couple hits and still be okay. Nothing too bad's gonna happen.
Yeah, well, I mean, we say that, but already at 22 at the end of the first turn, 2 more turns like that, and she's done.
That's
So,
fair.
but that's the thing you have to do. You have to chew through that. Now, long lasting explosion, again, a great card in her, starts out as a 5/6 and then just naturally goes right to 7/6 before you do anything
Yup.
because of her enhance. So a 7/6 for 5, not bad, and it boosts the next attack. Not all the powers in that single attack, even if it's in itself. But looks like the full block comes out, but this is why you need at least 2 attacks in Ochako because your opponent's committed out to block your first one to make sure you couldn't get it back in hand. Now
Yep.
you can play whatever you want.
And look,
And
it's a small little flash. Looks like a specialized sound wave getting dropped down right there. Gonna be able to get to draw a card. No momentum to spend, so the second effect's not gonna do too much, but almost just gonna guarantee some damage getting pushed through there.
Specialized Soundwave is so good to be able to pull the right checks up back to the top of your deck. Really extends the sometimes some low checks in the Ochako build, sometimes a decent number of attacks. Just I mean, the response is great. That after you play this, just drawing a free card. I mean, on a 5 hand sizer, even if you played on defense,
Yep.
insane.
It's a great card to attack with, it's a great card to block with. It's just a real solid all the way around.
The downside is you're not getting a lot of damage. It's going to momentum, but 30 to 27. The guy who started with less life is still way ahead on life.
Mhm.
But since it hits, why not play it again? It's cheap.
It
It's a
seems
great
good.
second card to play. It doesn't get the free +3 speed this time, but it'll still get the +2. So it'll still be a 6 speed for 3 against a tapped out board.
Mhm. Nope, just looking to be some quick little building, nothing too crazy there. Looks to be Walkling being built up.
Wallcling's an interesting one on Ochako, but I guess it helps versus those, ultra high speed up while it's not in the right zone.
Yep.
Or those big throws. I mean, any deck that can play it, pretty solid. Looks like you got some momentum though. Should be able to make something happen in the future.
Yep.
But
And then kinda just trading blow for blow there. Nothing too crazy on either side, but heading back into All Might's turn with
yeah,
looks to be 3 cards in hand.
I am worried
So
about this. 3 cards in hand versus this can be a lot of damage very quickly if he just goes for pure speed.
well, not if you check that badly though, you know. Listen, this one attack's gonna get through for sure. Then just leaving 3 up.
And maybe he'll check it on the next one, right? There's always the next attack.
It's true. It's very true.
Come on, what's the official motto of UBS? Just check 5s, you'll be fine.
If you're lucky, check 6. Just fill your deck with 6 checks. A full character deck. You can't do it.
Yeah. So this looks like what, another point blank? Is that what's coming out there?
I believe yes. I believe it's the second point blank explosion.
Point blank and long lasting the same deck are just in insane amounts of boost coming in your way. Looks like he did decide to go ahead and Leighton wants to make this a big turn. Wants to get the right zones Because you really need to chain things correctly with these types of cards, point blank and long lasting. You don't want to point blank and all highs, and long lasting. You either want the speed or the damage. But it's kind of flexible because whichever one long lasting gets you, you can just do the other one with your character.
Mhm.
So definitely a really fun and powerful choice in All Might. Who sometimes you're like, yeah, well, other characters might be like, it's already 6 speed. What do I want a 9/4 for? But looks like he's
That
just going to go on the defensive now. After you're right, he committed way too many things too early with those bad checks.
Yep, and still committing, still hitting some bad checks on there, but
You know what? But they're all 1-for-1s now. So yes, playing this foundation doesn't actually get him anything more this turn than he would have had. But like next turn, he's on 8 foundations, and that's
correct, yeah.
a scary thing for a guy who can draw free cards.
Yep, just again, gonna be able to take some hits and just set up for the next turn.
He's at a
Question
pretty
is,
comfortable life total. 24 isn't easy to kill.
no,
But,
not especially not with what 3, I believe All Might has 3 cards in 2 or 3 cards in hand still, so
mhm.
enough there to be able to block.
Yeah, enough to be able. The problem is Ochako 2 adds +2 speed everything, so you're blocking like one card. You're generally not getting too good blocks out of this, especially with all these speed boost cards coming out. Where it's, hey,
Yup.
this starts out at 7 speed, the next one's going to start out at somewhere around the 7 to 8 range, and then go up to 9. You really have to pick your battles, and 6 damage is probably the least of what's coming in, to be honest. He does decide to
just
pick that up again, and
pick it right
replaying
up
it gets a
and puts it
free
right back down.
damage boost. Doing the same. Yep. With the
Yep,
+2 to check.
Yep, from first day of class.
No, from Ochako's ability.
Oh, so chocolate. Oh, because of the pull up. My
Yeah,
apologies.
when you pull it up, you get +2 to your next check. It's also a good extender if you wanted to go first day of class, pull your second attack. Now your third one gets +2 as well. But yeah, so this one will come in with +3 damage, and then he'll be able to give it +2 speed. So this is the one I think he really wants to block, but no foundations have been committed. So who's to say he's not going to put down a major damage card next? Fortunately,
Yep.
yeah.
Latent skill coming real clutch here, though. Getting rid of 2 cards that are probably not going to be very useful in this, but being able to get that block. Failing the block, though. And yeah, just going right down to, looks like 9 health from that attack.
If there's a moment to extend, the problem is he probably needs. Well, if he has a 6 damage attack in his hand, nope. So he's going to
Nope.
need at least 2 more attacks to do it. He commits 1, gets the jolt through. The jolt is going to come in with +3 damage.
So I don't think, yeah, another attack is going to be needed for a kill this turn. Even a jolt gets through at full damage, still gonna be fine. Living on magic pixel over there, All Might, but
Mm. We'll see what comes up with this one.
yep, and we are down to 2 life. That's very spooky. And
like
if
he's
there's another
got-
attack in hand, it's probably
I don't know. It might still be blockable. I mean, like you get a plus ultra or something, and anything's blockable.
it's very true. It's very true.
Not
Specialized
only
coming through.
not even a cost that much, and there's I think the plus ultra he checked for it.
Yep.
But,
And will very much will spend that momentum to be able to stack the deck, pull something out, and make sure the check fires. That's exactly what happened there. Yep, spend the momentum, draw the card, draw the attack you put on top, and this is why Specialized Soundwaves is just such a good, strong card.
I mean, stacking and drawing is insane. Yes.
Yeah, and then Alex is forced into blocking this. Like, at least give it a shot. Like, because otherwise it is just pure death
And the
there.
problem is he knows there's another attack coming, right? He saw
Yeah,
another attack go into his hand.
and I just gotta hope the check's real bad.
He can't fail the check. He's
And
got too many foundations. He's going for the kill.
Yep. Well, I was gonna say, but you can't hope the check is bad though, because he got to stack up his deck. So,
Right. Yeah.
yeah, like this is, yep, that is the scoop right there.
Yeah, this is the power of O2 to just win out of nowhere. Well, the death has more natural damage. These air decks have enough draw to make up for the 5 hand size, and
Mhm.
you're just playing a 6 hand sizer with a ton of health and free speed every turn.
Very
And
much so. Very much so. And Air definitely seems to have some really strong cards to be able to kind of keep going through that and
right.
keeping combos going. Long lasting explosion, pulling cards back out of the pool, making your checks easier. First day of class, like a lot of ways to do some check hacks in there. A lot of ways to keep a combo going and being a almost non-stop assault.
And it's just a tough situation for Alex to be in here because if he overcommits just a little bit too much, if he can't block 2 attacks, if he can only block 1, because Ochako adds 2 speed to everything, so you're not going to be able to block the same number of attacks. You have to hold slightly more on defense versus her.
Mhm.
And there's a big turning point between blocking 2 attacks, and now she doesn't get any back in her hand, and she can't continue the chain, to blocking 1 attack, she hits with the second one. Now she pulls it up. Now she places a third one. You still can't block it, and you've just taken 2 more attacks than you would have because you committed
Correct.
more foundation. It's really a big swing, and it's guessing what exactly speed your opponent's going to be at. It's, how much do I need to extend, because he wants to play multiple cards every turn. He's a character that gets free stats on every card.
Yep. So it looks like that they both decided to sideboard in a couple things. Any thoughts on what you think the sideboards are going to be?
I don't know. I have no idea here. I think Ochako's deck worked the way they wanted to. The draw cards is a little bit, it's the point of the deck. It does make it a little bit playing into the opponent wants you to have more hand size.
Mhm.
Um, I think if he's got any extra speed hate, it's coming in right now. If he's got that, if he's not running full 4 plus ultras, some are coming in right now because you've seen a lot of mids, and you've seen a lot of high speed.
Correct. Yeah. And I definitely think it's going to be some I think you're going to put in a couple plus ultras there. And if he has Wall Cling, I mean, All Might really wants to stay on the offensive as best as possible, but if Wall Cling is in that sideboard, it definitely looks like a good quick sideboard there. We don't know if he changed out his character yet or not, though. He hasn't flipped up his character, which is still allowed. That is
Yeah.
100% able
It
to
is
do.
good practice to just turn your character face down so they don't know, right? Like they have no right to know what you've changed and what you haven't changed.
Correct.
They just have to know that 10 were in, 10 were out. That's the same afterwards.
And just a quick little pile shuffle from each of them, just kind of declumping, and we'll get right back into the action here in a little bit. Um, Again, time's not really gonna be an issue, especially with how fast that first game was. So, and just sticking with All Might. No character swap there. So more than likely, there's no reason for you not to go first here again.
And here you're seeing the subtle differences. Like these 2 players are playing basically air fury and punches
Mhm.
for most of their deck, but the subtle so All Might can get plus speed every attack just like Ochako can, but he can also switch it to damage. He's a little more versatile in what he gives, but on the reverse side, he can only do it to fury and punches. Whereas Ochako only gives +2 to everything and has a lower hand size, but can get outside of that fury and punch framework that the rest of the deck's on and play things like specialized sound waves, get the extra draw. But then that just kind of equals them up with the extra 2 cards that All Might's drawing. So it's different ways to achieve similar effects.
Yep,
Same.
and it just goes to show you how much you're able to change specifically how this deck plays in and of itself just by changing a character and a couple
Yeah.
card. Like the symbols are exactly the same in this, but both these decks are playing very different game plans.
Yes. And to be honest, these 2 decks could pretty much be the same deck with the other one in the sideboard for most of it.
Mhm.
I don't know why you would, because they don't beat anything the other one doesn't. But oop, accidental reveal there on stream, but no surprise, Fury attack in hand.
Yep.
All right, Wall Cling did come out for Ochako.
Well, Chaco, we knew had a wall cling in there, so
Yep. But just starting out with a pretty defensive setup here.
which is funny because on the flip side, All Might's is very offensive setup with capabilities. Let's go fight bad guys. Like
He really is so good.
it is probably one of the like there's a reason why it's a one of in starter edition.
Yeah.
It's just so strong.
I just wish more stuff could use it. Either characters that can use it can't use it, or attacks that can't. You know, man, if you could Gale Force if you could put that on a Gale Force, that would be beautiful. Chef's kiss.
No, it's frightening. No, we don't want that.
And it's another momentum outlet, right? For attacks decks that don't normally have momentum outlets, it's
Correct.
nice to stick in 1 or 2 capabilities if you've got at least like 8 or 9 Fury attacks in there, and just randomly go, "Hey, this attack +2 speed +5 damage. Take it." All right, so we're back in the full Fury swing, chaining our attacks around.
Another, yeah, I think the star MVPs of both of these decks are going to be long lasting explosion for both of them. It just
Yeah.
allows so much to happen.
Yeah, and Point Blank, which is to extent probably just slightly worse long lasting, but still very, very good.
Yeah.
And just it's you look at your hand and everything chains, right? It's just what way you want to chain it.
That's one of the big things with that card is it forces you to think about how your lines for your attack's going to be, because your lines can vary so differently hand to hand just by knowing what you're getting in there, how exactly everything's going to be played out, and then trying to figure out, all right, well, if I do it this way, what's the chance of my opponent being able to block all this?
All right, so just insane speed, and then discarding that card because they're going for the jugular this turn.
Yep. Encouragement kind of.
Maybe not the
being
kill,
like-
but just getting them so low that they have to be so worried. So committing 2 for this, doesn't care. Hey, I'm gonna continue to fight. This one, the long lasting, so getting the +3 from the previous the what you call it? I always forget. Point Blank
Point blank.
Incineration.
Yep.
And just chaining this +3 speed, basically unblockable attacks when you only have 3 foundations. And the Ochako's committed.
Still a lot of defensive options on the other side, though. Being able to go ahead and make it whatever.
I mean, you can't if you release now. The problem is you're basically you can't attack with 2 foundations more than once or twice.
No, I definitely agree there. It seems to be that's the same thing. Yeah, just gonna go ahead and take that damage again.
Yeah.
And I don't believe All Might's used. Yeah, All Might's still not committed, so there's still 2 more cards that theoretically can be in hand.
Yeah, although yeah, I think that the problem is that commits him out too far. He's fine just playing out the rest of this turn. I mean, look at that little extra speed and discard coming out with the jack. And a lot of his attacks are going to be charged. That Monster Blast, that long lasting, a lot of things that power up the next attack are what are considered charge attacks. So in the future, those are going to get even nastier to block. And he's still got, 4 cards up for defense plus his character if he needs them. Alex is in a pretty good spot this turn.
And checking just like that, there's 2 of those 4 foundations already on out. So you're not wrong at all with that. Not having enough foundations really limits not only your defensive options, but also your attacking options too.
Yeah. Now, unfortunately, if this does hit, the next one gets super easy. So Alex wants to do everything he can to make sure that this one doesn't hit, because it forces Dylan into checking really badly on his next check. And that's what you're going to see. You're going to see that, hey, this one's going to high speed right now. What I think it's at 7, but if there's any way you can possibly block it, it basically ruins Dylan's turn. He's got to do a 6 check next, minimum 1 commit usually, depending on if he's running a 6 foundation, but it'll just end his turn.
Yeah, it basically, if this attack is blocked, it is now all right. I guess I'm just building for the rest of the turn here.
Yeah, if it's not, boom, he can extend at least 2 more attacks.
Yeah. Even still, I don't know if oh, he's taking the damage though, letting it go through.
Yeah, and that just
And
got
then, yep.
man. Yep. So he'll get the +2 to his next check. He can either lay down the same one or more. And this one goes to, plus speed as well. And it gets the plus damage from the last one. So this will come in basically as a, 7-9. He must not have had the full block, right? Because partial blocking doesn't stop this.
Correct.
So-
Yeah. So you might as well just take the full hit while you can, and then
If you're going to partial block one, partial block the bigger one.
yep.
It is a good plan. He might not. He might say, you know what, I can take the damage this turn. Both these cards are killer, but nope. Yep, he.
Exactly what you said. If you're not, you're
Well,
only gonna be able to
this
partial
would've
block
been a full-
one.
This would be a full block though.
This one is, yes.
Yeah, so I'm not sure why it didn't come out on the first one, but full blocks this one anyways. Maybe just trying to get him to commit out as much as possible, but checks pretty well on this, so. That's fine. He had uncommitted his one amphibious card there, so just come back out. One more card. He'll try and get the life totals pretty easy or pretty even, but he'll probably get one or two foundations off here.
Yeah, there's no
I still
reason
think
not to build
Alex
a
is
little
looking
bit.
in a very strong spot. Unfortunately, did have to use that plus ultra. And used it on the second attack, not the first, so it made it a little easier on Dylan's life, but
Yeah, looks like that's a lot of powerful off of this though, because everything being committed, indiscriminate shock coming out, and that's +6, I believe. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, +6 right there, and just having to take it.
it is
Not really
unfortunate.
any way to stop that.
He's going to hold 2 blocks. He's got 3 foundations up. And don't forget the commit for -3. Can block maybe with both attacks, maybe with only one. Can Alex punch in this basically last half of the damage that he needs? It's
Yeah,
a lot. It's a tall order. Like he can draw, but again, he only has 6 foundations. 2 bad checks, and that kind of ruins this turn for him. And Dylan can absolutely
looks
do
like
this
7
to him.
foundations.
I see 6 and a.
Oh, is that an earphone jack that's on the back
yeah,
there?
that's earphone jack
Oh,
in the back.
okay. Earphone jack being a real nice tech card though, just being able to mill off the
Little
top of the deck.
Yeah, a little extra speed too, but I'm not sure if you wouldn't rather have the foundation this turn. But then again, it can it does have the extra ability on it there. What was
And
that?
checking the signature right swing for pulling out point blank, but again, it's just the checks are just not going very well. Having to commit quite a lot early.
But as long as you hit once, earphone jack basically counts as a second foundation because it can commit itself to uncommit something. So
True.
we'll see how much gas he actually drew. That's the question in these games without the
For sure.
Yep.
That being said, though, point blank's really big thing right here is going to be that stun. There's so few foundations on the other side that stunning a fifth of the foundations is just painful.
Yeah. With the option to add speed, oh yeah, Chaco ability will give something -3 speed, but that's basically going to be the only thing that Dylan's going to be able to block for the turn.
Yep.
There might be a lucky block somewhere else, but with the progressive, it's going to be a tough time. Momentum coming out looks like that's the capabilities coming into play. And he's going to say, I really hope this hits as it turns back to a positive speed for this one.
Yep. And it's capabilities is just gonna be.
I mean, and right, this is what you do with requesting assistance and earphone jack. This is one of the few decks that can just recur capabilities over and over and over again.
Yep.
Now, unfortunately, he doesn't have the momentum to do that at this point, but
again, at least having it set up for next turn and also having it uncommitted, that way being able to use it.
But you can
on the
imagine
defensive side too.
Oh, look, an earphone jack on the other side. These really are like the same deck with a different side.
Yeah. Earphone Jack's got a real good block mod though. Like
Yep.
it's a good card to keep in hand, even if you're not
yeah.
just using it for its effect.
But you can imagine how scary it is to be facing a deck with 3 momentum that's throwing out 3 fury attacks and untapping capabilities every time.
Yep.
I don't know what's going on here as we're unflipping some stuff. Oh,
Uh,
he decided not to use requesting assistance on capabilities, I guess.
I guess legal board
Is there a
state.
reason that was not? Let me look at requesting assistance and make sure that that's ready. One foundation has not been ready. If you have one or more foundation, he didn't have the foundation, right?
I
So
didn't have the foundation ready. Okay.
because he used capabilities, he no longer had the momentum that requesting assistance requires you to
Needed.
uncommit it.
Yup.
He was like, "Oh, I've got it. So let me just use capabilities and untap it." Not realizing using capabilities gets rid of it, so you
Gets rid
can't
of that
request an
momentum.
assistant back. Not the worst loss in the world since he didn't
Oh, that
have
was
the
a
extra momentum anyways.
That's a good and bad hit right there off of the earphone, getting rid of Specialized Sound Wave off the top, because
Mhm.
you don't want your opponent to draw that card, but you want your opponent to check that card, so
Right. I mean, the deck's just as random. Looks like Walkling being used on this one.
absolutely makes sense here. If he's thinking he's gonna be able to do a half block on there, which he probably should be able to with it being the speed there.
Yeah.
Um Was it Walkling or was it Release that was used? Because
Oh, it was sorry, it
Walkling's
was
a
release that was used to kill
Yeah.
Walkling. That's what it was. So either way, definitely wanting to block this attack. Kind of going low on foundations for next turn though. I might not be able to check what's needed to kill if there's a block coming out, but it looks like Alex is swinging from the fences, so may not be able to block regardless.
Yeah.
So he's just doing everything he can to survive. And here comes the
Checks that plus ultra.
plays the plus ultra there as the defense. It's great against mid block decks, right? Like mid block plus speed decks. That's where it shines, and that's what we're seeing. So he's just going to go ahead and commit to playing a little defense and finishing out this turn. Was not able to actually get any damage in versus the just iron defense that with like starting the turn with 4 cards, right? But Dylan able to just sacrifice everything to prevent any damage, knowing Ochako can pop off. If you get 1 damage in, stuff starts coming back to hand, and you can just finish games.
Yep. That seems to be the plan here. Just going back low on foundations, living at 3 foundations against the solid wall that we have All Might having over here. 4 foundations ready to go, and if survives, it's just so much damage going to be
Ooh.
coming out.
I mean, even with the 4, checking a 3 means you have to commit 1. Thank
Yep.
goodness, and this deck does run 2 checks, so this is a scary place to be living in. But Joe will always do 1 damage. You're always getting an extra card back. Unfortunately, it's not. If this is but you're not going to do enough damage with it.
Correct. Getting some back sound there.
Just interesting to see what comes out of this one. This is a tense moment here, right? Why the Jolt? Why are we leading with Jolt? Is it the only attack we have? Or are we hoping to boost into a bigger attack? And this is our play to try and, hey, if I checked a 5, I would have, if I played a 5, I would have checked 2. This way I only check 1 and I get a +2.
Yeah, nope, and I think that's more of the answer on that is that it's going to be
Nope,
Yep,
Jolt and the
and
Jolt.
Jolt and the Jolt, getting a little bit of tap damage through, but also it being specifically there just being the 4 check,
Unfortunately, he
makes
did
it a little bit
reveal.
safer.
Yeah, he did reveal there is an attack coming
There's an
next.
attack
So
right on top, yep, so this your attack phase is basically over at this point. After this, it's you need to build.
yeah. Requesting assistance so good, turning every foundation into 2 for the purposes of blocking or a rescue completed, excuse me, not rescue.
Rescue, yep.
Yeah, rescue just and especially if you're able to run gotcha. But even without it, it's hey, am I sure I'm gonna try and block this and I'm not gonna just auto pass? Great, every foundation is now 2 foundations.
Yeah. But the downside is that you're still having to commit those foundations to get that -2 speed. Like, in theory, you're making a when you normally commit them, you make the speed 1 lower, in theory in that regard. So you are doubling your set of foundations, but you're not going to be able to do too much with those foundations that you're committing for Rescue Completed.
And looks like
when
we're
other
actually
foundations have good effects.
sacking Rescue Completed to ready 2 foundations just to be look, so we can draw and still block. Gotcha. So he's looking for the right zone. Or maybe just gonna let this other jolt through. I mean, he's got the life, right? If he lets the other jolt through, he could just definitely most likely block whatever comes next. He doesn't have a lot of foundations up though. Only 1 left. Are we swinging for the gold? Home. There we go. We're going to slam some damage in. This will be 8. So if this gets through, I think this will come down to a check most likely.
Yeah.
Home
Yeah, I
comment
definitely
will
think
be
it's
what,
coming down
powerful
to that check.
3. So yep, you can throw 1 extra on it. So it'll be 7 damage. If you use your 1 momentum. So it might be 1 short actually. No, oh no, he had 2. He was able to put the
There's
extra
2,
1 in
yeah.
because of home run comment.
Yep.
Home run comment lets you add 1, so he's gonna make it lethal and force. Hey, I'll block this. It's 5 speed. You've got it should have stun 2 as well, so you're gonna have nothing. So you have a 1 plus and check a 6.
I think it's technical. Our technical soundstage has a hot mic.
Yep, I think that's game. Yeah, he realized he can't check that. That was 1 more foundation, at the end, or the character not committed or anything. But Ochako just coming out of nowhere and able to finish out these games with low amounts of foundations if she's able to hit with 1. It
Yep.
really shows you just need to be able to block 2 attacks versus her, and it's hard with that speed. But otherwise, she's just gonna come in and start slamming damage with no foundations.
Yeah, very much so. And being able to I don't even want to say keep being able to pull the card up to, because it's definitely part of the game plan. It allows her to be a pseudo 6-hander for sure. But it forces your opponent to just have to go, do I block this or do I let you have your extra card, your extra damage? And like it again, it's one of these decks that we're really seeing in set 1 now that Kirishima is, toned down a lot. These snowball decks are able to come out and just start working on that. And I think you're going to be seeing a lot more of that snowball and like 1 big turn swing power coming out.
Unfortunately, yeah, it's just the extra, the hey, I do better if you have more cards in hand of All Might wasn't able to come into play, and the hey, I can commit to draw extra cards. Well, that's great, but I'm just going to make all of mine high speed. It doesn't matter how many cards you have; you're still not going to be able to block them. It was just a little too strong to overcome that in the way these decks were similarly built. But you can see the strength of these Fury next attack lineups in both decks, right? One with long lasting, the other with the long lasting, and the incineration. But just to be able to say all my attacks are strong, there's not one you have to worry about. This one
Correct.
powers the next one, powers the next one, powers the next one. It's a chain of death. Really, you've got 2 bad choices. Do I block this one or the next one?
Yeah, very much so. Very much so. And that's one of the bigger, scarier things about the line with that air has is exactly like you said. Every attack is the scary attack that turn. There's not a combo piece that you need or anything like that. It's like, no, everything that's firing is going to be frightening. Can you deal with it? So yeah, anything that you could think of that All Might could have done better in this situation, though.
There was a turn where I think he didn't block the first attack to come through, and did block
The second.
second one.
Yep.
But and yes, theoretically it blocked a little more damage, but it also it opened up an extra attack. Like he would have had to check a 5 full block into a 6 with only 2 foundations up.
Mhm.
And okay, maybe you take 9 instead of 6, but his turn ends. Whereas now it was okay, you took 6 instead of 9, but he gets an extra attack in. It's going to be more than 3 damage.
Oh yeah, for
So
sure.
I think there's a line to say sometimes you really have to think about just can I block the first 2 attacks and just they're not always going to have 3 attacks, or if they are, they're not always going to be able to play it. A lot of Ochakos live in that 4 foundation range, plus 1 minus 5 foundation, 3 foundations. And to be able to get them to commit 1 or 2 extra things is an extra 6 damage.
Yeah,
So
no, and it not even the extra 6 damage that comes through. It's a lot too of just getting more gas in hand with Ochako being able to pull it up. Like it.
well, yeah, that's what we're talking about is right an extra attack being
Yeah. I don't know. I definitely agree that I think it was a misplay on that to not block that first one, but at the
Right. I
same
mean,
time too, what
you can see the logic in it, right? I want to block the
Mhm.
9, I don't want to block the 6, but I
Yes.
still think the foundation committing and the he might just not have had another attack, in which case, you're gold.
Yeah. And again, that's a lot of the like mental poker play of this going on too, is the fact that you have to know, all right, are they bluffing? There's definitely a possibility they drew 1 attack and 4 foundations off of a 5-hander. So
Yeah, there's a lot of people where there's nothing, so they have no reason to bluff. Ochako always has a reason to bluff if they only always have 1 attack, because you might just say, "I've got to block the next one instead," and then the 1 attack turns into 2. There's always that chance, but it changes the math just ever so slightly, and it's just it is a deck you will have to practice against if you want to play in the next few months before the next set comes out, because with the on the last provisional, there were a lot of the top 16 was all the same deck, and most of the rest of it was still running coordinated effort. With
Yep.
a big chunk at the top taken out, there's a power vacuum, and Ochako 2's a deck that lost nothing from that.
Yep. Yep.
There
And
are
I think that's Oh,
yeah.
go ahead, my apologies.
No, I was just gonna say there are some other decks that weren't Kirishima that still lost out from coordinated effort being banned and other stuff. This is a deck that just got stronger. You're going to see a lot of air decks still doing well. You're gonna see them in Ochako, you're gonna see them in All Might, you're gonna see them in Ochako 1. Yeah, you're gonna see these decks around, so know what to block versus them.
Yep. Agreed. And I was just gonna say, I think that's the other reason why there's a lot of Jiro in the set right now coming back up, and Jiro's becoming the new boogeyman, so to speak, is because of that exact same thing.
I
Jiro
mean,
lost
Hero
nothing.
is widely considered the number 2, right? The second deck to be, not by everybody, but everybody would put her in the top 5. I
Yeah.
don't think there's a person that would not have put her in the top 5, and most people were putting her right in that second spot, maybe third. So now she's very strong. There's room for a lot of other stuff because the meta shifts and the speed shifts as well of the whole format when you take out a big chunk of decks. But until I see her toppled, I'm going to say she's at least one of the top 3 to beat.
I 100% agree. And I mean, I could see that with both Ochako cards. Like both 1 and 2, they play a very different game plan and like different lines, but they're both extremely strong with how they want to play their games.
Mhm.
And they do their game plan very well.
Absolutely. And I mean, it's some of its consistency, right? Oh, Chaco 1 has that with a meteor looping and the fact she can always get these cards to momentum that get more cards to momentum. Oh, Chaco 2 has consistency in if she hits with attack, she's going to have another attack. She never really has a 1 attack hand if she can hit. You've got that in any air deck that just goes, I'm just going to be able to draw cards and stack the deck, by playing my specialized sound waves. You're seeing that, in the All Might second draw extra cards that are, okay, well, some decks might be able to add more damage or add more speed. I'm going to get the cards that I want and I'm going to play them.
Correct. And then the other thing too is that I don't think there's any card right now that is in symbol for either one of those decks that they don't want to play. There's merit to almost every card that's on on those symbols.
But you saw variance, like the core of a lot of these air decks have similar stuff, but you've seen air decks that don't run meteors, and you've seen ones that meteors the main game plan.
Mhm.
You've seen, these two fury based decks that had a lot of the same cards, but differed based on the exact character they were running with. There's a lot of strong things in this. You saw a defensive focused foundation based versus an offensive focused foundation based, and what each one could do.
Yep. And it's one of the testaments to how good this game is designed overall too, is just how much interaction each of those cards have, and each of the decks, like even having a core idea being the same, with this deck being point blank incineration and long lasting explosion. Um that you can still pull in all the other cards and want different cards for different reasons. Maybe you want more X block, maybe you don't have access to your plus ultras, so you need more mid blocks in your, or you need to have those walklings in deck to be able to survive those bigger hits. So
Let me tell you,
it's
Walkling plus ultra is scary. It means any attack is potentially nothing. Right? If I
Mhm.
check a 5 and I've got a Walkling on the board, and I used a plus ultra to block, any attack just is no damage.
big old goose egg right there.
You got to be wary of these cards that of super combos. Like when it first came out, I remember like the first 2 weeks of tournaments for this, there were a lot of people saying, "How do you ever beat Reciprocal Burst Ida?" Because they've got an attack that's like 15 speed and 20 damage, and it's just no way to do it. And you're seeing all these answers slowly come out that were there, and more that are coming out. You're seeing, the new foundation that where you discard 2 cards and something's considered fully blocked. You're seeing this plus ultra that doesn't care about the speed. It'll do at least a half block on everything, and against mid attacks full block. And you're starting to see a lot of these options. That's why I can't wait for set 2. Set 1 was great, but there were a lot of builds that were just, I have to take the cards that are there.
Mhm.
And then the promo cards and the DLC were great for just cracking that open a little bit and really making a few more decks viable to have a good meta. And now you've got set 2 coming out, and you're going to start to see some real variance in the same deck and the same symbols. You're going to start to see choices being made.
No, very much so. Very much agreed. All right, so it looks like we are coming down to time and round on our side, however. So I think we're going to meet up on our side, let technical support be able to go us back on our BRB screen, and I think we're going to wait until round 3 starts on up. All right, so yep, we will see you guys for the start of round 3.
I can be a hero, you can be a hero. If you wanna make it, just try hard. I know how
Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. Let me turn my camera on.
Well, that sucks. It's a whole lot of stuff I don't want to see in the graveyard.
I'm gonna enhance that.
Yep, get that out of the way.
We have not started yet, guys.
Hello? Did we get like dragged out of our table?
Yeah, that's what it looked like.
The round is not. The round's not started.
Uh,
I haven't even posted it there yet.
Okay.
So just give us that.
okay. Your camera's off, by the way.
Yeah. Alright, I guess, yeah, our bad for assuming that the timer would have come with the pairings, but...
So what do you like about the Burn on Evil?
It catches a lot of people off guard.
Just
I
the
think.
low mix up with like tongue whip and stuff. If you're playing that, I don't know. I've seen Amphibious so far, and I've seen Slash, Ruin.
Yeah. First villain encounter is super hot. Super
Yeah, that was Crone Frog is pretty sweet.
Yeah. Well, yeah, a lot of Tokoyami stuff ends up being ranged to begin with, so you get some good mileage out of that. Super regen is good when you're at 20 life, because all of a sudden you're at 23 or 26 or whatever.
Yeah. The only thing I dislike about Evil is no draw power.
Yeah, that's that does hurt.
Fire has defensive tools too, but it also like gets to draw, which is kind of nice.
Alrighty, so there is now a start timer.
Okay.
Officially, are we supposed to restart and what have you?
Yep.
Wait,
Okay.
I mean, it was mutually agreed upon, and like, I don't think we're going to time.
You guys can start your match now.
Yeah, we restart. I mean, we were both we were both cool with
we-
starting it early, but I guess yeah, I can
So,
understand
have you
technically
guys
we
looked
get
at the
more time,
rounds?
even
Yeah.
though yeah, we both
You looked at
figured
the
this is
rounds?
going to be over in like 20 minutes, one way or another. But
You guys look at the rounds when they're paired. I time just put underneath it. I didn't even get a chance to put a time up yet.
so I guess restart it then.
Nope, just go ahead and
If
keep
that's
going.
the verdict.
Nice.
Just play.
Okay.
I mean, I would be cool to wait 5-10 minutes to keep the board state and kind of maintain
Oh, you know,
the
that's-
type of thing, but
That's perfectly fine with me as well. I guess we are in stream, so that's kind of boring. But
Right.
I mean, we could just go 5 minutes early too. But I don't think we're getting to the timer, no matter what.
I really don't think we are, but I mean, Tio's decision, right?
You guys are free to start.
Okay.
Just a sec, I'm gonna message him directly. I don't know if he can hear us.
I think you have him muted, but he said you guys are free to start. Oh, when I got dragged back into it, unmuted.
What's going on? We're like, Okay. Restart. I'll let you take the lead on that when it gets loaded in, and I'll join.
We can't see the game.
We can't see anything. That's what we're waiting on.
All right, now we're back in, and we've got two birds, Daniel, and I believe it's Rene, but if I get that wrong, I apologize. Looks like we're going bird on bird action, and it is started off pretty strong. I think I see a lot of foundations on. I apologize. You guys haven't seen a little more than we have due to some technical stream difficulties, so we're just catching up here. It looks like one side has 20. I can't see the other, but I think they're still on 20.
I believe they're still on 20 as well.
But that may look to change as we do get a Summon Dark Shadow coming out. So this turn is this is still the first attack. So
Yeah, this is still first attack. Yep. Okay. There's the 5 for Tokiyami's discard ability.
yeah, and so they're both looking to just get an early advantage. With 20 healthers, they don't have to go full combo. They can go partial combo, get 10 one turn, 10 the next, really get it done, because by the end of these chains, they're doing up to 10 damage per attack. So
definitely.
These are games that can end very quickly with an lucky roll, with one foundation too many or too little, just one extra attack. Definitely high octane is on the edge of the Monster Energy drink or Red Bull is where Tokiyami lives.
And we know for sure that at least one of the Tokiyamis here is going to be on death, I believe, because there is a super regen at the bottom there. So we do know Renee is looking to be on, at least with Nobu symbols there, taking a little bit of damage there, deciding it's time to drop down. Looks like it's 15 damage, so 5 damage got to go through. And looks to be another Dark Shadow Ruin getting, or no, sorry, my apologies. That looks like a slash. My apologies.
Most of the core of these decks are always going to be the same because that's how he lives, right? He plays his action cards, gets them out, and while he's tapped, gives extra damage to things. But there is a lot of room for variation in the foundations you can use to support. Do you want to be defensive to live one more turn? Or do you really want to push the combo as fast as possible and try and kill one turn quicker? And there's advantages and disadvantages to both versus certain decks. Certainly, I believe as quick as possible is probably the best versus your other 20 hand size, just because it happens so much easier.
Correct. And technical support did correct me. It is Dark Shadow Ruin, not Dark Shadow Slash that came down.
Oh no, another card with a big dark shadow on it.
All birds, all the time. We got some
Hey,
hot
yep.
KFC bird on bird action.
Don't you know birds aren't real?
But yep, looks like a second Dark Shadow coming down, so giving it +2/+2 on itself. Plus also giving it the enhance where the attack's gonna gain 3 damage and stun 1 just by existing with that speed and damage bonus as well. So the Tokiyami that is attack side here, gonna be really strong overall.
Yeah, we've got definitely some damage coming through early on, and it looks like fire versus evil being our two different options. Is that still correct? No, that can't be. Maybe.
So I'm not too sure yet because we've seen a card that is both fire and chaos on that side. No, there's a Bako ability, so there's definitely a fire.
Yep, that is
So
fire and evil.
yep, fire and evil on both sides there. So fire Tokiyami on top with Daniel, Renee using evil. Yeah, so evil Tokiyami is a bit more defensive. It looks to like kind of string the turns out as it goes, whereas fire is all about doing as much burst as it can with these decks.
The fire deck definitely kind of wants to go first in this again, just to finish it as fast as possible. I mean, everybody always wants to go first, right? I don't think it may change, but right now, going first is where it's at.
Yeah, I definitely agree on that. There's not many decks that really want to go second. There's some merits to going second, like getting the extra card, being able to have your last turn when it goes to end time. Like, there's definitely some merits.
He
but-
survived the turn on 6. It wasn't surprising that this early they weren't able to. I think that's a 6. Weren't able to finish him off, but that means that
Okay, yeah,
the
6.
next time he can attack, it's pretty much done. So right now, it's up to him to 20-0 his opponent. Did he draw the hand, or otherwise he's basically going to have to just get through like chip damage and then see if he can full block. It's hard to full block a Tokiyami that hits everything, but then again, he did use a lot of his gas last turn.
Correct. And even still, with that, I don't know how many cards does he have in hand.
Here's
I'm trying to see.
I believe that's the no progressive card. I'll see when it comes up on the higher quality stream there. Right? That's what coming out from Renee?
Correct. Yeah.
Yep. So very strong streak. It does extend Tokiyami's turns a little bit now with this card that one more card that doesn't count for progressive. So really only your 2 to 3 attacks are counting for progressive.
Correct.
The Dark Shadow attacks.
Yeah, Crow and Frog takedown is what really breathed life into a non-fire build for these. Just because being able to sit there, have a little bit of extra, and it's still having no progressive, because any deck can run it and it gives no progressive. That's its base ability. But Crow and Frog takedown just shines so much in Tokiyami and Asui.
Not many decks have their average attack turn have like 6 cards in their card pool, so that definitely helps. This one they actually took it down
and
with the
Momo.
frog cards, so not even going for all these Tokiyami cards. Just hey, I'm gonna go ahead and kick things out of my card pool again and again, so that way they don't count for progressive.
Yep. So dropping out the cards for Tokiyami's ability, getting an amphibious ambush to pop on in. Having to move one ready foundation up, but getting to build a foundation. So
just making it harder to block. I mean, already with only 3 foundations, these later attacks are going to be questionable to block. So adding 1 progressive to the opponent's never a bad thing. But really, it's a question of what he has in his hand for the rest of his turn, right? Like, Amphibious is good. It does a quarter of the life. But in this matchup, 5 damage isn't the end of the world. What you're really worried about is at the end of the string, is he going to destroy you? And you'd rather block a later attack than an earlier one, but the later attacks are going to be even harder to block.
Correct.
Yeah, this is only a, 4 speed, but they're going to get bigger. And here we go with, is that a lashing?
I believe that is to be, yes, tongue lashing. from the DLC.
Another really good card because, well, 1 damage for each of your ready face down foundations, right? Like, not bad. Oh, that's. Oh no, I'm thinking the wrong lashing.
Yeah, I was gonna say you're thinking the wrong one.
I was like, the
This is the one that is
DLC. No.
this is the one that gives plus damage
Yep.
for every card in the opponent's card pool.
Yep. Yes. Yep. So a big reason that you do want to add stuff to the card pool first. And looks like another Dark Shadow coming down as well. So we're starting to build that real damage. Also has the foundations available, so that's just a scoop up. And this is what you're going to see in these Tokiyami matchups is I like to think of them like a big roulette wheel of they have amazing attack turns. When are they going to hit it? You know, and how big are they going to hit it on? Are they going to, you know, hit exactly the full thing they need and go bonkers for 30 damage? Or are they going to hit it partial and go for 15? Or are they just going to whiff and go for next turn? And you know they're ticking time bomb set to go off. You're
Yes.
really just trying to kill them before they go off.
Do you like speed? Because this deck is the speed. You're really killing turn 2, maybe turn 3 at the latest.
Yeah, I turn 2's rough for a lot of like most people can block one thing turn 2 unless you get a real it's entirely possible for them to kill a 20 health or turn 2. You need a good hand. It's not going to happen all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Unless they decide to leave nothing up. So 2 top birds here. I mean, and these are both undefeated right now. So these are definitely good pilots with definitely good decks. So if you're looking for ways to play bird, you can't see a better matchup than one of the top Firebirds versus one of the top Evil Birds.
For sure. And I believe this is also a battle of the regions too, because it's one of the best players from the United States and then one of the best players in Canada as well. So with them both being at the top for, this is still Swiss. We're still on the Swiss rounds here, but we're getting in the later Swisses where definitely people are starting to show up and push through, where your skills as a deck pilot are really starting to shine compared to the earlier rounds, which are kind of a bit random.
Yeah, it's unfortunate they have to meet here, but you keep winning, you're going to have to meet the other undefeateds eventually.
Correct. But looks like the sides are happening, so we're getting ready for round 2 to happen through.
Yeah, get rid of any late game plans you have. Push. I need stuff that I can sacrifice things to make it happen now. I need to try a little bit earlier. I'm not worried about having that long term of pushing through 35 damage. I need 20. Let's
Correct.
get it done. Thank you for that.
No, get him out. Boo this man.
Our resident
Boo this
fun master could not resist.
Boo tech support. But yeah, so that's definitely like the big thing for these in 20 health decks, just in general. Tokiyami is going to be going purely for aggression, which, in my opinion, actually serves the fire deck a little bit better. I would not be surprised if the fire Tokiyami deck
does and
is
it
able to
doesn't.
push
Like
through.
the fire makes it easier to hit your high damage, but they both don't need to do like full combos. So if the evil deck can postpone that last bit of damage, if the fire deck tries to go off and the evil just stops them just a little bit earlier than they think, like Sticky Balls here is a great card for that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Just pop in one thing that does count for progressive for all your cards on their kill turn, and it's an amazing thing. Just make them not do that last attack. They live at 2 life and they hit them on the backswing. So you have to be.
And there we go. We got it right there. Sticky Balls coming right out first.
Yeah, I mean that's why I mentioned it. Is that Sticky Balls that it's just an awesome thing to have there. And I believe what's that back to back as well. In there, so you can see the extra defensive applications that the evil deck has to say. You think you can do 21 damage? No, you're going to do 19, and then I'm going to come in and finish. All right. Looks like he's gonna go ahead and mill for the summon Dark Shadow. Bird's doing bird things.
Bird's doing bird things. Now we're finally gonna start getting some attacks starting to go through here. So again, another Crow and Frog popping right in on there.
No surprise, the fire deck wants to start swinging as soon as. I mean, all of these decks, they're not going to take turns off to fully build, right?
Yep.
These are attack decks.
I'm hoping that one of them notices that they have not changed the health yet. So
Yeah, I think you might be looking at the YouTube stream then, because
did they change it?
For me is
Okay,
is
yeah.
right on. Yeah.
Yep, he is changing it right now on the YouTube stream. Yep.
Yeah. I think the other one's up, but yep. So they were able to set it back because this is the first attacks. They realized, oh shoot, no one, we're not. And looks like he's gonna go ahead and throw, and he's got plenty of foundations. That was a good build early on. Honestly, this might be the turn for fire. Unfortunately, able to get both, and that's why you do that so early. You don't give them a chance to sticky balls in before you start doing your 3 check on your summon Dark Shadow. But yeah, so he's gonna try and push us in, really make him commit out. Looks like a block with a summon Dark Shadow because hey, he
summon Dark Shadow is gonna do a block. One
no,
smoke
that's an enhance then, right? Or no, did he block with it? No.
I think he was blocking with it.
I didn't know if he was. Yeah, he blocked with it. I guess just to
Okay.
get his. And he just committed the character for the check. I wasn't sure what committed his character, if it was for the check or not, but yeah, the speeds match up. So, deciding what he's doing next, with some damage getting through due to the zone difference.
Yep.
But every little bit matters in this one. This is one where it's not like, oh, well, it's only 3 extra damage, so I won't half block. No, every block, everything. Looks like we've got some Shoto action coming in right here.
It always worries me because of the misprint on these arts. I can never tell if it's Giant Ice Wall or it's a little bit more zoomed in. So yeah, it should be.
Giant Ice Wall versus Ice Storm are different costs too, so you can kind of look at the cost on it. So this one is actually Giant Ice Wall.
It is Giant Ice Wall, okay.
Because it's 5 costs, and Ice Storm is 4 costs.
Correct.
I'm remembering everything correctly. Unless it's another one of his attacks. But we'll see when it comes out to how much damage they do. They're different amounts of damage, right?
You make me have to go check that one to be sure. Giant Ice Wall is 3 low for 5, and Ice Storm is 4 low 4. So yeah.
Looks like we're just.
I'm almost positive it's the Giant Ice Wall though, for sure.
Yeah.
And signature right swing to kind of refresh his hand at the very end of that.
Yeah, interesting move at the end of it. I mean, he didn't get the damage he wanted out of this. There was, like you said, just so many blocks coming in here. But that's what fire does. It digs through the deck. It finds what it needs to do. He still got so much uncommitted that, because he did these low cost attacks. When he did the enhance, it gave +3 to the next check. He's just really, making, that was only on a +2. So I was only on a 6.
Correct.
Something still should have been committed though, but his character.
The committed his character out. Yep.
His character was committed due to the enhance for the.
Doesn't Summon Dark Shadows enhance let you have less on the check? Isn't that what its secondary is?
No, but that would have made the +5 pass. But then this one should have been checking on a 6. Oh, but he did check a 6. Okay, that's arrogant.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I'm looking here. I'm like, what math are you looking at?
I'm trying to go in between. There's a high quality stream, and then there's a live stream, and the two shall never meet. So I'm trying to go back.
The two will never meet.
Well, I can know what's being played over here, but to see the values on the cards, I need to go over there. But yep. So okay. But this is, the power of ignore progressives and +2 checks. He's played 4 cards and committed nothing. and he's extended his hand with extra draws. Unfortunately, it looks like he's in the foundation play area. So not able to finish that off right now. That'll give a turn for this evil deck to see what it can do. And he has to know there's at least one block, if not possibly two, coming. He can sticky balls to make that tougher, but he's only got 4 foundations himself. The chances that he's going to go the full 20 when Daniel has 2 blocks available, basically,
not likely.
It's not looking
we'll
good.
see.
It's looking like Firebird is going to be the killer bird in this matchup. In the all aggro, it turns into leaning into your strength is better than covering up your weakness.
Agreed. Very much so.
It looks like just checking what's in the discard right now for his ability. See what's going on, and we start with
just a build out. Super regen coming down.
He's going to try and live one more turn. He realizes he can't kill with his hand, right? Like, yeah, look, there's at least 3 foundations. He only had 4, so if he didn't have enough progressive ignoring, he knows I'm going to be able to play 3 attacks. He's going to block 1 or 2. It's not going to kill him. Honestly, a smart move, because if you're not going to kill him, you need to be able to full block at least 2 attacks.
Definitely.
Super Regen does give him that little bit extra buffer as well. It's very deceptive how you turn into a 23 health character, then you get another one in a 26 health, and now you're like a 6-hander. All right, looking like he's trying to find some extra summon darks, and we know he's got them, so there's one coming back to hand. And this is on what, another Crow and Frog takedown, it looks like.
Another Crow and Frog.
It's a good start for a good turn. If he's got at least 2 more attacks in there, hopefully one of them draws him more cards. I'd say if he has 4 attacks in his hand total this turn, he's probably going to take this down.
I definitely agree. Yeah. Hopefully.
Although, actually, with the extra block coming out.
Yeah, the extra block and the super regeneration give him an extra 3 health. Because you got to think he's got to hit 16 overall.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be hard pressed. I think Renee building there might actually have been the thing that's gonna keep his life up. Because you can also flip sticky balls, make the progressive checks, awful, and then still be able to commit it for a block. You have enough down there to block.
And not one everybody would do. A lot of people would try and get in 2 attacks, commit like 1 or 2 things, and finish. And that was a really smart move to go, I'm at a disadvantage here, but I think I can salvage this, but not if I attack this turn. I got to go against what my deck normally does and find the line to finish it.
Yep, it looks like he's using Evil Gaze's effect to be able, when the attack gets blocked, to destroy a foundation out too. So getting rid of something on the other side will also make it a little bit easier for him.
Is it that, or is it just as a block?
Nope, he removed it out and took the health damage.
Yep, okay, yep.
So if this attack gets blocked, it will... Yep, there's the block for it. So something's going to get destroyed. Committing... I don't think you can commit super regeneration if you full block there.
I'll flip it, you can't.
Or flip, yeah, the flip effect. My apologies.
Mm-hmm. But Crow, this is only a partial block, I think. So... I wish that was a different color on the health trackers. It's like 20 to 11. Oh, the top one's easy to read. Yep.
Yeah.
So 20 to 11, still holding on strong, still plenty of foundations. An off block, but using the momentum. The giant. So he's giving stun to all his attacks.
Yep.
Stream has
ended on our side here, but we can see it on the.
Yep. So it looks.
Yeah, it's a little bit cleaner. We can see it a little bit better now on our side.
Yep. All right.
A little more high quality for us.
Yeah.
Thank you, Tech Support. part.
We're working on it, doing our best to bring you the best views and content here and still be able to see everything on both ends. So, yeah, it looks like he's not only going to make this big, but also giving stun 2 to the next attack means that might be the way to do it. Spending the momentum. That's a nice little piece of tech I don't see in a lot of bird decks. But man, when it comes in necessary, it really, really can help because those later attacks are gonna be big.
Yeah, and I think
And then you see a lot of
with
damage.
1,
One
2,
more
3,
attack that
4.
hits.
I think you have to flip sticky balls here. I think you have to put a card in the card pool to make it so he can't make the next check.
Yeah,
Or
I
he
mean,
doesn't survive
honestly,
that.
you
And
probably
obviously
should
didn't happen, but
have done that on the first attack, but
also agreed. If you're gonna flip, if you're gonna try and survive with it,
the problem is right now it wouldn't make the difference unless he did a really awful check.
Yeah.
Like earlier on, it would have committed 2 more cards. If he did it on the first attack, maybe, but looks like he's summoning. Checked a crow and a frog though, so I had to commit for it. Why is crow and frog coming with us? Wasn't that just checked, or did he put that in the wrong? I'm so confused. So confused. Something happened.
I'm watching the seconds. I'm watching the live replay to make sure on this.
Crow and frog was in the discard, right?
There is a crow and there is a single crow and frog in the discard,
and it just came into the on top of the. Dark shit. Yeah, if you know what's going on, please let us know because I got no idea.
I'm also confused here. I mean, unless the damage went through and they were just scooping, like.
Yeah, maybe he was showing him something about the card.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Oh, that would be what it did. Okay.
He used sticky balls after the attacks were done?
Wait, yeah. A little too late on that. I mean, using sticky balls is the correct play. 100% the correct play on the first attack. But yeah, that would Yep, and stream chat's also saying yeah, with sticky balls they got flipped too. We missed the flip there.
Yeah, I guess I'm just wondering why it's after the last attack was played.
Yeah, I'm not sure. But we're gonna get a game 3 though. Yeah, popping sticky balls up on top there. Flip, add the top card of your rival's discard pile to their pool, which makes sense. That would be 100% why it was there. But yeah, sticky balls being played out there just not the right time. Like again, I think the right answer is if you're going to sticky balls, you gotta do it early, like like one of your first enhances.
We'll see going into this final matchup here. So both players already sideboarded exactly what they needed after the first game. Nothing too new and crazy coming in. We're just going to shuffle up and get ready for the next set. We've got the Evil Tokiyami starting off first this time.
Which, as we've gone through, it's a huge advantage. Also, look at that happy face. 7-card happy face right there.
Yep. So four cards out, not good, not bad. Pretty average, but definitely decent ones to attack with. Evil actually got kind of a good offensive start for Evil here.
Very true. 5 looking like on the other side though, on the fire with I believe that's calling for backups. They can at least get an extra card draw somewhere
Yeah.
down the line.
I mean, that's you're seeing what Fire wants to do. Get the cards they need. He's going for the final attack, and he gets it.
Played the greed, but got it out in the long runs. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 foundations. Turn 1.
Yeah, and 2 cards to block with.
Yep.
And it's like you
That-
love seeing your opponent play that many usually found one because they usually only have 1 block, and you're like, well, I'm just gonna smash you. But he's got 2 blocks.
That's the
you're
power
not-
of going
you're not-
second.
You're not gonna kill him.
Getting to draw the extra card there is gonna definitely at least put some save in there for him. So
So he's hoping there's no high blocks left in here, and he can get some chip in pretty easy with a couple attacks. And then just live through a backswing because it's so much easier to do 15 in this deck than it is to do 20. It's that last attack. It's at a high, it's just tough to do. So to be able to get 1 attack in, 2 attacks that hit turn 2 means almost a guaranteed turn 3.
correct. And we see, I think with Evil's game plan, it is probably better for him to be able to go ahead and stay on that. But he did lose last time when he went full defensive. So he's got to, I think there's got to be somewhere in the middle here that's going to make it the best for him. Like play 1 or 2 attacks, then just build out best you can. So.
Yeah, so I mean, like, look at this, right? Like, even the first attack, +2 speed, +4 damage, because you've got the +1/+1 coming in from classmates. You've got 3, a bunch more damage coming in from Tokiyami and the stronger in darkness. You just got a whopper of a first attack coming in. Now, unfortunately, it is going to be able to be blocked because look at the number of foundations you have, and you save high blocks versus this deck. You do. So
A little technical difficulty of the own. Now we have a cord in the way of our, our stream.
It's all right. You can see the dice through the center of it. You know what's going on there. Yep. So next attack's going to try and get through. I still has plenty to block with, but is it also a high? Is the question.
I believe it is a high. Yes.
No, but it's a high attack. I'm saying the block.
Oh, okay. Okay.
He's still got plenty to block with, but this is going to come in still pretty high speed, and still pretty baller buffs to damage here. So the question is, how easy is it going to be to block? So he flips the card to draw an extra card. He definitely did not have the high block he needed for that, and then he discards. Yep, the 6 check there as part of his calling for backup, since it wasn't the first enhance.
Yep.
It is nice though that he forced him to use that here. So that's not available on his attack turn, where it can just literally be a free card draw. So he's doing what he needs to do.
Yes. No. 100% agreed there. It is very much.
He's doing a lot of damage. He's forcing out a lot of options. Unfortunately, is he going for the kill here? Because if he thought there was any chance of living through next turn, maybe. But like this 1 attack's not going to kill, so he's going to need another attack after this that gets.
Yeah, and that one's a Dark Shadow Slash that's coming out there. So I mean, it's a slow attack, but it's 7 damage +1 for each ally in the card pool. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's a 5 speed, 7 damage attack. That's not terrible. Not enough to kill though. So you got to bump it up a little bit. +1 with the Dark Shadows, so it's at 8.
I mean, unless it was going to be 13, it was going to be 2 more attacks anyways, because every attack he's got can get up to 7. So
yeah. Look at the discard to see if there's anything there, but I think you're just 1 off.
a good moment for a plus ultra.
This is the moment for plus ultra. You're not wrong.
Get a nice block in and make it. If you can full block this with a plus ultra or something and make it 2 more attacks, you're safe for a turn.
Question is plus ultra in there?
I think we saw a 1 in the discard, maybe.
I think we saw 1 in the discard, but I'm saying in the hand, like
Yeah. I mean, he drew a random card from the deck, right? There was no
Yeah,
way he knew
that's
what he
fair.
was doing, so.
Oh, it's like you said at the beginning of this match, though. It's the rule. It's 100% the roulette wheel here. Depending on what you're
He
drawing, you get
checked
the
the
room.
3.
Checking
He's
the
taking the
3.
full damage,
Whoa.
and this means any attack kills.
Yep. So we're at the casino.
No!
Oh, not another attack in hand.
Any attack kills, here's a foundation. That's the
Yup.
worst sentence. No.
No. No casino trips for us today. Not coming up with the luck. That being said, though, 20 health on evil side. Just can you survive?
He does have 2 cards in hand, but he's only got 3 foundations.
3 foundations.
He's like blocking 1 good attack, maybe 2 if he gets real lucky with the checks. So how much can this extend, right? You know, it's a fire deck. It's got legs, but he had to use some of his stuff early on. He does have like 2 latents, so.
Mm-hmm. There we go. Pull another Dark Shadow out. Giving everything a little bit more speed, a little bit more damage.
So yeah, so he's gonna be able to find the attacks he needs. The question is, can he check that well? There's the first latent. And I mean, might as well bought the second one as well, unless you're full on anyways. You know this is do or die. You're not full blocking every attack from now
You're
on.
not- yeah,
So,
no.
Next
I
turn is
think.
not an option unless it absolutely you just have no attacks.
Yep.
There's always hope. Never concede, right? Because they might just draw a hand of 7 foundations and go, oh, you get 1 more turn, but no,
That seems to be what happened here. Was there was a lot of foundations drawn, so that's
yeah.
2 latent skills being flipped, looking for the kill.
Yeah. I mean, I'd do that even if I had 5 attacks in hand and I just wanted to see if I got better ones with the last 2, you know?
Fair.
Because this turn is all about the best attack turn you can possibly make. This is where Tokiyami lives. This is the heart of this deck. I need to kill or I'm going to die. What can I do? Fire, go.
Fire's going all right. It's happening.
Yeah.
And having to commit 1 more of those foundations for the stun there. I think this is it. I think we can 100% see Fire beating out Evil here. We'll see what's left in the hand, but with two card cycles from 2 latent skill, or 4 card cycles, my apologies, from 2 latent skills.
I mean, it's down to some checks, right? Like he's gonna pass this one because he's got a big plus to it.
Yeah.
If he's got another Summon Dark Shadow, then he almost certainly has it because that passes and then the next check passes. But if he doesn't have another one, he could theoretically 1 more attack could be well, no, he's got 2 foundations ready.
2 foundations ready. Was able to block the first one just because of how slow the Dark Shadow Room became.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if he's got the gas to do all 20. Do I have his back? Yeah. No, they just...
Yep, just dropping down another Dark Shadow Ruin using the secondary enhance. It's gonna get another instance of stun, so that's another foundation out. Yeah, you're not.
And damage just swinging in. There's a 5
Yeah.
check, but he manages to pass it. But it's probably his last attack this turn because he is not ignoring difficulty on any of these. So the next attack is.
He's ignoring the action. The
Yeah,
action's
but
not.
he's got 3 attacks in there. The next attack is even a 4 check would be on a 7.
Yeah. Oh, can you get this up to the damage though?
Yeah.
Like,
So hang on. So who concedes here?
Uh,
I th-
looks to be
yeah.
Renee
Yep.
Renee conceded out. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. I wasn't sure if he like successfully blocked it or not, but looking back on the screen, yep, no. It's
Yep.
yeah,
There's
the stun basically ruined any chances he had of that.
yep. And you're right, cycling for latent skill. Even if he had some attacks in there, making sure he could get 3 ruins for the stun. That was
Yeah, he showed the thing afterwards. And he's like, "Yeah, I had plenty extra attacks. So even if you blocked that, I could have won one more and hoped to get it." But
and that's power of Tokyo. Like these games are super quick, super fast. Each of them ending turn 3. I think the latest one went turn 4.
But you can see even in these decks, like, right, they're built mostly with the same combos. They have a different starter card and different extenders, but they're basically Dark Shadow Ruin, Dark Shadow, Summon Dark Shadow, the same combo again and again. But there's a lot of intricate decision making, even in the 3 turns of the game, in terms of when do I stop? When
Yep.
do I what blocks do I hold? What's the chances I live through one more turn and then get the definite kill versus the 40% chance kill now, but definitely not live next turn. There's a lot of when to play what to get your checks to be correct, but it looks like just we're saying the consistency in the card draw, what we've seen today, decks that can get consistent are coming out on top.
Definitely, there's been nothing that's like been too wild and crazy. Like we're not seeing any Bakugo Casino 1-checks showing up in this tournament. Everyone's here for the big cash prize. They want it, and they're gonna play the deck that they can feel is going to be consistently winning.
Mhm.
And both of these decks they did show to be very consistent. It's just fire squeaking out on top each of those last 2 there.
I really would have loved to see if we got some creepy realizations out because that can really do a number on in the mirror matchup here.
There was one, but again,
Yeah.
I think it was just too slow. Like
Yeah.
that creepy is a very slow card to play. It's good,
Yeah. But sometimes it's just like, hey, live because it's -4 damage on
Yup.
a high speed attack.
Yeah, if an attack does 0 damage, it doesn't matter how fast it is.
Mhm. All right.
But
Well,
no,
yeah. I mean, good bird matchups.
yeah. Anything you would have changed? Like, I mean, I personally didn't see any actual misplays through either of them. I think they both played to the best of what the deck gave them, and I
I
think the deck
might
just gave
have
fire better.
used my sticky balls at the start of that turn.
Oh, you're right. No, you're
I'm
right.
not
There's
sure
100%
that's
one
a
misplay
misplay
there.
because I think that he still might have made it through to the end regardless. He just would have been completely tapped out instead of untapped. But there's a
Yeah.
chance he does one more bad check and you save yourself with that play.
Yep.
So
Nope.
I
You're
mean,
100% right. I forgot about that.
it's not necessarily a misplay, but it's something I might have done different to try and live the one extra turn. But yeah, other than that, I mean, it was very solid. I mean, you saw plays earlier to force some of the card flips out to get the blocks so that he had less gas on his turn with the calling for backup. And you saw the turn where he said, "Wait a second, if I attack like I want to, I have like no chance of killing him and I'm dead. Let me go against my deck and play foundations," and giving himself a line to get out of it if his opponent
Yep.
didn't draw a bunch of attacks. It's just tough to rely on fire not to draw a bunch of attacks because they draw one attack and now they use its signature right swing and then they use latent on it and now they have 5 attacks.
Yep. And it's also one of the decks too is that Tokiyami is very much a deck where your attack density is also higher compared to most other decks. You're running 23, 24 attacks in a Tokiyami deck because you're not looking for that long game. You want
Yeah.
an okay check here and there, but you want to draw the attacks as
You're
fast as you
mulligan
can.
to play 4 or 5 foundations first turn, and then after that you want gas and 1 foundation.
Yep, for sure, for sure. Those are some pretty fast games, though. Like, I mean, we're not even halfway through the round, I believe. I'm
Yeah.
taking a look at the time right now. Um,
I mean, both players knew their deck very well, right? Like that's what you're gonna get is people who know their deck and know the opponent's decks, know what's going on.
Yep.
They're not gonna go to
Actually,
town that often.
yeah, actually, we're actually real close to time, honestly.
Yeah. But you like you can play 3 full games and not go to time with any deck now that slow Kirishima's out, and even most Kirishimas really, with 2 players who play at a level like this. That
Yeah.
I know what's going on. I know what's going on. I don't have to read every card.
But yeah, so looks like we have about 2 or so minutes left in this round, and then we are gonna go ahead and swap everything back into overtime. Looks like most tables are actually done as well, so it should be a quick break. Um, yeah, other than that though, I think we definitely head on over to break real fast. We let tech support get the everything set back up, and we see you back in for round 4 of
Hey.
5.
If you're not following this channel and Red Riot Games, do it because they host tournaments so often, and you want to be able to catch out all the action and participate in them. So, all their information's on the screen. Check them out because they really do host a heck of an event.
True facts. True facts. I'm very sad that my Fridays are usually filled with stuff going on, so I don't get to play in them. But yeah, Red Riot absolutely drops a lot of good events. One of the best in the business here. So make sure they got the YouTube up. They got their Facebook. Am I old? I don't use Instagram. Does that make me old? I feel like I feel like that's on me. But
You're just not an influencer.
I skipped on Instagram. I was like, nah, I don't ever like taking pictures. Says the man whose face is now on stream.
All right, well then I guess we'll head to break and we'll see you guys for next round.
Yep, sounds good. See you in the next round.
Okay.
Again. Noted. No problem. Standing by.
Hey there. My opponent hasn't even shown up yet. Well, I'll wait I'll give him the whole 5 minutes. I'll give him the whole 5 minutes and everything, just like last round. Even though my opponent verbally said, I don't want to play. I'm like, okay. Oh, my apologies. I didn't know that. Sorry, Steve. I didn't swear or anything. Okay, no problem. Yeah, hopefully he'll show up. I'll set no chat at 4:40 and I'll give him the 5 and the 10-minute mark.
Yeah, sounds good.
Twinkies and Monster. And that sort of.
Twinkies. All right. Looks like we are into round 4. Which table are we at?
We've got
table
Jiro
5.
and Shigaraki. Shigaraki will be interesting because everybody recognizes his potential with float combo, but the question is how to speed him up because 6 damage a turn isn't going to do it. Right? No matter who it is, they're going to beat you before they die.
Very much so.
How do you get the extra damage in while still retaining that super blocking potential of Evil Gaze plus full block equals destroy 2 foundations? And 2 ready ones, so, right?
The right answer is use Evil Touch and destroy 2 foundations or make them lose 4 health, you know?
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple cards you can use to chain a little harder. It looks like Shigaraki's going to go first, so we'll see exactly what he's doing right now.
I don't know, I'm on for Jiro, I'm not going to lie. I think Jiro has this.
I do, right, like, but I know what Jiro does. Jiro's strong and everybody knows it. There's questions to be answered with Shigaraki. He's done well sometimes, but not so well some other times. I don't think he's been figured out yet as to if he's in the top tier or not. And I think this is a good chance to help figure that out.
Yeah, I definitely agree that Shigaraki lost a lot early because his bad matchup was Kirishima. And now that Kirishima's, broken down a couple pegs, we got to see where Shigaraki's going to fall in the new stuff. Because Shigaraki does great against decks that Kirishima beat easily, and just can't really fight against Kirishima. So.
He's also a good sideboard, but Jiro's looking to start out with, got 4 right now. Just keeping the 4. They should have 3 cards in hand still, I think. If they remember to draw their extra one.
Yeah, I don't remember if they drew the extra one or not. Looks to be 2. Looks to be just 2 cards in hand.
Oh, we'll see. Here comes the first attack.
Is that a turn to dust right away? Ooh.
No, I don't think that's a turn to dust. Let me pull up my pictures to get it.
It's either that or Decaying Grip.
I think that's Decaying Grip.
Okay. Oh, I was thinking Touch Decay, not turn to dust. That's a camera problem.
I think it's actually Corrosion Lunge is what the first attack was. That's the one that if it's blocked, your next one gets +2/+2. So, since it was a pistol attack, we're gonna switch over to a new
swap cameras real fast.
So the camera's here.
There we are. Shigaraki, all of your pictures have hands over your face. I can't tell what they are.
So the 5s are Turn to Dust and Corrosion Lunge, but Turn to Dust is a high, whereas Corrosion is a low.
Yep.
And then the ones that get confused really easy are the 2 4s, which are Decaying Grip and Touch of the Gray, which are both mids, and they're both him on the left side with his hand reaching out.
With his hand reaching out.
And they're both 4 damage, and it just starts to get silly. Not a lot of people play Touch of Decay though, whereas Decaying Grip. So you naturally assume Decaying Grip because it's got that combo hands can't be blocked if greater than block modifier, and it's also great on defense. So you'll probably see Turn to Dust and Decaying Grip most often. Sometimes Corrosion Lunge, very rarely Touch of Decay. But it honestly may be the way to extend your turn now that you can go a little longer, you can poke a little more. If you get a Fury out, you can Touch a Decay as long as you can check it by committing a Foundation every time until it's unblocked.
And Turn to Dust is the second card that gets dropped out. So we do have a Turn to Dust right there. And yes, it does look to be that it was Corrosion Lunge because it did have the next attack getting +2 speed, +2 damage. So you were correct in that.
Yeah. So this +2/+2 comes out on an already a 4/5, so 6/7. It stuns 2. You can lose 2 life to make somebody take 2 damage. So it's It's just a card that really beats people up. It's got a lot of options on it.
Yep, but if you look in the back there's not a lot of foundations that are left up for defense. So depending on what Jiro is able to draw into, it's
Yeah.
gonna be
You-
a lot of damage coming through.
I think there's one up. Shigaraki's probably hoping he has like a 1-cost, 0-cost foundation to play.
Mm.
Really, once you get to 3, Jiro does need to play a few attacks to really get there. So on 3 foundations, she's probably not swinging for the fences.
Yeah, for sure. And depending on which
Especially if
symbol
if
she's
the first one
on.
gets full blocked and you destroy one of the ready foundations, it's just rough.
She is on air, so she could be going for the home run comet
Yeah.
kill.
So it looks like the
'Cause
first one.
I do see a release there.
The first
so-
one was full blocked, but this one was missed. So they're gonna take the 7 damage plus 5 extra
Plus
damage.
5.
I mean, it's just insane once you get that first big hit in, and then you go, okay, foundations, and I'm gonna wait.
Yep.
And if he has an evil gaze in hand, this is a really bad hand to swing into because he's gonna kill 2 of your foundations right off the bat.
Very true. Gonna keep one momentum, ditching the other card, and staying to looks to be 3 active foundations. Yep, 3 active foundations for the next.
Yeah. Even if he doesn't have an evil gaze, just full blocking one thing and then having 2 more blocks available is good versus 3 foundations. Jiro can potentially get higher, but with a high speed, but evil gaze could stop that.
Yeah, looks to be Jiro's just drew a little bit of scurvy there. Builds 2 and calls it.
Yeah.
Keeping a lot of blocks in hand. All right.
I think they realized what I did. If they what we did, if they attacked into that and were full blocked, oh boy, that was a bad turn.
Yeah. Nope, I definitely agree with you there.
So, once you get to 5, you got a little bit of leeway. You can play around, but look at this float combo coming out, and I mean, like, just make this as fast as possible, or as damagey as possible. There's no wrong option because it's going to do a damage.
Yep.
It's also
Float
not.
Float combo in this deck is 6 damage.
Yeah.
Whenever it feels like it.
I think float combo in this deck is one of the only reasons to run that action that returns a card from your, discard a momentum or turn a card from your graveyard to your hand.
Capture Evil Doers?
No.
No?
It's
Oh yeah,
not.
Capture Evil Doers is momentum.
Yeah.
Go Beyond. Go Beyond.
Yep, Go Beyond has rough stats overall. Doesn't have a really good case to play it, except when it's 6 damage every turn by getting float combo back every turn.
Yep.
So it looks like there was the full block on this, but we'll say went down to 5, but they still did the 1 damage, which still went to 6. Now here's the question where a lot of people say, "Oh, I used my ability, I stopped in Shigaraki," or at least people new to him. But here's where you can go for the kill. If you've got to turn to dust here, this might be the end.
Agreed. Yeah. And
Nope, that's a
not turn to dust, but
yep. So is that touch decay or decaying grip?
I believe that one is touch of decay from the way his head looks.
The block
Shigaraki's got too much stuff. The same
I don't think you're gonna see touch of decay much, so I think it's decaying grip. Oh no, maybe it is touch of decay. This is what I was saying earlier. You haven't seen it much, but I think it is the way to. But it's not gonna get the Fury combo.
It will not get. No.
We'll have to see. Man, if I could only tell. I think it is touch
But
of
it
decay.
does.
The block
Yeah,
mod.
it's touch decay because it just did a stun. So.
Yeah. I mean, the stun is real good in these decks when you can combo it. But 4 damage would not be enough. I would almost love to see a Merciless Rush just because you can give it the EX or something to
Yeah.
really boost speed. Looks like this is Fury, so he's going to boost 2 speed anyways with Let's Fight Bad Guys. Let's Fight Bad Guys, an amazing card if you're running even half of a Fury package. I mean, just +2 when you need it on an attack. So Jiro's going to have a hard time blocking this. Looks like probably 4, so 6 speed.
It's a
commits
committing
out
everything.
for it, but
Yep.
does manage to block it. I mean, there's
Shigaraki's got
another-
an attack in hand. It's pretty much over.
If there's another attack that does at least 5 damage, is the other question, because both of the 4 costs only do 4.
Correct.
So if it's he might not want to tap out. Just make sure he doesn't take 28 this turn, because if he's got a float combo, it's over. If he's next turn, so if he lives one more turn, if he's got the enhance that gets the float combo back, if he's got just enough attacks to finish it, so yeah, just live one more turn. But this is the problem with Shigaraki, is he has trouble closing fast enough, so he does have to give them this extra turn to swing back a lot of the time. Now with only 4 foundations, this is going to be rough.
Yeah. Definitely not wrong on it being. Whew, it's gonna be.
The other problem is Jiro relies on long strings, and that's exactly what Shigaraki prevents. Shigaraki goes, no, after you play your first one, I'm going to cut out ready foundations. It looks like he's trashing a card to ready to make sure he lives through this turn. He knows he's got enough to play whatever he needs for attacking. He's probably holding on to a float combo or something that guarantees it, or just hoping to draw into something. But he's full in on defense this turn, sacking stuff to get what he can. All right, so it looks
Zero
like
grav lift. Okay. I was
Yeah,
trying to
then-
see. I was like, what was that? I couldn't. Zero
yeah, it was
grav
a
lift.
zero grab lift.
I'm
Zero
moving-
grab lift, and
I'm
then
moving
now
our watching
because-
screen to the other side, so it'll be
Yeah.
a little bit better for me.
because it did damage, this instant explosive always goes in, and it's a great if you've got throws that you can throw out first. Man, instant explosive is good. Nobody wants to block it, but it does do damage. It gets itself out of your card pool. It gives you momentum that turn that you don't have to wait for. So you don't have to go, well, I'll use all my momentum stuff next turn. No, it helps you finish off pretty quickly. It doesn't stay in the card pool for stuff that, which is usually a benefit, but sometimes stuff that wants it in for like making you powerful greater is but then you can just decide to leave it. Nope, uses the ability, gets the free momentum. Looks like they are swinging for the fences here. I think that's Unwavering that just came out.
I believe so. Yeah, that's unwavering. Yep.
So hasn't really committed much of anything yet. So still pretty strong. This is both a weapon and a charge, so one of the optimal attacks for Jiro to play. She's only going to get stronger as these sets come out with more weapons and charges and weapon charges, but
Hatsune says hello.
so
a lot of maze package is going to be real fun with Jiro.
Hmm.
But that's set 2, not set 1.
Yeah. I mean, build an asset, then go ahead and make, and then if it hits, it uncommits stuff, and then if you have assets ready stuff, it just extends your turn so far. In addition to being, slightly understated for a 5 cost, but it's in Jiro, so it's not understated. Looks like they're pretty much going to tap out to just block this one. But I mean, there's still 21 life to chew through. That's a big ask. Second, Unwavering. I don't see what's committed there. There's a little bit of glare in the way. Nope. Knows that even if they make it, they're not going to be able to make another attack. So,
Correct. Yeah.
Shigaraki's
Time to call it on that one.
Yeah, there is something to be said to say, I'm not going to go to time. Let's just get to the next game. I
Yep.
mean, it's possible there were no more attacks coming, but Shigaraki just really needs one to finish that when you're tapped out.
Yep. Yeah, and as an old hat of like old RTS games, I'm always a fan of the /GG. Like I know I'm done. Let's go to the next one.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to sit there and have you, dwell on how you're gonna get that last hit in. You're gonna get the last hit in if you draw anything, especially Shigaraki. Any little bit of a bad touch there, and it's over.
Yeah,
Let's just
and
go to the next one.
there's so many ways for him to do it.
Looks like both sides are gonna go ahead and side deck things in though. Looks to be Shigaraki sided 3 card or all 5. Nope. Looks to be
Cool.
sided in 5. Okay. And Jiro, I believe, sided in 4. And we'll just go into their decks. So, what do you think the sideboards are going to be? Shigaraki's also flipped, so there's definitely a good chance we could get a character swap.
I mean, Shigaraki is honestly, I have him more in my sideboards than as a main character because he's an answer to a lot of problems, right? Like he's so good versus Nomu, where he can deal damage and then tack extra damage to get around the 6 reduction. He for people who only let you hit once per turn, great. For people where you need to hold a lot of blocks, he only needs to hit once. So to me, he's most of my sideboard. I don't know what exactly you go into. I think you're on death in this one, and there's a lot of good death options out there. The problem is the package that he's running is very Shigaraki.
Yeah.
So, like, you'd have to change out a lot of the attack package, which is doable, right? Like, you could run Ochako 2 out of that.
Yeah.
You've got float combo, you've got turn to dust. There's half of what she runs, anyways. In death, you just swap out for some Gale Force punches, and maybe even keep in the low 2/2 just to mess with people. But
keep it on Shigaraki though. No character change. So five new cards being added in.
Yeah, I didn't imagine either one changing. Jiro's kind of a Jiro deck, and this Shigaraki's very Shigaraki. So
yeah,
we'll see how it turns different though, because Jiro's going first this time, so she's not at the disadvantage of having to attack into a fully set up and already attacked Shigaraki. She can actually start with a lead, play out a pretty solid big hand, lose maybe one foundation into him, but
and if there is a character that you want to play first at all times, it's usually Jiro. Jiro's definitely a character where you don't want to ever play second.
I mean, you can say that about so many decks that want to do long strings, though.
True, but I think she also benefits because you want to get her enhance going on your deck as soon as possible. You want to start setting up the scrying ability and like seeing what's in your deck, and you want that to be set and ready to go as soon as you can. And it's much more of a benefit for you having that ability on your turn than it is on the opponent's turn. Especially with the webcam nerf rules, where the opponent gets to see what they're getting anyway. So, because before the reverb happened, a lot of people just wouldn't use Jiro's ability because the revealing gave away too much information. So there was a lot of times where you didn't use it.
Against a lot of decks, it was more mental than anything, because if you're going to play 2 more cards, you're going to check both of them. So yeah, if you have a draw ability, now that's a mental game. But otherwise, if you did it early in the turn, the opponent's going to use both anyways. They have no control over that. Knowing what they are is just scary or not scary, but they have no way to change it. It is what it is.
But it allows the Jiro player to do perfect math, which is what Jiro's really, really good at for that. Technically, that's illegal. Don't do that. I know the reason that he did the reveal like that, but you can't do that. It's in the rule book. It literally says you can't do that reveal trick anymore.
The Specialist of Sound?
So you can't leave the card on top of your deck, even though you know you're going to check it immediately. Technically, you can't leave it. You can't leave it flipped up top.
Correct. Yes. And here's 8 foundations. So now he feels very comfortable.
Yes.
I can lose one. That's fine.
And there you go. That's speaking of losing some foundations here, there's gonna be the option here. Stun in 2 of them, and then pick 1 to get blown up. Not a great check though.
Oh,
So
he can
already
just
down a
lose
couple
2 life. He
foundations.
doesn't have to blow anything up.
That's true.
But no, this is yeah. It's
And
it's a good card.
yep, -3 speed immediately off the specialized or specialist. My apologies, but
You know, it's a good one to block his first. Like you'd never want to let his. Some people, a lot of people actually, you let their first attack through because they're building to something better. They're just trying to stun you out. With him, he can just stop if he gets the 5 damage in, because hey, whatever, it turns to 10. He doesn't have to commit himself and extend out.
looks like the next 2 cards are still got to be another attack check as well. So,
Yeah, but he could easily throw a 1-cost foundation out,
exactly. Yeah.
a 2-cost even, and still make it. So the unfortunate reality of having to play via webcam is that your opponent gets to see this, because there's no way for that not to happen, because they have to
Exactly.
watch the screen and it appears on the screen.
Yep. No, I'm for one. Actually, I don't mind. I do not mind that nerf at all. When I started playing, my first character was Jiro.
Yeah.
So
See, this is the tough spot for Shigaraki. He can't just build and wait for you to attack into him, because Jiro attacks so much harder in a turn than
Ooh.
Shigaraki does.
There you go, though. Playing out a evil gaze and being like, "All right, yeah, you want to block this? That's fine."
You rarely see it on offense, but it does make it such a bear to block.
Yep.
Because now it's high speed, you've got to commit more stuff, but you can't let it through. You still have to just block it.
Yep.
Especially when you're
It's
so committed.
yeah, it's Shigaraki's forte. It's a very much a both options suck deck.
Mhm.
That's what he
Yeah,
wants.
and you know there's a bad check coming up, so he can't just continue to attack. So,
Mhm.
whatever you got to do, you lose a foundation, man, that stinks. But you'll have 7 to swing back with.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think the right answer here is to lose the foundation.
Yeah, I think he knows it. We know it.
And he does know it. Yep.
Yep. And it even flipped Walkling for it. All right, so they're thinking what they're going to do. It is a tough position for Shigaraki, like we said. You can't let them swing first and then just backswing them with Shigaraki that much. But you're just not going to get through 8 foundations with your 4 when you check a 3 first. So, they did order it. So that. Oh, he got the 3 check out of the way with the evil gaze.
Oh, yeah. No, that actually makes more sense too. Yeah.
So he can continue
No, I
this.
completely forgot you have to check a
Yeah.
card.
The evil gaze was not only questionably good, it was really good, because
Yeah, it was actually the best call. Yeah.
It was yeah, like it was probably the best play, but now it's definitely the best play. Totally forgot about that. So
Yep.
that does allow him to extend into a definite hit this turn, right? And the Walkling is out of the way.
Yep, Walkling's already out. It's yeah, and you're just gonna just take some damage here. There we go. We just see one being built, keeping a couple cards in hand, and
So salvaging a bad turn, and like both players playing, like we just mentioned, that's exactly the position you have to put Shigaraki in. It's his worst position. And then clawing your way out of that to dig the damage you need. Yes, Jiro's going to have a really good turn here, but now they only have 6 foundations. If you can somehow live this turn, you've done what you've needed to do. Now you're still going to have a tough uphill battle finishing it, but
agreed. But that you're at least getting things through there. And dropping down a 0 gravity lift out first again, just to have some throw confirming. Gonna go to the momentum. Probably gonna be another instant explosive release right after it.
Yeah, just keeping the card pool clear, doing lots of damage.
It's air specialty, that's for sure.
And that's why you're seeing so many of them right now. It's just so good at the moment. All right. Looks like they're both heavy in thought in these matchups about exactly what to do. It is a tough position. It's almost not worth blocking here. Like, even if you could full block it and kill one of the ready foundations, he just got too much ready. It's only half damage. Looks like he is going to go for
Seems like it's going to go for the half block, though.
It's got to be a full block, right? I know that's half block. Okay, nope. Yeah.
But it's a throw either way, so damage is still going down through. And then that we called it right there. Another instant explosive coming right out.
Doesn't Shigaraki have to do a full block, or is it only partial? Am I misremembering that? I thought Shigaraki had to full block for it to him to commit himself.
Yeah. So that's a complete block for
That'd be
Shigaraki's
complete
response.
Yeah. Yeah. So you do complete block, but it still only does half, but it still counts as complete for the yep. So
Yeah.
taking some damage, but popping that card into momentum. And it looks like it's going to give +2 to the next attack.
Yep.
Such a good little card if you can usually fit in a throw first. He's going for more of them. Oh boy. I mean, when your opponent's tapped out,
You might as well go. Yeah,
Like-
push the gas pedal down.
if he blocks one of these, it still goes to your momentum, and he's going to have no chance to block whatever's coming next because there's a progressive difficulty. So it looks like he's just going to set up for this big, powerful, if he's got it at the end of this. We'll see if he actually has the goods to back this up for the kill. But my gut tells me this is a kill turn.
I agree. I'm definitely feeling that as well, and I think the Shigaraki player can also sense that. There's definite blood in the water.
Oh no, that's a Jira card. It looks like kind of slightly off camera.
That one's specialized.
Specialized, yep.
Yep.
Still hasn't
Specialized
figured it out yet though, but I was waiting for like home run comet.
I'm still waiting for Home Run Comet to show up. I feel like that's going to be the answer here. I think that's Jiro's kill card right there.
Face down and another. Was that Unwavering Slash that they're getting, or is that Specialized Soundwave they're getting?
I believe that was Specialized Soundwave. I missed it. I'll double check when I get to see
Maybe?
it on the instant
Yeah.
replay stream.
Yep. But yeah, man. If they
Thanks,
had a
instant
hard
replay
time,
stream.
that's kind of. Well, I mean, it's still blockable with a natural 5 and a 1+ high block.
Okay, they pulled back the Specialized Soundwave. Yes.
Yep. So just doing more specialized. Still checking to make sure that. Oh, yep. Check my 6.
Yep.
It's
It's like I knew this card was here.
They're going to use up all their momentum on just continuing those, but they're so cheap. They're 3 cost, right?
Yep.
And they, you can make sure they pass, and you can get back what you need. They're just going for the jugular on these.
And I think Flash is. I don't know if I'm gonna say I'm gonna be controversial when I say this, because I
Yep.
think most people agree with me here.
And there's a
Flash is the
scoop.
best keyword.
There's the scoop.
Yep. And that's it. Going into game 3. I mean, this is still okay for Shigaraki. Shigaraki had the advantage and is going to get to go first. So
Yeah.
Shigaraki's got to
Yeah,
be feeling pretty good.
Much as we mentioned, Shigaraki hates to play from somebody who builds 4, builds 5. That you can't do that if he goes first, because he's going to get to attack first. You can only, build what you build in one turn. So
No sideboard? Nope. They're just going back right at it.
I mean, I think they saw game 2, nobody changed, so they know what they've got their deck optimally configured for whatever their opponent is playing. Unless they're not running 4 Home Run Comets in there, and then they need to throw a few more in. But no, I think these are definitely the cores of some very solid decks. I still need to see a way for Shigarakis to push a little bit harder through that bad situation where they're slightly behind. Just the explosive closing power. And I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's building more and actually playing that what you call it, the 4 cost attack that can return itself if it's blocked. But there's always a line where the opponent can just say, I'm okay with the amount of damage I'm taking, not block, and live through at least one more turn. All right. Well, looks like we're setting up for this final game. in this matchup, of course. We have plenty more content coming for you, but 27 to 28, close setup. Looks like he hated the first hand, but just an instant pick up and down. This one looks a little better. We'll see if he's going to keep it. Only 2 out on the Jira side. So Jira starts with a pretty decent hand and not going to the third, so at least okay for Shigaraki.
Yep. It is a hand that is respectable at best. I don't know. So, question for you, since I don't ever really see you too much on any of the streams here, how do you feel about the new mulligans? Are you still a fan of it being full and partial, or?
It's complicated, but I suppose it kind of has to be in a game like this, because you're never going to get exactly equal. One card is such a big denomination. It means different things to different players. It is nice that the first player can't perfectly craft their hand and get just all foundations and go to town. And then the second player does get an extra block, so they can kind of build out and still do it. So I'm much more of a fan than I was before. Is there room during set 2 to maybe look at it and see if there's a tiny tweak that could be made? Probably. I still think playing first is slightly better, but I think this is definitely good enough for now and a huge step in the right direction, and something that's close enough that we can reliably play very competitively with it, and not have to worry about it being too unbalanced.
No, I feel 100% right there with it. When they announced that, I was kind of sad because I really enjoy being partials, but like, if I like partials so much, I can just go second. You know, I have that choice.
Yeah. I mean, there are cases where you want to go second because you want to find certain things in certain ways. There are cases where you want to go first, where you just want to dig as much as possible, 3 mulligans to get one thing.
Yep.
Yep.
But looking like a normal setup turn here. A couple foundations on each side, 4 and 4, and then being able to go ahead and drop down another. I believe that one's corrosive again. Yeah, that one's corrosive. Learned from last time. So we're all set there. And for the most part, just kind of going to go ahead and push through. Not too much going on there. Jiro's enhanced firing, putting the attack second. So at least we're going to get another good normal check first. And of course, we have no idea what Jiro did. Now Jiro can keep her stuff secret.
Which was a good change. It really, I understand why they did it the other way first to make it simpler for everybody. But now that everybody's used to webcam events,
yeah,
really should be as close to table as possible.
Agreed.
All right, looks like we've got. Is that a right swing? Or, man, I can't see the top of these cards.
That is a right swing. Yep. That is 100% signature right swing right there. No question.
Yep. Although now we're getting a right hook coming in set 2, so you got to be careful with your non-punching punches of the right variety. Looks like a block coming out on the other side. Gonna try and see what they can prevent any damage here. Oh no, this is the other one. Excuse me.
Yep. No, this
I'm
is
all backwards. This is an attack coming in.
yeah, I was gonna say this one. Shigaraki's still there. Turn to dust going. A little bit of a stun.
Yeah. So this is an interesting way to run it, where you really want the second attack to hit. Like, a lot of people want to run their stuns first, but the problem is if you're running this low setup, Shigaraki's not a 3 to 4 attack character most turns. So you want to just do short 2 combos, and this will guarantee the second one hits at the downside of you might not get both hitting, which you might have if you stun 2'd first. Both might have hit.
Yeah, and corrosive being very nice there to be like, all right, well, my next stack's gonna get a plus, so
yeah, it's the trade off you're playing in the odds of, do I want a little more damage, maybe, or maybe no damage, or do I want one big attack that's gonna hit but do less than if both did?
Agreed. And it depends on the situation too. Like it's definitely a high skill cap decision there.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it depends on what you're playing into, but yeah, it looks like we've got another situation where the Jiro is forced down to only 3, and this looks like very much a repeat of game 1. I mean, when you just start and take the advantage of Shigaraki, and you can bully your opponent down into no foundations, not enough to block 2 attacks. Every turn, I'm hitting you for 10, and yes, I'm not going to burst you, but you're going to get into a turn where you go, I've got to try and kill you on 3.
Yep. And leading things off with Specialized, so making sure. I don't think there's any. No momentum. It's only turn 2.
So just a lead
But
off
still being
there.
able to get a free card draw off it.
Yeah, a free card draw is nice, and also just you're not going to fail that check.
Mhm.
All right, a good block comes out, and it's a full block, so we're going to commit Shigaraki and blow something up. And
Lane Skill?
it's looking rougher and rougher for this Jiro player.
Shigaraki's such a bully. Just
I
very
mean, he
deep.
really is, right,
Oh,
like-
and a 2 check off that. Ooh.
I mean, you got to commit something for it, right?
Yeah, you got. It's what you commit though. I think you commit your character. You cannot let your return end with 2 foundations.
No. He can bully you if you only have 2 foundations, because he can go stun 2 all the attacks in my hand. But yeah,
I have release in hand
it's
though.
very much if you can get ahead at all, he can bully. He will not let up on you.
I'm seeing release on the other side with the Jiro player though, and I think that's a scary choice because
It-
you're destroying your own foundations for a good
Yeah.
effect. Don't get me wrong, but
Yes. Like you can make sure with that and wall cling that one attack's not gonna get through, but then you're low for the next.
Mhm.
Here comes the big reach out and turn to dust. Gonna start with the stun 2.
Yep.
As it's a common way to do it, really, and just say, yeah, fight me this turn on 2 foundations with no character ready. It's a wall cling to try and get maybe an off zone block, maybe a 1+ mid, because turn to dust is high, so it is hard to block correctly if you're not already on one of the Nomu or Shigaraki symbols Nomu really, where 1+ highs are easy to find.
Mineta loves his 1+ high.
Then you'd have to be playing Mineta cards, so.
Ooh. Ouch.
Yeah, so looks like they're gonna try and block with the gravity.
Yep.
But isn't that?
Nope. Just need to commit the 1. They used a release to destroy one of them.
Yeah.
But that's like
my question was, Journey Gravity Lift was already a high block, so why was the wall cling flipped?
Oh, that I'm not sure.
I don't know either. Maybe he was thinking about blocking it with a different one. Who knows?
Might also be better just to destroy it now for the flip, because you know it's going to be an option to get destroyed later.
Yeah. All right, so. Looks like we're down to foundations. No extra gas in this turn. Again, the deck is built with, actions and extra things, so it's not super attack heavy usually. Usually it does only to play those 2, maybe 3 a turn. So coming in from the other side, Jiro's got a turn to do 24 damage with 4 foundations.
Mhm.
Not impossible, but with 3 or 4 cards in hand and 6 foundations up and your character, I wouldn't be a betting man.
I mean, you sure can bet. I don't think it's going to go well for you, but you can sure take a bet.
Right. So, I mean, there have definitely been more moments of thinking this match than any other match so far. They're just thinking 3 steps of like, well, if I block this, I ought to take the damage and I do that. Well, if I stun here, then I ought to take the damage and I do that. This is an advantage where it really pays to know your lines to get the games to move quickly so you can finish them all.
And we're also getting higher in the matches, so
Yeah.
you know these guys they're fighting for their spots right now. That's what
Yeah.
they're hoping for.
I mean, there's also tournament fatigue, right? If you've played, 9 matches already, now you're on your 12th. Maybe if you've been going to 3 every time, it's a lot of games to play. Not everybody is, sits down and just plays 12 games over the course of a couple hours. I've got friends who are like, 4 games, okay, I'm good, let's play other stuff. It looks like instant explosives one way to do it. Clear the card pool, keep it small, build. And if you can get a lucky, I've exhausted their high blocks, and here's a big powerful, there's a chance. There's always a chance. Unfortunately, 2 5 checks there. Not what you want to see on the turn you're trying to kill. Have we seen a home run comet yet come out of this Chiro deck? Is it just not in there?
I think I saw one get checked.
Looks like we'll get the
Evil Gaze.
Evil Gaze coming out on this.
Mm-hmm.
He's looking to full block for a good old double destroy.
Which again, this is the one that you want to block, even though it's a little bit faster. Like,
well, here's the full block, and then, well, it will get added to momentum. You might as well block the double aim. It killed the.
Yep, getting rid of the release is the right call there. And then
he gets to pick one of his ready, so he picks the face down.
And what other? No, unwavering slash. All right.
Yeah. I don't know though. I might have picked one of the 2 card cards he's got there. Oh no, well those have card has left the pool, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so never mind. I was thinking it was the Denki card, but it was if you have momentum. But no, he's got no good ways to remove things from his pool on defense, only on offense. Now he could ready it now because something has left his pool. Being the instant explosive. So that would be one reason I might have wanted to kill one of these. It's just these extend his turn right now.
Very much so, yeah.
Whereas, yeah, release is good on block, but he's you can probably power through whatever he's got on block.
I don't think there's a wrong call there. Like, yeah, getting rid of the amphibious would have been, definitely more advantageous over for this turn. But I think getting rid of the release is just better overall. It lets you confirm.
Yeah, I mean, he needs one. Any hit next turn kills him. So I think if you're playing to live through this turn is better than playing to make next turn's hit easier. But we'll see, because he's got unwavering slash down. So then, yep, he's out of gas. He's gonna play 1 foundation, end it with 6 life, and probably end it at all unless this is a full hand of gray coming up. Yep, this is where the consistency of the air decks really helps him out. Like, he's at the mercy of maybe I draw a gray, whereas other ones have at least some, draw, cycling stuff and momentum that if they draw 1 attack, they can make more. Whereas he draws 1 attack, maybe it's blocked. That's not a hand that says supreme confidence he can kill this turn.
Yeah, that's
That's a sign that, like, I have 1 attack, should I do it? Maybe it'll get through.
I think you still got to go for it, though. No reason not to.
Oh, it's float combo.
Oh, it's full combo.
What was this? If I saw float combo, I wouldn't look at my other 5 cards. I'd be like, oh, it's float combo and 5 random cards I'm going to toss on the ground as I play this.
Float combo.
Bringing Sugar Rocky back.
Yep, and they're like, oh yeah, it's full combo, okay. It just makes the math so weird in that match because a lot of other characters that you're facing against, you can live on 1 HP and be fine. Like Magic Pixel, it's there, but your Magic Pixel is now 6,
7.
not 1. Well, technically 7. Yeah, you're right. But, whew, those are some real good games though. Like absolutely fantastic games on both part.
Yep. You got to see the swing. You got to see both decks in an advantage. Both of them love to go first because they love to pound from an advantageous position. Jiro's a little bit better from behind than Shigaraki is. Shigaraki can make some comebacks from behind with some good play, as we saw, and just by like you attack into a bad situation, he destroys 2 things. You go from leading to behind, but Jiro can just with enough setup pound some damage in. The problem is her bad matchups are when you take away her foundations, and if she can't do those 4 attacks, she's not getting the damage.
She's not getting there.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, I don't know if that deck's just unlucky not finding its home run comment, or I would have really loved to see some played out.
Well,
there.
there wasn't much momentum for Home Run Comet anyway.
Yeah,
you have to destroy a foundation to get a momentum, which is bad. And
well, so on kill turn, you add so you add the committed foundations. One at a you add a committed foundation to your momentum, and you've got like that's what I had assumed the instant explosive releases were for, not for maybe setting up an extra attack or 2 with Soundwave, which is still good, but to go like, oh, by the way, this removes itself, play second attack. So now I've got 3 cards in the pool, and one of my attacks went to my momentum, add another thing to momentum. I started turn with no momentum. Now I have 2 and a powerful 4 home run comet. If you don't have a high block, you're dead. Or not dead, but you've taken, 12.
Yeah. I mean, you're still pretty dead. Because at that point, you've had enough setup time.
It
probably also 12.
It is another choice because so instead of home run comet, I think what you're doing there is with the sound waves, you're trying to set up an unwavering slash and a 6 check.
Yep.
And then you're trying to do that as like your 4th attack where it's getting +4/+4. But again, it's +4. It's good. It's not going to kill people.
Exactly. And you know what also gets that same +4? Home run comet.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I would assume that it's probably just a little bit unlucky that we just didn't get to see because I said I'm pretty sure I saw one get checked early on.
Yeah.
But
yeah, an unwavering slash extends the turn as well. I didn't see a real kill card in there. They just come back and say, I'm down, but if I get a lot of the top decks we're seeing are saying like, even if I'm down, if I get a lucky turn, I can backswing the heck out of anybody. They've got that finisher at the end of it that just comes in for 10, comes in for 12, comes in for, hey, I've exhausted you out. You didn't think I could check this far, but I did. Wham, wham. I've got you. And that needs to be a capability in a lot of decks, unless you really are secure and taking a lead and keeping it on a razor's edge.
I mean, that's kind of a Racer's like game plan because he also wants to do that same kind of thing.
Eraserhead's
he's got
slightly
burst.
better. Yeah, he's slightly better at taking a lead, keeping a lead. And just you can get him with a hit here. Excuse me, here and there, but he's going to block most of the common stuff, give you breaker, and then kick you out of nowhere.
Yeah. And he's like, how fast can I get this kick to be? 17? Yeah, 17. Plus 17 damage. You're like, oh no!
Yeah. Call an ambulance, but not for me. Plus ultra.
But yeah, no. Both players fantastically going through the Shigaraki deck, just being able to pretty much commit onto its game plan every single game there, even though it lost the one just because of how many foundations were set up in the beginning. It's still super strong, and I think we're going to be seeing a lot of rise of Shigaraki now that we're getting into it.
I think you're going to see him a lot more. I think he's got to have some sideboard options because there are some matchups where there are some characters that just go, like Eraser can go, I'm going to block 2 attacks, and if one gets through, I'm going to erase you.
Yep.
There are some matchups where Shigaraki just doesn't commit, and his deck isn't just going to power through that. He doesn't have that massive, his character builds in the big damage boost, the +5 damage once per turn. but none of his attacks are doing that for him. If
No.
in this specific
He's-
build we saw,
Yeah,
so
he's very one touch. Like,
yes, I think he's somebody like Kamui Woods, where you've just got to have a sideboard of somebody else to go into. I don't think necessarily this maybe that guy did. I don't know if this matchup is one you'd swap out for. Like he did win it. He did know, hey, even if I lose going second, I think I'm in a good spot going first again. But there's still some work to be done in the Shigaragi front. You can see its power. It's there. Just dust it off a little more, get the corners, really fill out the shape of it, and there's something there.
I want to say diamond in the rough because that makes it probably sound worse than it is, but it's like diamond in like a little bit of dirt. Like you just need to brush it off a little bit and it's good to go.
Yeah, you've mostly unearthed the artifact, but
Yeah.
it's not fully out of the ground yet.
But yeah, no, that was an absolutely fantastic match to watch, though. I think we're going to be heading back into a little bit of a break. We have about, looks like 10-ish minutes left until the match 5. And then we're going into top cuts. So we got one more round of Swiss. Top cuts happening. And yeah, look, another fantastic game. Absolutely. I don't think we've seen a bad game yet so far. That's everyone's just bringing their A game out to these 1Ks. All right, there we are. I'm going to drop this out. And yeah, we will go ahead and see you guys in a little bit.
Okay.
Okay, there we are. We are back up and live on our side. And we're now
Yep. And if
don't put that evil on me, Ricky Bobby.
if any of you want to find out, the official MHA card game site does have all the tournament rules. They did release not only the base rules for the game have been out for forever, but as of like 2 weeks ago, they put out tournament rules that outline for this many players, it's this many rounds and a cut. So you can check all of that on the MHA card game site. But it looks like we've got
Nomu and Ochako.
yeah,
too?
Nomu and Ochako 2. Forgive me if I get this wrong. I think it's Hesed versus David.
Correct.
And yeah, looks like this should be an interesting matchup. Really, Ochako 2 goes for the speed, which a lot of Nomus just ignore and don't block anyways, or
Yeah.
only block one thing per turn. So I'm wondering if there might be a sideboard coming out for this one, but looks like just a bunch of foundations, obviously, to start off with. Nomu starting off first, only getting 3 foundations, but that's where he lives. He just punches, doesn't worry about leaving stuff for too much defense a lot of the time. Here's
Agreed.
a Death O2. You see that Gale Force punch being checked immediately. At least it was on the 2.
It was on the 2 check, so everything's
Then
fine, you know.
Feeling pretty safe putting out a 3 and then a 3, but any of these could fail. But that's the strength of going second in a 2 check deck, is you can play on 3s, and the first time you hit one, just commit your character.
Yep.
So here we should see Nomu come out swinging. That's I've never seen a Nomu just go build 4 on their second turn and go with 7 foundations, right?
I totally have, but that deck was not good.
Okay. What we should see. I do like this counter that Mullet Man has over here. That's a lot easier to read than some of the other ones that have been coming out. Even Jin's, on the 2 side, David and Hasid. I was reading their wrong names there, but yeah, these counters are a lot easier to read. Anyway, so yep, we do see the first attack coming out. That is the point blank, I believe.
Yes. Yep.
Yep. Very popular. Nomu does a lot of mid attacks, a lot of really good mid punches. So nothing too surprising there. Just gonna make it a little bit stronger and nervous to make it just that tiny bit faster. But the -3 speed coming out means it's definitely gonna get blocked because it's a lot of damage.
Actually, I believe we were mistaken. I believe it's Exploding Pride. It's a
Is
4
that?
check, right?
No, that's a 5 check.
It is a 5 check? Okay,
Yeah,
then
that's a
yeah.
5 check. We'll just have to drive over to every player's house and stream these matches live.
I mean, look, I've got a mobile streaming setup. I could do it.
Yeah. Everybody.
Mullet, I believe, is in the Philippines though, so that's a trip and a half there.
Pause your match for about a day. I'll be there.
Yeah.
Ooh, this is an interesting one I haven't seen much out of here.
That's an Eraserhead attack in a Nomu deck? I'm very curious on this one. I believe it's Expert Flurry, if I'm correct on that.
It is Expert Flurry. It only needs to combo with an attack. It's not one of the ones that needs to combo with a weapon or another combo.
Yep.
It just got Arrival Momentum, though, so didn't really need a combo this time. It does boost the damage of the next effect, but Nomu's got a lot of damage already. So you're really only...
Making making the third attack of a turn a lot of damage is still pretty good, though.
Yeah. But also, Expert Flurry was high. Was this a long lasting? Maybe that was long lasting. That wasn't point blank.
Oh, okay.
Yep. Yeah, so that's why it gave it a ton of speed. So it was gonna get through. And that's kind of the thing you need in Nomu decks, right? You're gonna have the damage, you need the speed. So you need stuff like long lasting explosion into high attacks. Or you need, point blank into all mids or whatever you've got out there.
For sure, because Nobu's ability just giving it plus
Yeah.
damage based off its printed difficulty.
And that's why people like those 4 cost attacks, even though they give you a little less, just making more attacks. I'd rather make an extra 4 cost attack and get an extra +4 than one less, but a 5 coster, but it's +1, you know?
Yeah.
Because it's a 2 +4s or 1 +5. Well, I know what I pick.
Yeah. 8 seems better than 5, that's for sure.
Ooh, blocking with that
Blocking
plus
ultra. Yeah, we're both like, all right, we're in.
Yep. Now, I mean, that's another thing, right? He's got the feel of the Nomu deck, you know, that I just want to buff my speed because my damage is going to be huge.
Yep.
So
And as you said last time we saw Ochako 2 on here, not blocking the first attack meant that there was no Ochako loop this turn. There was just
Yep.
one attack.
yeah, I mean, he knows what's going on there. But yeah, like if you got a 5/6 and you double the speed and it becomes a 10/6 and then you use Nomu and now it's a 10/11, that's just scary. And you can do it with even bonuses because you've got all these long-lasting explosions that are just coming out everywhere. Look at this, another long-lasting explosion. If he can follow this up with a mid attack and then plus ultra the speed, I mean, it's an insane,
Devastating.
Yeah. Almost makes you want to do Gale Force into Gale Force with with a plus ultra and just have a 12 speed, 11 or more with
Yeah, that
no
seems fair and balanced, you know. But yeah, looking like a full block happening here. Just
Yep,
again,
this looks
doing what it
like
can, but the long last explosion, not the thing you need to block. It's
Yep.
not it.
a fairly standard Deatho 2. I think I see all this stuff in most coming out there, but unfortunately not able to follow up long lasting with an attack.
No, but getting Night Watch out there is going to be relatively strong here.
Yeah, it can prevent float combo from doing the auto pointed damage, which is really strong. Unfortunately, most Nomu decks aren't made to block, so he's working against the grain here. And was that an Evil Gaze that he just checked?
That was an Evil Gaze he just checked. Yeah,
All
so
right,
that's
so
his
this is-
actions right there. Plus
Yep.
Ultra Evil Gaze.
This is full on. I'm gonna add speed to myself, Nomu, using actions and the enhances to do so. Unfortunately, looks to be maybe drawing a little more foundation heavy than he would like. Most Nomu decks are like attack, but since he's got so much other stuff, just not pulling what he needs now.
And you were speaking about punches. There's the Gale Force on the other side there.
There's the Gale
Nothing
Force,
possible now.
and guess what? You have more foundations than me, so one's going away. It's the motto of the Gale Force. There's the 6 count, there's the 7 count, and there's the enhance.
Yep.
That's why this works really good with stuff that you can sack your own resources to power up your attack, because then even if you're tied, you can get below to for an effect and then destroy one of theirs. Just symmetrical effects that are not symmetrical. It'll be curious to see if he pays the life for another attack here, because Nomu's pretty. But yeah, there's no reason to versus Nomu because he's just going to commit a foundation on himself.
Exactly.
So you're wasting a lot of that Gale Force boosting going. Not going to happen.
It's a very interesting matchup between these two. Like it
there's
very
a lot.
much feels like they're both going against the grain here of their normal game plans.
Right.
Because Ochako really wants to give it the speed and just kind of keep pushing through. And Nomu's just like, all right, 6 damage. That's fine.
Oh, you got these cool combos that make it do 11? That's neat. 6 damage.
That's 6 damage. The problem is scary, though, against higher hand characters. Nomu eventually will run out of foundations, but...
Oh, when he cycles. Otherwise, he's got the same ratio as everything else. Oh, you're saying for attacking?
Yeah.
I mean, but both of them seem to be pretty foundation heavy this game. Usually playing on a lot lighter of a foundation setup. I guess not getting the attacks they need. 2 super regens on the field for Ochako 2, though, so sitting at a much healthier life total than 28 would suggest. Here comes the Flurry first. Just gonna make the next attack bigger and kind of force the block on this because it's gonna be 8 damage.
That was a panache laser that just got checked.
I love panache in this because so panache starts out as a 6/6 as a 5 coster if you flip in a foundation, and you've got foundations to spare that aren't going to be useful in every match. Like sometimes you're just playing stuff that's 0 cost just to have. So I actually have played panache shining laser in both Nomu and Ochako too. Simply for a 6/6 that's a 5 coster with a 3 check.
Yeah, that's fair. No, I can definitely see that. I mean, I'm
And it
a big fan
removes
of
an opponent's-
Aoyama's kit, so
I believe it removes an opponent's momentum too. It's like sneakily better than you think it is. It has eventually wound its way out of both of my decks, but just because of the build that I was running. But yeah, so it looks like you're gonna take some
Instant
damage.
Shine
with
Flash
regen
is the one
attack.
that lets you remove when you after you play a card, your rival discards a momentum. It's instant flash.
Panache also does it when you flip a foundation. It gets +1 speed, +1 damage, and rival discards a momentum. Panache Shining Naval Laser Blast. The 5/5 turns into a 6/6 and discards a momentum.
Oh, okay. I was thinking it was the Deadlock Enhance. Duh.
No, the
Oh,
Deadlock
yeah,
and
you're right.
+5 damage. That gets nuts. You know. But yeah, so it looks like going heavy into Eraserhead here. Ooh, this is unique. I'm glad we got to see this.
Yeah, definitely. I'm really enjoying this, and having Nomu being able to give Eraser attacks just that much extra damage, like
And it's probably the one weapon attack in his deck that would trigger Binding Cloth Assault's combo.
yeah.
He's also action heavy, so the action kind of works. I wonder if this means he sides into Eraserhead.
In this matchup, probably. I think being able to shut down Ochako's ability is probably gonna be
Yeah,
very
like just the way the deck's constructed, it looks like it can side into an Eraserhead. Pretty easy, but we'll have to see. A lot of attacks are flying out right now, but they're both pretty healthy above 20. So here comes the check for this. They're going to commit a little more, but this third attack per turn. I don't think there's any card. Oh, there's one card left in hand on the other side. So that's even more. That's Gutter Punk. But you can throw away useless enhances to do this. Like Decker's the king of not caring about Gutter Punk because he just got okay, it's the last attack. There's other people that just have useless attacks that are only good on their turn. I guess not Deku, but some other people that could just enhance everything. Actually, O2, if she's ready, could just say, okay, my attack gets +2, and it uses that up.
Yeah, and Gutterpunk is again it being one of the plus ultra cards. It's really really neat to see it come out because there's a lot of time where we didn't have it as a card in the format, and now that it's here, it's just you don't see it, but when you do, it sneakily just shows up. It is like, hey, I'm ready to go. Let's punch.
Yeah, it's
Another flurry coming out too.
It's a 5/5 for 5. We don't have anything that cares about Slam yet, but it does get all the Fury enhances, so it's not bad. And a 1+ high. It's not bad stats. They cancel the next non-character ability. The problem is it works out about half people, and half people just don't care about it. They have use a useless thing to get rid of it. And it can discard a momentum to enhance your turn, so it's like good in a lot of ways, but it's just not crazy. But look at this extended turn he's throwing out.
Yeah.
Remember, he removed a card from his pool already. He will commit out for this, but the other guy's hands are out like, what are you doing here? What are you? Come on, Nomu.
I've never seen a Nomu pull this kind of a line out. I'm loving it.
Yeah. I mean, he did get basically some free draws out of his first he had to discard 1 to draw 2 with the Binding Cloth Assault there. So he does still have 1 left, but he's gonna just play it.
I mean, it's probably better to play it and then using it as a Nomu enhance than playing it as a block. So
yeah, I think he realized he's tapped out. He's not going to be able to block with it, so maybe he gets lucky and gets it, but who
In
knows?
any other deck, really. That deck, that turn would have killed most characters.
Yeah, it's pretty low. I mean, the thing is with Nomu, 5 attacks should kill most characters. I think he's playing a lot of these attacks because there's 4 costs, but there are some other lines where you can play 4. So it's interesting to see him weaving together some of these attacks because the combos are hard to weave together for some of the Eraserhead stuff. And
Definitely.
if you haven't played an action this turn, you lose out on a bunch of them.
Mhm.
So we'll see if this clapback can do it. But this is minimum 4 hits. Well, no, actually, because he can only block 1. But
He can only block 2. He can use his
yeah,
character,
he can
and
only
he has
use it.
1 and he has 1 ready face down foundation, I believe.
Did he? I thought he might. Oh yeah, I think he might have had 1. Nope, that's in his hand.
No, that's his hand. Okay, so then yeah, so he can take one of these will become a 6.
Well, most of them aren't, too big anyway. So that's the problem, right? He has to put multiple attacks above the threshold to really get them to stick.
Correct.
Because Nomu doesn't have to decide ahead of time; he can decide at the moment of damage.
Gotta destroy a foundation to not take the life hit, which is
Yeah.
the right call. There's a little
I mean,
discrepancy here.
you saw how much attack damage he could do at 1.
Yeah.
Yeah, they even it up. It was 2,
Yep.
not 1. So I'd
So Nomu's at 3 attacks maximum.
You say that, but he could just play all 4s and get there. Because remember, one of the combo attacks he has can remove the first card in his card pool.
True.
So
Yeah, you're right.
and he's got a double attack left. You need 2 more. Nope. That's going back to the card pool. There's 1 more.
Yep.
Turn to dust. That's another great thing about Turn to Dust is it really reduces his ability to reduce stuff. So blowing up another foundation. So
Yeah,
now
gotta-
he's gonna have
gotta keep your
trouble
health
coming
up.
back. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. He needs.
They're
to stay above
both
6.
real low though.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Actually, I don't know if there's any damage bonus that can. Oh no, there is. So he's threatening him because he's got the one. Is that tight-lipped? I think.
Tight-lipped. Yep.
Yep. So that he can always turn anything to a 6. So he has to keep his health above 6. So the 2 damage would have killed him if he took it. And then he plays a foundation, doesn't have the finishing attack. Nomu's got to turn to clap back, but with 3 foundations. Can he get there? There's only 2 blocks on the other side.
Blocks in there, yeah.
He needs to draw 3 attacks and be able to play all 3 attacks. Or, I mean,
Or just be fast.
Just have the right zones, right? Here's the thing: a half damage is death because every attack's going to be at least 8 damage.
Yep. And there goes the momentum. So that momentum is not going to be there for Ochako to use in later.
Yeah. He's got a lot of anti-momentum coming out of the Aoyama kit. And
it's going ultra.
He's going plus ultra, baby. Check this out. I'm sure that's going to speed because it's lethal.
It has to be on a speed, yeah.
Yeah. Now this one is instant Shining Flash. It's only a 4/4 naturally, but it also makes the next card you attempt to play -1 difficulty. Another way to extend the string with these low costs, these 4 costs, these everything that you do there. You can really extend your plays and not have to commit a lot. So he's flipping 1 to make the +1 damage for first he does the +4, then he does the +1.
Yep.
That's how it goes. So either way, it is only 6 speed. Very blockable, and we're seeing that here that's going to be
Yep. But that's almost everything there.
Yeah,
There's
that,
one more attack in hand. It's
I mean, if it's slow enough, he can do a miracle block, and this is at +2 progressive difficulty.
yeah.
Oh, he's ending the turn. He doesn't have the other block, the other attack.
Ooh.
Oh, that's such a razor's edge game. I
Oh,
don't think
this
they've adjusted.
is.
I think it is 2-1.
I think it's 2-1. Yeah, I almost positive it's 2-1.
It might be 4-2, but it honestly doesn't matter when Nomu's over there. So
Another touch of the K coming out, so that's gonna be some more foundations. And nope, just
yep.
calling.
No, he doesn't have the right blocks. Yep, touch of decay will finish that off. But man, so many turns on such low health without being able to finish it off. I'm not sure how I feel. It was interesting to see, but I'm not sure how I feel about this mixture of attacks here.
I'm hyped to
punches-
see it, but I'm also with you on
Yeah.
this. I don't know if I don't like. There's definitely 4 lines that you if your goal is to play four checks or 4 difficulties. I mean, there's probably better cards than the.
And it's just that like there's a lot of mixed types in here. So there's like 3 of them are weapon, but you don't have any support from that because you're not on all. A bunch of them are combo, but they combo with attacks, or some combo with combos, or some combo with weapons. And then there's only like a couple Fury cards in there, which have the best speed boost for Nomu. He has Nervous, but like Let's Fight Bad Guys is just bam, 2 speed.
Yep.
For a 1 cost foundation. It's insane. So I'm torn. It's very neat to see. It does really neat stuff, and like this might actually be really good for fighting some of the top decks right there. So if you see an Ochako 1, he's got like 8 cards in his deck that just oh, that's cute. You put your whatever in momentum, you put your meteor shower in momentum.
It's not
It's out.
anymore.
Yeah. You just stymie them as soon as they get anything in momentum, pull it out and delay them a full turn and sometimes 2 turns, because every time they can put something in, you just go take it out.
So I didn't see Nomu. I don't think Nomu did any sideboarding. I think Nomu's staying as
I don't
it
think
was.
he sideboarded at all. Yeah. Eraserhead, well, has some good things versus O2. Isn't exactly a hard counter because she gives +2 speed, he gives -2.
Yeah,
But then he has to block on a fair game, and he doesn't like that, right?
Exactly, yep.
He likes the advantage in there. So when he's got to block on a fair game, he's like, "What? Nope." Also, she has a lot of high techs mixed in. He likes to block mids. You know, he can change some stuff, but it's just not the best. So I think that's probably right, even if he does have the eraser side, to just stick with Nomu. And here he goes for the last one. Luck. No luck.
No luck.
No luck. So 3 foundations. 4 is really optimal for a Nomu, but 3 is fine.
3 is playable.
Yeah, now O2 gets an extra card, so it's probably at least 4 foundations in here. Especially with her uncommitted. Yep, there's the 4th, and then could play a 5th. Nope, gonna lock it down. 2 blocks. Thinking, how many attacks can Nomu make with this? You know, it turns out a ton of them. If the last time,
Yeah,
I think he made 5 attacks on like with
5
3
attacks in a
foundations.
single turn. Like that was
Yeah.
pretty spooky for a
For a
Nomu.
5 hand size, that's pretty good.
Yeah, looking like we're just going to pure defense style. Looks like he's just been checking most of the attacks.
Not
though.
even defense. I think he's just gonna go. I want to be able to play like I've seen you can block my first 2 attacks, right? Ochako's real good at blocking 1 attack, pretty good at blocking 2, bad at blocking 3. So he's setting up for big long strings because she's got the -3 to 1. She commits a little. She's got some foundations to block the second one, but really past that, she can't save enough cards to block 3.
Yeah. She can't save enough cards and still be on the offensive during her turns.
Exactly. So this is a good. He needs to set up more. He needs to be able to play 3-4 attacks a turn to really start digging into that health. Ooh, it's an evil gaze.
That's a gaze coming out. So it looks like he's going to want to full block this one and not just Nomu. So.
Yep.
You know that's happened. Make it fast.
I mean, used all the options he's got.
And you also gotta think about what on the other side do you want to get destroyed here. I say latent skill?
There's 2 latent skills. One latent skill's up, one's not.
Yeah, but I think I'm blocking
What's
with the plus ultra too. Yep. I'm getting rid of one of the latent skills, that way there's a little bit less cycling going on. And you see we're right back into builds. Another super regeneration coming down just to extend out Ochako's life a little bit. Super regeneration, I believe, is the best terminology for deceptively tanky I've ever seen in this game.
Yeah. Not that a 33 health is deceptively tanky, but there still is death when you go, oh, it's 33. Well, it's 36. Well, it's 39. Just ruining their instant math. So here comes this death Eraserhead attack pattern that's coming out. For those not familiar, this is Expert Flurry. This will give the next attack more damage. So he's kind of setting up for a big plus ultra with a lot of these cards, where he gives one attack super damage, and then he tries to either plus ultra or evagates the speed up to be unblockable. And he can lose life to give plus speed, but like honestly, I'm not sure it's worth it right on this card because he wants to do the next one.
Yep.
So latent, he's trying to pull for the cards he wants, setting up this combo. We'll see what the next one is. And we're still going with a 4. This one is the Blinding Cloth. This one will discard 1 card to draw 2 cards. It starts out at 5 damage, but it also starts out at a really low speed. It's 3.
Correct, yeah. It's, I believe, the slowest of the eraser attacks.
Yep. But if you play an action, you can use an enhance that gives it +2 more.
And so we've seen there's quite a lot of actions in this deck.
Yeah, he's really digging for an action here, but I don't know if he ended up finding it. So he's adding to the damage already. So right now the damage is insane, right? It's 11, but it's still 3 speed. And how are you going to get that up? You can give it +2 with your nervouses, but you really, to make it completely unblockable, you're going to need an action card in there.
Yep, and that definitely sees what's happening. Just spend a little bit of life on the nervous to. Yep, looks like it's going to be block on that.
And that's exactly what we're talking about. +2 speed would have made it unblockable.
Yep.
But unfortunately, he wasn't able to get there, so now he's on Foundation. So it's unfortunate, but it's just coming up just barely short every time on what it wants to do.
Yeah, I think that's the big takeaway from this deck. This entire, both first round, or not first round, but first game and this game, he's just short every time.
Yeah.
But I mean, there's still a lot of game to go here. It's still 33-29.
If he had drawn one of those actions he needed, that was gonna hit for a big chunk.
Correct.
You know,
or if
but
the
then
block
again,
wasn't the right one, because he only had 1 card in hand left to block with. So if it was an off block,
yeah, still does have. I think they're mostly all like mids that he's doing though, so mids and a higher too. So, and mids are the most common block and the best block. They always have the lowest ratio. So your mids are going to get blocked easier than everything else. Unless you start off with making them 7 speed, like Long Lasting Explosion. I mean, if you're playing Death Ochaco and you don't have Long Lasting Explosion in your deck, I urge you to try it. It is the key card in that deck. You take out anything else first for Long Lasting. It's so good. It starts out at 7/6 and boosts your next card. What is it doing? The answer is it's hitting hard and it's coming back in with its +3.
Yep. And it just comes back again.
Yep. And oh, by the way, it had +2 to this check, so I checked a 3. I don't care. I'm not committing nothing. So good.
Seems pretty good.
Yep. So this is one you can commit a Foundation to reduce the damage by 2 if you don't end up blocking it. But I would, as much as possible, try and full block this.
Yeah, I don't think you. I think he's gonna be forced to Nomu block, which is exactly what happened there. But yeah, it's.
Yep.
Down to 17 though. Whew. And
Alright,
looks
and
like
then he's got a Shigaraki attack there. one of the
yeah,
four
just can't tell which
costs.
one. Thank
Well, that's-
Shigaraki. All the Shigarakis look the same.
The glare's over the part that's different, the speed and the
Yep.
yeah.
I wanna say it's
Decay,
corrosive.
big hand coming in from the corner. I think it's Touch of Decay.
Touch decay. Okay.
I think it's Touch of Decay. This is another extender that can come in. So you can commit foundations, and if it's blocked, it goes back to your hand. And if it's not blocked, you draw a card. So either way, you're kind of extending your turn at the cost of being a 4/4/4 with Stone 1, which is still good, actually. So the stats are still good. It's just that people rarely want to commit the foundation for it. But it's also a Fury if you're playing a full Fury deck. It's not a bad card. It's just probably the least seen out of all the Shigarakis because the other effects are so specific and so good. When somebody wants a specific effect, they take those.
Yeah. It's very generically good.
Yeah, I mean, it's a 4-cost 4/4. It's got 2 abilities on it. It's got Stun 1. So Stun 1 with a 4/4 is generically good. 2 block high, generically good. If it's not block, draw a card, but people are going to want to block your stuff. But it's a all right effect. And then it's got an effect on block if you're comboing and other stuff. There's a lot to it. But it comes in with the 3 damage, so then it'll end up. It looks like blocked there. Nope, it still did some damage. Maybe that was a partial block.
Partial block.
Yep. I was busy looking at my UVS, so I didn't catch me back to it. Yep.
Someday I'll know what all of these cards look like on webcam.
Yeah.
And we're back on the foundations. But first day of class, like, man, from all the decks that we've seen so far today, I think first day of class has been the like pivotal foundation for most characters.
You think so? I
Yeah.
don't know. I think certain characters really like it, but I can see a lot that it's sneakily not going to help you.
I can definitely see that.
If you play a lot of 4-checks and your second attack is a 4-check, it's basically not. So it'll save you 1 foundation if you check a 3, but it'll lose you 1 foundation if you check a 5. So, like, if you play a lot of 4-checks, it's not good. In Ochako, if you pick up and play again, it's not good because you're already getting the +2. There's times where it's good, but I think people are giving it a little too much credit. It's really good if you're playing 5 costs as your second or 6 costs as your second. You know, so there are decks.
No, Gale Force Punch.
Yeah, if you're playing a Gale Force Punch deck, absolutely. You know, it is MVP in a lot of games. If you're playing a deck where you can just play a card as your first card, and you still have to commit 4, then it's great. Yeah, looks like O2's in a commanding lead. No damage done with a super regen. 33-13. I mean, a full hand size here, and it's going to start committing out the board.
Yep. Fun times in the stun land. Another stun 2 coming out with that touch. Does Nomu commit the health here? Or does he commit the foundations? And 13 health? I think he has to commit the foundations out.
You mean sacrifice the foundations?
Yeah.
Yeah. The problem is he desperately wants to stay above that threshold of it takes 3 attacks to kill me.
Yep.
And that's 12. So any life loss brings him down to 2 attacks kill me. And that's the real key about having. You don't need to use tight lip that often, but the threat of +1 to ruin very specific combat math like this means he never has to use it, but just having it there means your opponent has to stay above a certain threshold.
Correct. Yeah.
And so you're forcing suboptimal plays because if they don't do that, they just die.
A suboptimal play but living is still better than the most optimal play that gets you murdered.
Oh yeah. And yeah, it
And
looks like
there's
he
the
stacked his
stun.
own foundation to stack more, and
Ooh, yep. But he's like you said above that life threshold, so he's still in theory okay. And going for the block, checks a 5, so we're okay there.
okay, is a strong word, but
I mean,
Gale Force Punch.
and there's Gale Force Punch. There we are. And this, ooh, that's not a check you want.
Now it's got the +2.
Does still have the +2, but still, whew.
So checks the 3 +2 +2. He's fine. Because if this does damage, he'll get it again.
Correct.
But the opponent can he still needs to do 3 attacks, right? So he needs to Gale Force, do another attack, and another attack.
Yep.
And I don't think he's got the foundations for it. I think Nomu gets one more chance, but the problem is Nomu on 2 foundations is not doing 33 life.
No.
Can we all agree on that? Right?
You know, just because that, I'm not going to agree to you. I think Nomu on 2 foundations and perfect checks is going to play another 5-card string.
There's probably a Rube Goldberg machine where you can set it up where if you check 6s and you like everything gets a plus ultra, you know, and the opponent doesn't block at all, right? Like you do Texas Smash into some super high damage attack where then you double it, you know.
We call that fantasy land where I live.
Gale Force into Gale Force into plus ultra does what? 22, and then if you plus ultra the first one as well, it does 12.
This is 28, right?
Well, you plus ultra the first one too.
Oh,
so
okay.
It theoretically does 34. If you're checking all 6s with like an extra plus in there somewhere.
We call that fantasy land, good sir.
Yeah. Yep. I mean, you check your 4 6s in the deck, which one of them's on the board, so not happening.
Yep. And not even 2 foundation. We're down to 1 foundation here on Nomu's side.
Yep.
And there, yep. That's a lot of taps.
The Nomu does get free reign to punch away here with his 1 foundation.
He's gonna pick it back up and put it right back down. Yep.
Yeah, but
5 check, and there you go.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's it. That's game right there. Whew.
That's All Might connecting for the Nomu out of the park swing. You know? Except it's Chonky Ochaku, the 33 health version.
Yo, Thick Ochaku, she doing good though. She does work. Yeah, that definitely does seem to be on there that
Yeah. I still think Nomu's good. He did lose out by coordinated effort. Coordinated effort let him extend way beyond what he should have done, and I think he was very top tier. Now he's got to fight for that spot. You've got to figure out new stuff. This was innovation. I don't know if I love the mix of the 2 lineups, and it just felt like it didn't quite do enough for me.
Agreed.
But it was neat to see. It did have cool effects. It probably beats very specific metas very well and sideboards well against them. Like that, the amount of momentum you can toss aside in that is just crazy versus in Ochako 1 versus anything that relies heavily on momentum.
Yeah. Oh, that in theory, that deck just rips through, like the entire deck plan is ripping through momentum. It's built to beat Ochako 1.
Yeah, and it extends itself with card draw, but it doesn't have the speed or the natural damage or the natural, like with Relentless Barrage, to pick up more attacks, to just say against a normal person, I'm gonna exhaust 2 blocks and then go keep punching.
Yeah.
You know, and that's where it fell apart versus a 33 hand sizer. That might have churned through or 33 health. It might have churned through a 6 hand sizer who only had like 26 health.
Yeah, agreed. And it definitely would have churned through a 7-hander. Like, there just was.
I don't know, because a 7-hander could have blocked a lot. Like, there was some. Yeah, it might have, because there was those turns where it did 5 attacks, but then there were some turns where it did none or 2, which a 7-hand sizer could block.
Fair.
So he would have. I think he did a good job in arranging that 5 turn, but if he didn't get that, then I don't know. But it definitely was neat to see, and I mean, you're gonna see different types of Nomus being experimented with, and you're gonna see Death and Arrow Chaco too. It's just
Yeah.
good. It can just win out of nowhere, and then it can have normal games as well.
I'm excited to see where that Nomu deck goes, though. Like, honestly, like, I think that Nomu deck has some legs on it. It definitely needs some time to, like, get perfect. It's definitely, like, a rough
Yeah.
edge kind of thing.
I
With
think some
having, like,
people in
3
the
different
chat
lines.
here are gonna see that and going, "I didn't realize he could play all those. I didn't realize he could, you know, play these cards that discard and draw, that combo off of combos, that, you know." Because a lot of those cards could just be peppered into a more traditional deck because they have, like, combo or combo attack. They don't need to combo with each other. And you could just be like, "Hey, here's a random 4/4. It doesn't really fit with the rest of the but oh, it draws me, you know, I could discard a card to draw 2 cards. Holy cow, I've got a better latent built on an attack, a better right swing, you know?"
Yeah,
Yeah, I
no,
think there's a
it's
lot of lessons you can take from that and tweak stuff.
yeah. Like I said, I definitely the deck, it felt very disjointed right now, but all of the bones are very good for how you want
Mhm.
to play it. You want to play a straight momentum hate Nomu? You've got the bones right there. You know,
Yeah.
swap out some of those Eraserhead
And
cards, bring in some more, you know.
it sounds like we're talking a lot about the Nomu deck. The Ochako 2 deck was good. It was
Agreed.
polished. It was good. You know, I don't know if, you know, what it's faced so far or how the ratios are, but it seemed like it had all the cards it needed to do the stuff it wanted to do. And I mean, that's why it won, right? It was good from the start to the finish.
Yep. And again, it
Um,
comes down to what you said in the beginning, consistency. That deck just is very consistent.
you know, yeah. So we were just talking about the Nomu deck because it's different and interesting and new. But yep, so it looks like, and again, we mentioned it for those of you just jumping in, we will be cutting to a top 4 today, as that's the official Jasco My Hero Academia guidelines for this size tournament. So we are doing a top 4 cut, which will be coming up in not too long.
Correct. Yeah. I'm just taking a look right now to see where we are time wise. Um,
I think it says about 30 minutes.
so we have for right now at time and round we have about 10 minutes left. Then looks like we're gonna have a small 30-minute lunch break between that and going into top cuts. So we have about at least on our side here, we're gonna have about a 40-minute break before the games start coming back through. We'll probably pop back in somewhere in that 30-minute time frame just to announce who our top 4 is and what characters they're on.
Yeah, so leave this channel up, but don't expect tap dancing and singing because
Yeah, it's not happening. Expect a costume change though. I don't know. I got something special going on.
I'm already rocking my Lemillion, my boy.
Yeah, I saw that and I'm like I was here like, you know, full like decent dress like a human being. Nah, I'm going full weeaboo when we
I
get back.
considered going back to my Shoutcaster gear and going pro, but gotta represent Lemillion. So excited! I think he's gonna be in set 3. So,
But yeah, so we're gonna cut it here for a little bit. Like I said, we're gonna take about 10 minutes left in round here, then about a 30-minute break for top cuts. So we'll be back on in somewhere probably between like 15-20 minutes just to announce who is gonna be in top cuts, and then gameplay is gonna start back in on probably about I'd probably say 40 minutes from now, give or take. So keep the channel open. If you guys are not checking out Red Riot Games, make sure you guys go do that. All their socials are up there. Even that weird Instagram thing I don't do. Apparently, people did call me old when I said that. I had a few people message me. They're like, "Wait, you don't use Instagram? Okay, old man." Like,
they also have a Discord as well where they have all the events. So, you know, which I don't think is up there, but
no, because the Discord link is huge. It's that weird .gg/letters thing.
You can find it. All right, we'll see you guys.
See you in a bit, guys.
Ready, take 3.
Oh, you took 7, right?
Yeah, I'm at 4.
Perfect.
So it's 6.
It's a 6 for 4 currently.
Yep. I stunned the 1. I will respond. Not respond.
All right. I will EX2 twice.
But that shit has EX.
Yeah, my guy.
Sheesh.
Respond with lineage. Give it +2 damage.
I'll pass.
I will make it a low.
I will say good game.
Good game.
GG's.
Holy cow, Alex.
You're okay. Whoa. Hey, yeah, you too, man. Take it easy.
Forced in this room.
Goddamn. Congrats.
All right.
Cameron tied 3 games and won 2. So that's 3, 6, 9 points. I won 3 games. That's 9 points and tied 10.
I won 3 games. Excuse me. Pardon me. Won 3 matches. Won 302.
Oh, you won 3?
Yes, sir.
Damn. I'm not ahead of you.
302. Pardon me. Excuse me. Pardon me. Pardon.
Hopefully I make top cuts then. Wait, 3 wins and 2 ties. That's 9. It depends on his opponent. Peace. Definitely.
What about the raffle?
Wait, what time did you say? Okay. I didn't enter into the raffle. Or is just everyone automatically entered? Okay.
Okay.
Not tomorrow. I thought it was tomorrow. That the top cut wasn't tomorrow. Yikes. Okay, I just didn't. I gotta make some phone call. How much time do we have? 30 minutes. Okay. All right. Thanks.
Congrats.
Thank you.
Where's the raffle? Oh, it ended. I don't see it. That's fine.
Spin again. Spin again. You're good. Spin again. You're good.
What a guy.
Alright, hey, spin again for mine. I can't let him have the moral high ground going into the top 4.
What is this?
Moral high ground. At least your guys' names are on the wheel. You know.
Yeah. Yeah, spin it.
What is this?
That arrow hates me. I don't appreciate it. Use a different website.
GG's.
How many Plus Ultra packs are we getting on participation? I didn't realize we were getting any. Okay, cool.
Thanks a lot, Des.
Question on that
Congrats,
last prize, if I may.
And so
Yeah, quick question on that last prize. Was it a box or a figure? Okay, cool, sweet. May I ask what figure that was? Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, I did. Yeah, I was just noticing that it was saying that there were 2 boxes of Crimson Rampage. Oh, I guess I missed that. I thought those were the figures. Okay, cool. All right. Thank you very much. Is there a way to confirm like address and everything? Okay. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's on there. So, if there's an issue, you'll let us know. Yeah. Cool. Okay. Cool. Awesome. Thank you very much.
hero. You will show me what I gotta do. Made up my mind, wanna be like you, don't care. Whatever people say, I know I'll resurface you. I know I will. Sometimes anything doesn't go wrong. Well, I keep trying, keep moving. I don't believe what I'm working on. Can anyone tell me the way to make it? I guess now I'm the only one. I know of your own future. No matter what happens, I will do, I won't stop. I'll make you progress step by step. I feel something hot from my heart, something beating for a story. Either somehow when I can see what I'm gonna be in the future. Strong will makes great awaken, now strong will makes your way I. Everything I see, everything I feel, all the thing I have is for this way.
much, man. Is it okay that I join you?
Yeah, you can stream. We're on table 2.
Love it.
All right. Thank you.
Are we on stream or not? Cool. Cool.
To make the same exact one that's Bob Ross and
Yep.
you know.
And they're not tasty. They're not good. I don't like them. All right, I'm gonna crack this open while I'm under the mic, but we're gonna go plus ultra. Which of the 2 games would you like to watch?
All right.
This man's laughing like we had a choice. Okay.
He just asked which one we'd like to watch. It's not which one we think we're going to watch. So we can have preferences, so you can ignore them. That's fine.
All right. So
Never
I
gonna be
do.
sad watching
Yeah, I was gonna say stream can hear us, so we're on. There's no time limit in top 4, so we're in it for the long haul. And on that note, as I said, energy drink time.
Sarah Nomu.
I believe this is the Nomu that Tam played against earlier in the match and got forced into a draw because of time, and has gone on the record to say he would have lost this match had he, had the time limit been extended or anything like that. So,
Turns out Nomu doesn't care about throws because he doesn't have blocky stuff.
Yep.
He just, all that, wasted power that, oh, this could have been stronger, but we made it a throw. Well, tough luck.
So back just as we were in the beginning, we have Sero, and I don't think we did watch this Nomu at all yet.
No, we have not seen this Nomu. We saw a different Nomu,
But yeah,
I think. Yeah.
Yeah, we not watched Carson. Both these players are absolutely fantastic, though. Not only just in this tournament by themselves, but like just very fantastic top naming players.
Yeah, I mean, anytime you do top 4 in a high-priced event, you're gonna attract some cream of the crop, and 5 rounds really does separate some of the top players. You can't just luck your way through 5 rounds.
I mean, I've lucked my way through 5 rounds at a tournament before. That was for a very different game with very different ridiculous rules. Mostly that involve hacking.
So let's see what we've got here. It does look like Sarah's going to go first. He'll get a chance to exercise the strategy before Nomu starts just wailing his fists on there. He's got the creepy for some of the longer strings just to reduce some of the damage coming in, but it's going to be nowhere near enough to handle the damage that Nomu's throwing out. It won't negate anything to 0.
Correct. But on the flip side on that, though, Nomu's going to be taking a lot of just chip damage this game, more so than I think a normal Nomu really wants to deal with.
Super Gen and Apathetic coming out early, though. Oof. And I think that first one was a Think Fast, so... but I don't know if he cares that much about the speed this game.
I don't think he's really going to care about speed too much. I think that
yeah, I mean, it's a little extra damage. Like, it gives +1 damage basically to every attack, so it might be worth taking out. But there's other options that extend him. I think that's is that a calling for backup there that I see?
I believe so, yep. So it looks like we have Think Fast, Calling for Backup, Creepy Realization, and...
the one
I'm forgetting what Minetta's Crying is.
It lets you draw a card if something happens. But
I forget the name of it. Yeah, if your opponent draws, you get to draw. And then on the opposite side here, we're having a real fast Grasping Grape Toss coming right out. So starting off throw land early.
Yeah, I mean, just getting the damage through, right? The one nice thing about throws is they're mostly 5 damage. That's right. 5 or 6 is right we want to be versus Nomu. So a nice start. Stun's pretty good against him too, and if not blocked, is also pretty good against him because he doesn't always block. This one will be blocked, half damage, so he doesn't commit anything else, and he's only actually taking 3, which is a big deal. If you can only take 3 every time, you're doubling the amount of attacks you can take as Nomu.
Yep. But even still, it throws your math off a little bit.
Yep. You basically used a card in a foundation to remove 2 damage.
Yep.
But at this point, he has 4 foundations. If he gets more, great. But he's ready to throw. I'm really excited to see this Nomu after our previous Nomu. We saw some iterations and takes on the deck, but it looks like this is going to be a traditional Fury Nomu from what we're seeing. Maybe on Death.
Correct, and I believe it is on Death. I'm just double checking on that.
Yeah, because it's got the some of the Bakugo stuff on it.
Yep.
All right, so nice little, play some cards, get a little chip damage, or try to get some chip damage in. That
We're gonna
creepy
be
Jasmine not do damage? Oh no, he's super regen.
Yeah, he used super regen on it.
Did 3, got 3. Yep. The power of super regen.
It's pretty strong. Can't lie.
Mm-hmm. And then here comes what looks to be a turn to dust.
Les turn to dust. Yep.
Yep. Stun 2, great when you just want to get damage in. 4 for 10. Stun 2.
Looking to be stunning both of the face downs, so the other effect is not going to get as much value.
Mm-hmm.
Just trying to face down's definitely not as good as destroying.
Nomu doesn't really want to sacrifice. I think he's playing the second effect. He'll lose life to make you lose life, but he's not going to destroy his own foundations unless he's got way too many. Triggering a Leighton here. He apparently wants to extend this turn a little bit. Seeing that his opponent has committed some stuff. Maybe he's got another stun in hand that might let stuff go through, or
he still has 3 foundations.
and because he did draw cards, so already coming into play that the foundation that we didn't remember the name of. Leighton does draw you cards on your turn, so.
All right, it's bugging me. I gotta figure out the name of that card is. I'm getting upset spaghetti over here.
Desperate something
Desperate
with
Times.
Yeah, there we go.
So you said Desperate. I remembered it before I even got there. Yep, Desperate Times. Moneta cards. After your rival draws any number of cards during the combat phase, they also will commit a foundation.
Yeah. So just making his turn shorter, and thank goodness, because I believe that's Merciless.
That is a Merciless that just dropped out.
Since it has smaller, it checks on a 4. Or it goes down to a 4 cost. But it's still a 4 for 5, still plenty of damage, and 4 for 9 in Nomu.
Nomu was just taking chunks out of Zero there.
You saw that right? Like if he doesn't have the right blocks, I can just go for the gold, and once that high gets in, it gets in good.
And probably now another apathetic too, just making sure that Tam's just running out of options basically.
Mm-hmm. But that is a rough start down to 12 with their opponent still at 33. I mean, Nomu can almost let a full beating come in this turn. And he's pretty much gonna have to.
Yeah, 2 foundations. Nomu is committed as well, though.
Nomu's committed, so he can't stop.
Yeah, can't stop really anything.
If it's above 6, he can block, but if it's above 6, he's gonna be taking it.
Yep. Now, but at the same token here, this Zero deck we know is not built for big attacks early out of the game.
Say that, but look what's flying out here.
Oh, I spoke too soon. That is that is sure some shock.
No, I think he only has one. That's Blitz Rush, right? No, that's 1.3 million.
That's Indiscriminate Shock, 1.3 million volts.
Yeah, that's 1.3 million. All right, that's
Stun 1 plus 5 damage, plus 1 damage for each committed foundation.
Well, and he can enhance commit a foundation as well.
Yep.
So he can get both of them out if he commits one of
Does not look like he did though. Looks like he wants to keep his foundations for.
Yeah, I mean, extend, right? More attacks better. Than one extra damage.
No extension though.
Yeah. I mean, he knows he can't kill him this turn, even though it is, but it's the chance to get the big damage in.
Yep.
So,
Oh yeah, when there's 4 to 5 already committed cards and you have an indiscriminate hand, you play it. You just drop it down and go, okay, this is fine.
Yep. And he's setting himself up to maybe survive. If he can survive this turn, I mean, it's going to take usually at least 2 punches to get in, unless you've got something crazy like a a Gale into a Gale or a plus ultra. But normally the attacks will be 8 to maybe 10 damage, tops 11. So you can let one in and still live. And he's Zero. He's got some blocks. If he partial blocks, he can draw more. And
if he blocks, he could just take the other attack. If look at the hand and be like, all right, what attacks do you have in hand? What are you trying to block? All right, I can deal 23 damage.
Yep. And so it looks like Nomo's just laying out.
Nomo's just gonna build, yeah.
He's
Super
like-
regen in the first day of class.
I mean, it's smart, right? If you have one attack here, he's going to block it.
Mhm.
Sarah's going to block it. So why not go up to like 9 and then wait for a turn where you have 5 attacks and he can't block them all. Or if you have 4 attacks or whatever you need to do. He's not going to 23 to 0 you when you have all of this up. If you hold enough blocks, which I think he did. I think he held. Oh, did he?
I
only hold
saw 2 cards in hand. Either there's 2 or 3 cards in hand.
Yep.
I think 3 cards in hand actually, because he only played 2 cards.
Yep. 3's a good number to have for sim. You can get 2 full blocks in. Well, really only 1 because then he picks one out and then just doesn't attack whatever zone you have left.
Yep. And it looks like they're both just going for some build turns here.
Now this is interesting. You would think if there was another attack in there, he'd try and get a weird zone difference in there and chip, because 23 health, he needs to get down a little lower. I don't think he's gonna one turn it, but
I think they're just both gonna set at 10 foundations and try and.
Nomu's got to go for it, right? He's got some attacks. He's not gonna play 1 foundation and pass. So there's a big pile of glare.
Yep. I believe that is to be Merciless Rush as well.
No, that's a low. This is a low.
Nomu 5 diff for low.
Any
Berserker Blow?
Berserker.
Berserker Blow.
Berserker. Yeah.
That's a lot of glare. Sorry, chat. We're doing the
card
webcam best.
Card detectives. Give us a zone and a little bit of art, and we'll figure it out.
But yeah, Berserker Blow is
one of those you're only gonna see in Nomu.
Only gonna see in Nomu.
Yes. I mean, not bad in Nomu. It does a lot of damage. It still is only 4, but it's one of the few good lows he can do out of death.
And allows him to cycle a foundation if he has to commit one too. You can destroy one, put a new foundation.
It's a nice extender on 5, a lot of damage, nice 2 mid, but a lot of people go with like a chop or something out of this if they're on Earth instead, but if you're on Death, I guess one of the ways to go.
And checking an attack is not what you really want to see there, but just having to commit out. And it's still only being a half block by the looks.
Yep, that's a mid block there that he played out.
Yes, Nomu's definitely scary here.
And then he uses he's got so many foundations, he can use agitation to draw and extend his turn a little bit.
Yep.
And it looks like he did draw into something good. Howitzer.
Howitzer.
And because of Berserker Blow, he did destroy something this turn.
Yep. Yeah, that's a card art that's not mistakable though. Howitzer coming out, and it's there's a reason if there's only one of those in the starter decks. Like it's just death, just death on a card.
I mean, it can propel itself to a 4-cost 6/6 if the conditions are right.
Mm-hmm.
And then Nomu makes it a 4-cost 6/12.
And if you destroy a foundation, you also get an extra 2 speed on top of that.
It's normally a 4/6. So if you destroy a foundation, it goes to a 6/6.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying there.
Yep. But still tough to block. Still managed to full block it, and because of that, it looks like it'll be another turn. Still gonna sit at 9 foundations. It looks like, and 21 health. But it's again up to Sero to chip this 21 down, and that's a minimum of 4 unblocked 6 attacks, and Nomu does have blockage.
Yep.
So really, you're looking at 5 attacks, which if you don't manage to make it, and actually, yeah, well, even the super regen still brings you to. They all have to be 6.
Yep.
So here comes the tape swing. Probably not going to get blocked, unless. Yeah, you just think it's a throw. Change the zone, but he can commit something. So. Oh, this is neat. He's got the 3 cards in different sleeves in different colors to indicate the zone. So orange is mid, yellow is low, red is high.
Oh, is
is
that what that?
really
I did not even notice it last time.
I
'cause
didn't. I was like,
don't-
why are these card dividers off on the side? But now that I
don't-
see it in action, he's swapping them around. That is a good way to do it.
I don't see color. It doesn't help me.
Yeah. Well, for the rest of us.
For the normal people, wow, that's super smart.
Yep. All right, so short turns here. 1 attack done, 1 attack done. They're playing like razor heads. I know this one isn't going to do something. Let's try and finish it off. He's got him down to 18. 18's a 3 attack turn against Nomu.
Correct.
And easily doable. But you have to survive this, and I believe that's a Merciless coming back in.
I believe so as well, yes.
Yep, so checks an attack, but just 1 foundation. It's going to be there, and if you block it, he's got agitation to extend his turn. And that's in this post-ban list meta, we're seeing the decks that can draw and be consistent on their kill turn, as opposed to the decks that just have, I hope I draw into my super combo, be super successful. And this use of agitation that a lot of people might not always play in Nomu is really looking to come out for him strong and get him an extra attack. Attorney needed it. It just, with 9 foundations out, it's what he needs.
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely, I won't say it's taken the place of coordinated effort since coordinated effort ban, but it's
It does a
definitely
different thing. Yeah. But yeah, it looks like not even bothering. He thinks there might be another turn after this because he's not even bothering to flip and bring back first day of class. But yeah,
I mean, if he's got the chops, if he thinks he can do it, he might as well go for it,
Well, if you think this is has to be the kill turn, you probably flip coordinated effort just to get the 1 extra. I mean, you probably flip first day.
Freudian
He's
slip.
saying this there might be 1 more turn. And he's right. This could be full blocked, and it not necessarily the final turn. So save it for 1 more turn. But looks like another howitzer does manage to destroy something. But was
it's a full block, but was it worth it? A lot of foundations being cost there, and there we are. That's signature right swing coming in.
Yep, it's low speed. I mean, very blockable. But is there another attack in there?
And using its ability, you can just cycle for another attack here.
Yeah, I mean, you can find what you need. I think so he's gonna do non-attacks. Get out of here.
Trying to see how many attacks are.
I'm Nomu. I need attacks. I mean, if you got 2 non-attacks, you can only get better. Oh, he gets the evil gaze.
Yep, and there it is.
Yeah, that makes it unblockable with the amount of commits that he has and the zones that he's got. So, evil gaze, once relegated only to Shigaraki, is making a scene in other decks that need the speed.
Yep.
And so instead of these Earth Nomus that are extending to lots of attacks in a turn, we're seeing Death Nomus that are getting some speed bumps with 1 less attack, but at higher speed to get them through.
Yep. And I think that's been the, I don't want to say a secret tech, because that's been a thing we've known about forever. But now that you have a little bit more room and a little bit more deck creation space, Evil Gaze is really coming out there and just showing just how powerful it is.
Yeah, and most of the time it was on defense, right? Because you knew you could get it off. This time, people are willing to trade the 2 check and the 2 life loss for this 2 speed because the games are coming down to individual foundations. If I had one more foundation, I could block it. If not, they're really coming down to it. So it looks like an exciting first match. We do have some swap outs from Sarah, and I think before we saw this, Sarah said, "Oh, he wasn't going to swap much because the throws work for the small healths." Well, this is no small health guy. I think you're going to see, he's going to swap out to try and get his damage as big as possible, or as close to 6 as possible, and consistency, and not worry about if it's a throw or not.
Very much so. Very much so. So what do you think you want to side in if you're on Tam?
I would almost side out tape swing. Get a little consistency. Like you don't need to go above 6. You could get in some stun cards, I guess.
I was gonna say, I think stun is the right answer, but
I guess if you side in stun, you probably keep the tape swing.
Yeah. Because you're in
Yeah, that's
indiscriminate
just
shocks anyway, so you want to maximize your stun. I think you might just start.
Yeah,
rolling
I guess
that.
you keep it. Yeah. I mean, your other throw also has stun in it, so I'm not sure what his sideboard is. I would love to know. What does this Sero fear, and what is he sideboarding against? Because we didn't see much there that didn't have a lot of value. Like this is a guy you're gonna get a lot of momentum against.
Yep.
So the plus damage per momentum is cool. Is that something you might side out? Because he can always block that extra damage. I just don't know. It's a rise of a brand new world, and with the Sero decks here, we're gonna see exactly what changes he made that might make it worthwhile.
I definitely think if you're not running 4 indiscriminates in your main board, I think you pop those in, and I think you just go all in on that stun package. Like,
Yep. I mean, the other side is Nomo often commits himself out too. This has been a good match where he kind of didn't because he knew some of that was coming on, so he saved it. But yeah, if you stun him out, then he can only block you once. He can only do the damage reduction.
you can only reduce it down once. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, because even maybe Blitz Rush. Blitz Rush is already 7 damage. It's gonna get bigger. It is only stun 1 for 6 costs. It might not be worth it to run versus Nomu.
Yeah, I don't think you're also not gonna have that much momentum because you're gonna want to spend your momentum on tape swing.
Well, but you only want to spend 1 on tape swing, then it hits the max, unless you're trying to get even the half block to hit the max.
Fair. Okay.
But I don't know what other momentum outlets he has in his deck. All right, looks like we've got.
That's the 2 check right off the bat. Oh,
That's.
no.
I mean, you play by the 2 check, you die by the 2 check. If you're not doing, 2-1-0 as your starting plays, sometimes this happens. This is Nomu's chance to basically go first.
Yeah, this Tam is effectively going third. You're not wrong though. When live by the 2 check, die by the 2 check.
There's different schools of thought. Some people just go, if I hit it, I hit it. Some people go, nope, got to play around it because I'm playing 4 2 checks. But even if you're only playing 1 2 check, it can come up.
Yep.
At the worst possible times. What's this check? And it makes it. All right. So on the flip side, Nomu burns out a 5 check turn.
But he's able to because Tam has to build.
Oh, he can't attack back. Yeah, but even if Nomu could do this, he would anyways. He'd save 1 card, build 5, and whatever. I'm going to be able to attack with the best of them.
Yep, and then for getting rid of the setup strike there just to be able to pull.
Yeah, he's not going to set up strike this turn because he's not doing 2 attacks.
And dropping an attack right off, but it's a jolt. Yeah. I mean, jolts.
A 4 cost is fine. The most you commit is 1, but it auto does the damage. It auto goes to momentum. And it's got the momentum flip things, so it's really good later on versus him. But he's just gonna full block it. He'll still take the 1, but he basically reduces by 3 damage. Or is that? Yep, full block. And then build 3 foundations. You know, as far as recoveries go, pretty
Solid
solid.
recovery. Yep.
But Nomu had a great start, and
even as Nomu, I think Nomu just plays one attack and builds. No,
how
not even
about
going for the
no
attacks.
attack?
Just
How
builds.
about no
All right.
attacks? How about we're gonna see like only 7. I would thought he would have built one more if he had it, because I like if this is only a 1 attack turn, maybe you don't attack into it. But if you have like 3 attacks,
Yeah.
I don't know.
mean, could be trying to cultivate for a big hand just to finish it out.
Yep. Yeah, that's true. Trying to bait some commit out here. We'll see.
Yeah, it's grasping grape toss happened going through. So
Yeah, a little bit of stun, a little bit of throws are going to deal some damage. He's going to get some momentum. Momentum isn't as scary versus.
Evil Gaze is not the card you want to see pop back out, though. Oh, no. It means one of your foundation, 2 Evil Gazes coming out. 2 foundations are going to get destroyed here.
Yeah.
And there's not that many foundations left.
I mean, how dirty can a match get? Right, you start with a build 1 and then a double Evil Gaze. Okay, so that's exactly why he did that turn.
Yeah, that makes a lot more sense there.
He had like what 1 attack and double Evil Gaze and 2 foundations.
Yep.
So he said, you know what? Play to both foundations, destroy 2 of his 4. Luckily, he can build like nobody's business out and still has 4 left. I mean, he's trying his best to come back.
Yeah.
Like imagine if he only had 2 foundations there, he'd be dead. If he did build 4 there with it, but
this is almost as uphill as you can get, though. That being said, some more foundations gonna get destroyed here with another.
it is a valiant effort. I mean, he's just going to take the damage. I think.
I think
He
you have to.
afford
Yeah.
He can't afford to lose the foundations.
And then Apathetics is gonna get flipped here more than likely as well. I think that was a latent skill that just got flipped. Yep, latent skill that got flipped. Trying to pull in some more attacks. Looks probably gonna try and go for as best as he can here.
Now, the scary part about this is Nomu hasn't seen a lot of attacks, which means one of these turns he's going to wake up with 4 or 5.
Yep. And Tam using the momentum effect of Jolt to commit a foundation out.
Yep, he doesn't want to die this turn.
That being said, though, for as bad as the board state is, they're both still at 27 health each. So, yeah.
Yes, that's what Nomu tried to build to get ahead and tried to do the destruction, but because he wasn't able to do the attacks, Tam's just been building for, and it brings him right back because he's got that bigger hand size where he could just build. If you're spending a card for one of his cards, he's coming out ahead.
Very much so.
Looks like Tam actually okay with destroying a foundation rather than taking any of the life loss. Not updating his tracker to note that there were 2. Nomu did have to pay 2 life for that. But so
it'll get updated quickly.
Yep, it is the Nomu tracker that is correct. If anybody's wondering, it is 25 to 27. Yep, looks like a full block, but that's just going to draw him a card with agitation. 3 uncommitted right now. That just leads for a merciless rush. Checks just fine.
Yep.
And we're gonna see. It comes in as basically a 4/10. There's a lot of tapping going on. As hits for much, very much. 25-17, and then more attacks. Here's what we were saying. He's been saving up, building a board state, and with all these 4-cost attacks, it's able to just rep out 3 to 4 attacks easily in a turn. Signature right swing, making sure that he's able to grab what he needs. It's these extensions. It's the right swing. It's the latent skills. It's the I think it's agitation. that are just
Yes.
pulling in the attacks when you don't have them, making bad turns into good turns. Night's Watch coming out because he does have those evil gazes in the deck. We'll be able to cancel some ability. I don't know what particularly he's afraid of. Maybe a big damage boost or something, but just another foundation to have, really. And a Leighton.
And he's playing a lot of actions anyway. But
Yep.
here's the thing: 2 of the actions are already been used, and I believe we saw one of the plus ultras get checked.
Now that is an interesting play. He commits out his Nomo to get that last foundation. I mean, he is at 25 life, but he's got 2 foundations available to him.
And only one block in hand. Tam, here's what you even it up right now.
I don't know if Tam's got the string. I think he's kind of baiting Tam into trying to go for the kill here. And if Nomo can block one attack well, you know, just save it for a killer one, right? But this is a point where, yeah, those blitz rushes, those tape swings, although he doesn't have a lot of momentum, but really the blitz rushes can destroy. I hope he didn't take them out. We were talking about maybe that's one that he might have, but ooh, that would be rough. All right, I think this is a reverse throw that we're seeing.
This is a reverse throw. Yep.
Yep, reverse throw, extend the turn a little bit, start off with it. Thank goodness he checked pretty well.
Yeah, not losing anything. Like right now, with 4 foundations out, it's a game of checks.
He made it a high, so the trick is you don't want to give Sarah the 2-card draw when you're trying to deny him the 1-card draw.
Yep.
So you got to play a careful game of figuring out, and you don't want to telegraph what your block is. So
Yep,
maybe you let
and-
it through even if you have the right one. But he's just gonna
And
let it through.
Definitely let through. Yep.
He's got the health. See what we draw into here. Oh, foundations. And he's going to try and live one more turn. 19 is actually very killable.
9 is also very killable, though.
Yes.
It's
But he didn't really need to overextend this turn because he wasn't going to kill. So
true.
A very smart play there. Especially, I'm sure his hand, wasn't just tempting him to kill. So. The problem is this. Yeah. This is not looking good for Cero. This is the Nomu that we've known and loved before, with its new take, right? It's got the DLC, so it doesn't extend itself by building more foundations down with like Hard and Jab and everything. It extends itself with card draw, with first day of class, with checks and draw.
Sarah still has his once per game ability available as well, though. So 9 life might look a little bit scary, but there's some tricks.
There are indeed, but if you do full block, you are allowing agitation.
Correct.
As well.
Looking like Tape made it a mid, so it looks like that there's going to be at least a shot to try and block this. And latent skill. Yeah, latent skill. Latent skill gets flipped.
Latent skill. And then he's gonna do the card we just discussed, and I forgot the name of Desperate Times.
Desperate Times.
To tap one out. Another flip coming in.
I don't know about chat. I'm on the edge of my seat right now. I'm
definitely waiting to see. So he made it mid, and now there's the once per game.
Yep, there we go.
Oh, but there's 3 attacks in the hand. This is not
Ooh,
looking
3
good.
attacks. What attack do you get rid of?
So what are we looking at here?
Merciless. I can't tell what
I
the
think it's another
Bakugo attack
Berserker
is.
blow.
Yeah.
Merciless, Berserker, and then there's a Bakugo with a lot of yellow in there, but I can't see anything else. So
Yeah. Is it Howitzer or Exploding Pride? Might be Exploding Pride by the looks. Does Bakugo happy or angry? That's the check.
Yeah, well,
I'm pretty sure it's Exploding Pride.
yeah. Free damage is free damage. It's free real estate.
Yep, it was Exploding Pride. I just checked it back on the instant replay stream, and it's
I mean, and
it's
Exploding
Bakugo with a happy face.
Unfortunately, Exploding Pride by itself is not enough to kill.
Yeah, and it looks like that they got rid of the Merciless Rush.
I mean, a smart play because it does the most damage for the lowest check.
Yep.
But I don't know if the bad checks are gonna really. Yep, that definitely is Exploding Pride. So he's gonna lose a life just right off the bat for his when the enhance comes out, and then unfortunately it's only gonna total 7 damage out of the 8 life he has left. So there's still he can let this one hit him. He's gonna draw a card off this. I think, right? Isn't that what he committed? There's no stun on this.
Oh yeah. They
Oh, he
pass
used
the
it.
torch.
Yeah.
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 Yeah, I was gonna say, Night Watch looks like it canceled the passing the torch, so he couldn't get the draw. That's why nothing happened there. So it was just a commit and then nothing.
Mhm.
And there we go. That's it.
Tough. I mean, we've seen Nomu back to form. Sarah doing what Sarah does, but that was a tough second game. I mean,
Yeah.
well played. I can't believe he made it last that long. He came back and made us question if he could win from a starting 2-check and then destroyed back down to 1 fountain. Just as tough as a match can be.
Yeah, and that's yeah, oof. Like so good. Like don't get me wrong. That Tam did not lose by any means of his own skill here. Tam lost because of that 2-check in the beginning.
Well, the second game. The first game,
second
they had a fair game. And I mean, we kind of answered some of the questions of is Nomu still good? And the answer is yes, but he uses adjustments. He doesn't use the same deck he used to use.
Correct. And even then, like the first game, absolutely fantastic. Like very good game, very, very well done on the line. And the second game, yeah, kudos on Tam for 100% staying in that as long as he could with that. Like like you said, there's a high chance he could have won that game for sure. Like he was definitely climbing up that mountain very quickly, but Nomu just was like, nah.
Yeah, I
three
mean,
attacks in hand.
Carson as well, though. I gotta hand it to him. The way Tam was playing that, he could have easily clawed back in, but Carson was playing a top-notch Nomu, doing exactly what you needed to do. And I mean, there was a difference between him and some other Nomus I've seen before, where he had turns where he built, where he stopped attacking, where he continued the attack. It was all the right decisions to just keep the pressure on and say, I'm putting the lid on this game. I'm not letting you claw out of it.
Yeah, definitely for sure. And chat's exactly right in that. It's like we said, live by the 2-check, die by the 2-check, and it be where it be.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but even forgetting that game, yeah, Nomu was just destructive in the first game as well.
Yep. And it looks like since we have a little bit of time left and rounds are on time, we are heading directly into the other match on the other side here. So it's Tokiyami versus Jiro.
So it looks like we're sideboarding right now. Is this going to be
correct? Yeah, we're in sideboard. I believe this is game 3 from what tech support is giving to me, but we'll double check that. Let me go pop in that one real fast to make sure on that while they're still sideboarding.
Yeah, so while he's popping in there, we'll see the sideboard happening. And try and check out what we can get out of this matchup. So here's our other two, and in case you weren't following and didn't see the announcement for the top 4, well, now you know. We had Nomu, we had Sero, we had Jiro, we had Tokiyami. Plenty of variety in the next few as well. I think a Bakugo missed the cut by tiebreakers. but was tied with 4th place and missed with tiebreakers. If I remember correctly, or maybe
That is correct.
Yeah, one down from it. But there is a lot of variety happening now as people are exploring options and seeing what they can beat. Definitely plenty of Giros doing well, but only one making the top cut. Same thing, we saw 2 excellent Tokiyamis battle it out earlier today, but there can only be one winner when 2 face each other. And so here we see a battle of 2 decks that really like to extend their plays very far. You're not going to see 1 attack, 2 attack pass, right? Like when these turns go off, you're going to see a bunch of cards hit the table.
And I did go ahead and confirm this is the start of game 2 for them. So
Game 2, interesting. So that was actually a long one.
yes, I did not get a chance to ask who won before I was violently ripped from the table, though. I just forgot to ask. But yeah, so I believe from what it was looking like on the life trackers last time, I believe Jiro did win. But yeah, this is game 2. So
We'll see who commits their character. I think most players are choosing to go first still. So
correct, yeah.
whoever commits their character probably lost game 1. I did see plenty of sideboarding from the Jiro player. I wasn't quite watching how much the Tokiyami didn't sideboard.
Correct. I didn't see the Tokiyami. Again, I was bouncing in there.
Looks like Jiro though is going to the 3rd mulligan. So it looks like Jiro is going first this time.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, because Jiro did full mulligans.
Yeah,
So
2 full mulligans. And
so then I guess Tokiyami probably won last time. So
oh well, maybe not. Maybe they just chose to go second to get some extra builds or something. I don't know. But yeah, the top cut in a big event here. Jiro's going first. Jiro went to the 3rd mulligan, so I hope we're not seeing a 1 foundation first turn again. But we'll see.
don't tempt it. Don't tempt fate.
The caster curse. No, I'm sure he's got plenty. I'm sure we're going to see at least 3 come out.
As both of us who do a lot of casting for a lot of different games, the caster's curse is 100% real, and we don't tempt fate. Restart.
All right, there's 1 and 2 coming out. So here's the 3rd one. There's where we could tempt it, but he gets it. All right, so 3, build 3. All right, we're past
Build
it.
3. Yep.
But man, that must have been special to see 3 2s and then go like, oh, I could only build 2 and I could be done. And if he runs a 2 check, which specialist of sound, then that could have been a 1 turn build again.
Yeah, would have been. No, man. But looking like Tokiyami's going just crazy over there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 whole foundations dropping down. They're all fantastic ones. Heroic lineages, fulfill my duty. Like, he's got a defensive setup over there that's.
Yeah, so this is the question. Are you going to be able to get through this, or do you just build and then hit him on the backswing? Build, try and live through, assume he can't kill you 2nd turn through if you build and hold blocks, and then try and kill him on the backswing if he goes for it. Because, man, I know Jiro gets a lot, but out of 3 foundations.
Yeah, I mean, Jiro's on air, and Tokiyami is on fire, confirmed just by looking at the foundations that they play down through. So, they both can have explosive turns very easily for both of them.
This is the decision. This is what's taking a second here. This is like we mentioned before, both of them very explosive turns. What are the odds I can get enough damage in and still block and live? What are the odds he's going to kill me if I play an attack or 2? What are the odds I live if I don't, or should I just go for it anyways? I think you saw some foundations check there, so he's going to be more than likely to draw some attacks. Those are the hands of frustration coming out. What do I do? What do I do? Oh, he decided. Oh, nope, maybe. Oh, it's in the hand. Nope, it's back in the hand. All right. I'm sure Tokiyami over there is come on, just play 1. Put me out of my misery. What are you doing?
Tokiyami's not going to be out of his misery. What are you talking about?
No, I mean, he's put me out of my suspense. Stop me from.
Okay, fair.
Yeah. my misery in waiting for what's going on here, because like he pulled the card out and he like held it for like a minute, going, maybe this is the one I play. I know this is the finals, and it isn't time limited, but they're, you know. Oh, he's raising a card. He's ready to slam it. It is. I should probably hold them on camera, but
Been slammed.
oh.
Looks to be a pillar swing.
But just checking a pillar swing gets the 5 check right off the start, so only has to
Yep.
commit 1. Because yeah, if you check a 2 on the pillar swing here, you have to commit everything to play it. So I've
I think
learned
that
that
might
the
have been
hard
what
way.
the delay was in that, was just trying to, is it worth it in case I hit that 2 check,
Yeah,
you know?
I've learned that the hard way with Gale Force Punch and 3 Foundations is not necessarily the best. But yep, so stun 2 is pretty good here, but he does have quite the base to be able to block this. You pretty much have to block this.
Correct. Yeah, especially with the amount of damage is going to go through. 100% assume that he's going to
If
be
you check a
forced into
5,
block.
this is insanely good, because if he full blocks it, you get a free momentum for 1 committed, and it goes to, you know, it removes itself from the pool.
Yep.
And if he doesn't block it, well, you've done 8. You've done almost half his life. But the downside of a bad check would be just awful there. Really a gamble.
But I mean, to the victor goes the spoils in these kind of matches too, right? I mean,
Yeah.
sometimes you got to go for that gamble.
Yeah, I mean, it's a random deck game. Sometimes luck's going to be with you and isn't, and you've got to play around that. Looks like he's sacking a card. Does he have a?
Oh no, he didn't sack it. He used fulfill my duties ability.
Oh, he used it. Gotcha.
Yep. He's just like, nope, I'm done. I'm blocking this now. Let's stop this.
Yeah.
Was able to get the full block off, and since the Dark Shadow Ruin, drop a Breaker 1 on him. So
Not
next
bad.
deck that's coming out is going to be expensive, and there's only 2 things left. I think you might just want to build here,
Wait, but
Jiro.
if that's, yeah, so if it's a full block and he used fulfill my duty, he can't remove it from the pool.
Correct.
Yep, that was, I mean, almost worth the loss of a foundation early on to really clog up his pool. This has ruined his plans.
Yeah. And instead of going to a 0 check, he's now forced into a 2
Yeah,
plus
it's
2
basically,
progressive in
yeah,
essence.
plus 2. Even a 2 foundation might have to commit something.
Yep. Plus ended the enhance early, so no getting to do anything cool off pillar swing, no Jiro enhance, nothing.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of people wouldn't waste resources this early. They try and full block it, but then the second it, you know, yeah, he couldn't even get his first day of class
Yep.
off, right? Like, really a smart play this early on, when a lot of people would be wary of, oh, I'm losing a foundation. No, you're ahead. Keep ahead. If we learned anything from that Noma we just saw, when you're ahead, press.
Yep. Especially with this meta and how it's been going. Defensive characters.
Another
are
attack
not-
coming out, this time on a 4, 5, 6.
That's
Chexify.
Chexify. Oh, whew. As them young TikTokers go, sheesh. Oh man, I am old. No.
But he would still have to commit something, right?
Does still have to commit.
Yeah, he's still deciding. I thought he was. Yep.
Yeah, he's got to commit 2 things off this
No.
home run comment.
1,
and then 1 more for the breaker, right?
4, 5, 6. No, so he checked a 5,
Yep.
right? And it's cost him 6.
7. Okay, yeah, breaker.
It's cost 4.
Is
This
it
is
cost
pillar.
4?
Yeah,
It's pillar, not home run.
The first one's
Okay.
pillar, the second one,
Okay.
yeah. So they're
Yes. Okay.
2 different. Yeah. So this one's only a 4 cost.
Yeah. No, I was looking at the art and thinking it was home run comment. Webcam detectives, everybody. Webcam detectives.
So this one is home run comment, but home run comment's 4 cost. The first one was pillar swing. That's a 6 cost.
Yeah.
Yep. So this one only cost a total of 6, which he was able to pay for there. So now he's trying to block as best he can, but this is kind of a rough spot for. So Jiro's not going to be able to build out too much afterwards unless they're just a handful of zeros.
Yeah, and I don't think you do the like. I guess you could do the momentum swap because it's already committed, but like, it's gonna get what powerful an additional, just a single additional powerful off that. Yeah, I don't. It's good to get the damage in, but I don't necessarily know how much it's worth committing this many resources for against Fire Tokiyami, which can deal, in theory, 100% could deal 27 damage in a turn. I mean, again, it's a little bit of a perfect turn there. It's got to be going pretty hard, pretty fast, but it's very much able to do that. Yeah, looking like we got a lot of quick decisions we had to make on this one. So, with the nicety of it being untimed rounds, being able to sit down, have a thought process, deciding, yep, that card was already committed anyway, so I might as well make it a momentum. The very least, not using the momentum right now, you can use it later on.
I mean, if you
Nope.
think you can damage him, use it now. Maybe he's not trying to tax next turn.
Well, he's using Evil Gaze to get -2 speed, and that's never a good sign if you're trying to get damage through.
I mean, he still might miss the block with a bad check. This might be just desperation to block something that's huge.
True. But again, there's no speed on it. It's big, but it's slow.
Yeah. I mean, but all you need is a wrong zone, and you've done a significant chunk of his life. Let's see what he decides to do with this. Thinking hard. So this does have -2 speed, right?
Correct. I'm not sure if it's back down to base speed though, and that's why there's no token, or if it's at 1 speed. So it's either 1 or 3 speed.
Yeah,
If
well,
it's at 1
they
speed, it's
finally
easy
got it.
blockable.
So
Yeah.
destroyed another foundation, and he's down to 1 now. Went for the gold, but unfortunately had the block, and the Evil Gaze really destroyed those plans.
Yes. Yep.
We're seeing that pop up more and more now and making a bigger difference with speed being the factor instead of just having the block for everything.
Yep. And do you think that that's strictly because of the Kirishima and coordinated effort being down now that is making
Not
Evil
strictly,
Gaze more?
but I think it is a chain reaction of what's important in decks in the meta, where it's not just number of attacks or making it totally unblockable. It's the mods, it's pluses, it's minuses. So it looks like the turn ends there, but yeah, things are more down to not, oh, I can definitely block this or I definitely can't, but 1 or 2 speed makes the difference. So it looks like he's waking up with only 4 foundations here, but not a ton of life to churn through. Oh, actually, yes, still a ton of life to churn through. So he's got an advantage. Sorry, I was looking at the other upside down. Looks like, the 2 life loss was not recorded on the other one, but 18 to 27 is correct because that is the cost of Evil Gaze.
Correct.
And yeah, Tokiyami's gonna do what we've seen before. A lot of people are tempted. You only have 2 foundations. I'm gonna come in strong and just try and beat you up. He's saying, I'm gonna extend my lead. There's nothing you can do with me with 2 foundations. You're gonna have to do a build turn, and I'm Tokiyami. Eventually, I'm gonna have a 40 damage turn. I just have to wait it out until I get the perfect hand.
And that's, yeah, Tokiyami 100% has the time now to be able to do that too.
He's a ticking time bomb. He's going to pop off.
Mhm.
Yeah, we haven't really seen a lot of his crucial attacks. I haven't been watching the checks for him too closely, but
He's used 1 Dark Shadow Ruin to block, and he has checked 1 Dark Shadow Ruin. So there's only 2 left in the deck as far as if I'm remembering the checks correctly.
Yeah. So I mean, he's got some left, but I think he'll be able to get there pretty shortly. We'll see. As much as I'd love for Jiro to crawl back out of this hole. Fire versus air. Here comes The Geo response, and again, the Geo plays. What do I do here? I try and get an attack.
Jolt.
Now, eventually, one of these is going to check an attack, and that's going to be the end of it. Like, he's hanging on by doing a couple attacks here and there, getting some good checks, but it can't last forever. I wonder if you almost let this one through. Full blocking, it's only saving you 3 damage, right?
Yeah, well, it's a charge, so you get
Oh,
to you get some cool stuff from Jiro, but still.
Yeah, the charge does give it plus damage, so
Yeah, it's 25% of your health. You gotta
Yeah,
think
but-
about in percentage on that with Tokiyami.
yeah, so it goes up to 5, but then it would do 1 anyways. So even a full block reduces 4. But I mean, yeah, you might as well if you don't have the blocks to spend. He's not going to attack you 4 times.
Yeah.
It might be 3, but he's not doing much else. 2 is a definite possibility.
Yeah, I would say 2 is the definite. I think 2 attacks coming out here, but I don't think there's gonna be a 3rd attack. Yeah, there's. Yep, and using Shadow.
Right.
Yep. So just taking the 1, which it's still blocking. It's not a bad option here. Like
Right.
I get.
Yeah, you can
I
get
the
back
thought process.
in Dark Shadows, right?
Yeah.
So might as well get out of your hand, draw an extra card if you have one in hand,
And it really didn't cost him much anything commit wise. 1 foundation, and Tokiyami wants to be committed anyway. So.
Can't be done there. He's got to play at least a foundation. Yeah.
Yeah. I was gonna say there's no. Well, there's the
Well,
attack though.
He was reaching for the cards, and I was like,
Ooh.
nope. No, you can't be. All right, so he plays a foundation. Basically signaling he's just done attacking.
Here's the question though. No. I was gonna say here's the question: is do you build more foundations out? But nope, just sticking to 3 and keeping the blocks in hand.
Yeah, it's a risky business. One to send more, and does he have one that he can safely play too? If
Yeah.
he only has 2 checks, then it's a bad play to play one out right now. Even though normally it would go even if you checked poorly, you commit 1 to build 1. Right now, you can't afford to have less blocks in hand and less foundations, available.
Yeah, it is a bad. Again, we're seeing some really just dominant play on one side and some uphill battles in these game 2s coming out. Crow and Frog coming out.
This is the turn.
Yup.
We're about to see explosions happen. The question is it 27 worth of explosion? Or is he going to tap out and then, I mean, right now he's already got the 1-3 check and then get the clap back. Hopefully, if he's getting close, he can stop early enough to not enable a comeback. But we'll see.
Yeah. We are getting down to Tokiyami checking the deck or size there just to be sure on what's still left and if using the ability is worthwhile. But getting back a summon.
Getting back his summon, which is probably what's happening next.
Yep.
Although you wonder if he doesn't save it, get rid of the +1/+1 on this one, but use like a ruin or something just to trick out the progressive difficulties.
Yeah.
Because that would just make the ruin one harder if you played it here first. Well, no, because it gets a +3 to the next check. So
Yeah.
He turns the last 2 cards of the deck face up for the Jiro enhance.
Yep. And it's one of them's a ruin. So ruin and stronger in darkness being the 2 ones there.
Yeah. So he is going to cycle basically mid-turn. No question about that.
And more than likely, the ruin's gonna go on top. No, ruin's
No,
on
so
bottom.
here's the thing. He's thinking that the next check is going to be Summon Dark Shadow, and Summon Dark Shadow passes on a 3.
That's true.
So you put the Ruin on the bottom. So if he summons now, then he's wasting the 5 check.
But the next one's going to get +3, so it's kind of a wash either way.
Yeah. I mean, there's it gets +3.
Yeah.
I mean, you could still check a 3, and then 3 + 3 is 6. It would be a 5. Yeah.
Yeah, kind of 6 and 1. Kind of both cards kind of
it really
go in
doesn't
the
matter
wash.
too much. Yeah.
But it now allows the Tokiai player to go, well, I'm not gonna. I'll do what you said. I'm gonna save my Dark Shadow for hitting this 5 check, play another card because I know a 5's coming up, and then I'll play my Dark Shadow Ruin and just check an extra.
Yeah, just extend that turn just a little bit longer.
Yep.
These definitely are guys that like to think carefully about what they're doing.
Oh, there's a lot of money in the line. I mean, this is definitely a payday. Like Red Riot dropping $1,000 on a tournament. That's people are here for the win. They want this. Frigid Heat Wave coming down is the
Frigid
next
coming
attack,
next.
though.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of cards in that discard pile.
I mean, it doesn't matter. He's just going to be able to hit the draw 2.
Yeah.
Because he's not Shoto. He doesn't care how many are in the discard.
True. But
as long as it's 6, he's
I was
kosher.
gonna say, yeah, the 6 is gonna go in there. He's gonna be able to draw that Ruin, and then now be able to go get a cycle.
Yeah. So it turns out it did matter which order they're in because now he's drawing the Ruin.
Yep. But again, some of the Jiro player, no aware of on that.
There's no way you were going to know he was going to drop that. Right
Yeah,
there.
exactly. You can tell both of them are pretty well going. Looking like he's gonna go check UVS real fast. Which is always a lot in these terms, especially on the webcams. We want you to understand what the cards are. So going to UVS Ultra has always been allowed for all these tournaments, just to double check and make sure what a card does.
He's working that 27 down, but 27 is a large number to work down.
Mm-hmm. Very true.
And we're waiting to see what they're waiting for.
Yep.
Is draw 2. I wonder if they're just calling somebody in to see if you draw 2 with 1 card in deck, do you actually draw 2? Which you do. You draw 1, cycle, then draw the other one.
Correct. Yeah, I was just popping up to see if they called the judge too, but I'm not showing that. No judge calls have been made yet.
Yeah, you might just be looking it up. Who knows? And we can see why they're only on game 2.
Yeah, but if they're unlimited, if you had the option of that, why rush? Like,
play your best play.
Yeah. I'm someone who still says that you should be able to play at a reasonable pace here, but
Yeah.
when it comes down to these kind of situations where it's all or nothing on the card, take a couple extra, take some time, no worries.
Well, I just don't see what's all or nothing here.
I kind of don't either. I'm just trying to give them the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, so he's gonna do the draw, he's gonna do the 10, and then he's gonna get the other one.
Yep.
Kind of weird seeing Tokiyami decks actually go until they have to shuffle to reload the deck here, but playing carefully, playing smart, and just locking your opponent down is better than YOLOing with a 5% chance of failure. Well, just remove
Agreed.
them.
Yeah. I mean, you're also losing 10-ish cards a turn between Tokiyami's ability and drawing cards.
Yeah.
So you got to figure out you only get 5 turns on your first
That
deck.
removed from game pile is getting bigger than the deck.
Yep. The
Right,
Tokiyami deck is getting thin.
He drew into what he needed to. He can discard for plus damage. Which I think is this. The 3 cards, which he gets plus 2 damage out of. So it's right now a 5 high for 6. Exhausted all its abilities, but presumably we're gonna put in a Dark Shadow Ruin here and exhaust Tokiyami.
And we know that there is a summon Dark Shadow in hand still. So that'll be another.
Yep, unless of course he's still waiting on the ruin, but at this point you've let 2 cards go without that bonus.
Yeah.
I think he just pop it here. And he does.
And yeah, he does. Yep. Right on cue.
Yep. Yeah, because the next card would just be too difficult to start playing without bonuses.
Yeah.
So now you've got a 6, 7. You give it the +1, 6, 8.
Yep.
It's just really if he blocks this, he's tapping out for it, right?
Yeah, because you think you're on average, the average block in this game is a 2 block. So you're blocking on
an
8 there. You check a 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I mean, you can get up to a 9 speed block, but you're checking the best card in your deck for that situation and tapping yourself out. And we still don't see another ruin come down, but do get to see some more Shoto tech. I believe that one looks way too zoomed in. I'm pretty sure that's the ice wall.
Did they take the damage on the last? Yes, yeah. Okay, so
Yeah,
17,
yeah.
14, yep.
Yep, and then his giant ice wall dropped
14
down.
is still plenty of damage to get through. It's not guaranteed this is over this turn. And 17 is very in Jiro's doable.
Yep.
Doable range there.
So we have giant ice
this
wall
does have
being
stun
down.
2. Yes. This does have stun 2 on it. So while the art is wrong on this is giant ice wall. It does have stun 2 and enhanced discard 1 momentum. Your next attack gains stun 2.
Yeah, but no momentum, and so not gonna be able to get that.
He's not gonna need it with stun 2. There's
I
only
mean,
gonna be
also fair.
But then, because of the stun 2, first day of class, if it's committed during the enhanced step, can flip itself to turn back up. So now the stun 2 would matter. So he's doing his best to just be able to block something here, because I don't know if Tokiyami can extend far enough to get 3 attacks. So if this one or the next one's full blocked, that might be it. +2, +2. So it's getting up to 5 speed right now and 7 damage. 5 speed still very blockable, and this might be the one to do it on, because I can't imagine the next one's going to be any slower than this. Oh, and he had extra.
No,
damage.
yeah, this is the one. This is the one you want to block on.
Yes. Yeah.
Because what? It's Shadow's coming. Shadow Ruin's gonna come in with.
I think he used the heroics on this one, or yeah, because it looks like there's just 7 next to the damage.
Yeah, the heroics were used.
Yep.
There's Unwavering. I mean, you're 100% right. This is the one you block.
Yep, this is the one you block. And he's not going to be able to finish now.
Nope.
Yep. So he just turns into.
Yeah, that's a good call, because that check would have. Yeah, and it's trading 1 for 1 there, not getting any.
He actually lost 1 out on playing the last one. He committed 2 to get the 1 foundation. But he's got a board state where next turn he's definitely able to kill. The question is, with 2 foundations, can he survive Jiro's assault when Jiro only has 3 foundations?
Yep.
And he forced Jiro to use the reset on first day, so he has neither the +2 nor the uncommit itself. I think if first day was not forced to be used, there's a chance that Jiro pulls
Agreed.
this off. But I just don't see how right now.
There's a momentum, so in theory, you could get a big old baseball bat swing.
You could, and it would have to be a bad check and no block for, like, a bunch of attacks.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a chance, right? He goes 1 in baseball swing, 1-2 in baseball swing.
Yeah. Well, you have to get some before it for home run combat to be really worth it. So you're
Yeah.
probably gonna
You probably need to get to the 3rd attack minimum. Because then you can add
two
another
specialized
one.
sound waves would do it. 3
Yeah.
check, 4 check, and keep your commission. You keep your stuff up. So
And then you check for the baseball bat, and then you get 1 added to momentum. You have 4, so you can add 8.
Mhm.
I don't know. It would have to be a lot of not blocking.
yeah, I don't. I think you're right on that though. I also don't see really a way to get out of it. Just double checking the discard, seeing what's still there, what's out of the deck.
And don't forget though, cool student applies on blocks as well.
Yep.
He just generated himself some good momentum, so he's probably blocking at 2. He's, I'm guessing he's using both momentums defensively this turn. I'm guessing he's able to block 2 things. Except if he gets stunned out, but I think, yeah. I think the best thing he could have done here was put down a stun 2 and just stun 2 immediately.
Yep. But looks like float combo?
This is pillar swing.
This one's pillar. They look
This is pillar swing.
okay.
This is pillar swing, stun 2, 3,
Webcam
8.
detectives.
Yeah. This is pillar swing. She's holding it up diagonally, and yeah, it's stun 2 here. It gets rid of all the cool student shenanigans.
Yep.
It's just, can you block this, right?
Yeah.
Do you have a 2+ blocker better? And can you check a 5? The damage of this attack isn't going to be, well, so technically he could reduce the damage before that enhance is played.
Correct.
So he can make it only 7 damage if he wants to. Because the first one had to be stun, otherwise he was going to use the cool student.
Yeah. No, stun's 100% the right answer here.
The second enhance on pillar swing doesn't bring it back up. It just means it can't further be reduced. So he still could make it only 7 damage, which would still mean 10 more would need to be forthcoming. But
I mean,
has-
health is
has
a resource in
heal
these
all this back.
games.
Well,
Yeah.
and technically it's a weapon and a charge, so it does actually get +1.
+1/+1, yeah.
1. Those are responses though, so technically you have to do them when it's played.
Correct. We're commentators, not judges, though.
Yeah.
I wish.
I don't know if he's nice enough to allow his opponent to do that, but nope.
Man, there's money on the line. Nah.
Fails
There
the
you go.
check.
Okay, so I mean, maybe they talked about it. Maybe they just didn't put dice there. Maybe they knew about it.
Yeah.
I will always assume the
Well,
best case scenario there.
He only took 8, so
Yeah.
I think if he did one guy either that or he reduced the damage, but they gave him the thing.
Well, there's the damage. There we go.
There's the damage. I can't believe
Indiscriminate
Hero crawled
shock.
back. I mean, careful as he played that. Man, that is why they're in the top. To be able to crawl back from situations like that is what you need to do to make it to the top of these 1K events, right?
And that just exactly that. That one card just changed the entirety of how that turn had to be played out. Being able to commit out your first 2, so there's no shenanigans with cool student, and yep, there you go. And not only that, but being able to see the numbers in the line to make that work. To be like, all right, this is exactly where the kill shot's gonna come in. Absolutely fantastic. Looks like that means we got to a game 3. Yeah.
Lasting forever.
But
Here's the 10.
Tokiyami does love going first.
Tokiyami does love going first. I hope you guys all ate dinner in the break because we're not going home anytime soon.
Definite RIP Birdman on this one. Oh, was that wait, was that last game? I thought they still have, yeah, they still have one more.
Unless Jiro won the first game, but I think they still have one more.
Yeah, I think this is game 3.
Unless Jiro won the first game and, then Bird chose to go second, which I doubt. But Bird's tapped themselves and is shuffling, so.
Yeah. Looks like yeah, definite sideboard is happening over on Jiro's side as well too. So, I think Tokiyami, I think sideboarded 1 card because he did play with the sideboard for a little bit. So we have 1 going on there. Looks like Jiro is siding 2 cards in. Yep, Jiro is gonna go ahead and side in the 2 cards there. But yep, so we're getting all set and ready to go. Everyone's getting their shuffles done. Staying on the same characters, no need to swap. Again, with Tokiyami, it's very rare to see a Tokiyami ever swap out because Tokiyami decks are built so specifically with Tokiyami in mind.
There's like at least 16 cards that you only want to play in the Tokiyami deck, and there's only 10 guys sideboard. So
unlimited sideboard. When are we gonna get that, Jask?
never.
Ooh, never.
Nobody wants that.
Jiro though gonna be 100%. I don't want to say the word is gonna be careful, but I think Jiro has to be on the defensive here, at least for the first couple turns.
Well, he's going to do what he did, right? He baited out just enough attacks every turn to get a little bit of damage in, but kept enough defense they weren't going to die. And then as soon as Tokiyami really tried to commit to a turn and then faltered at the end of it, bam, they countered back.
Yeah.
And that's what kind of both of these decks are really. Tokiyami is looking to have the killer turn, but has to be sure that they're not the same thing isn't going to happen. They're not going to falter and then get slammed back.
Oh, and then again, it's exactly like you said earlier in the stream when we had the Tokiyami mirror. Tokiyami, even at the highest of skill levels, is still kind of a roulette wheel.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, it's one you're spinning every turn, right? Like, did I hit my golden turn 2? Nope. I'm going to spin it again, and eventually I'm going to hit it. Breaker is really good for that, and putting things in their card pool is really good for stopping that, where they think they hit the roulette wheel, and you go, no, you're going to stop like 5 damage short.
Yep.
Also, just checks sometimes. Like, you think, okay, average checks, I'll make this, but you get 1 more 3 than you thought, and you're not there. Cool Student is really nice to be able to finish off turns, but the problem is you have to hit successfully with poke on a previous turn. And that's not always something that you can do when you're saving up to be a big combo turn. I suspect we might see 1 or 2 turns where he kind of half plays the combo, gets his opponent down to like low 20s, and then tries to finish him off from there.
Yeah, I definitely can see that happening too as well. Or just getting, again, just enough pokes in where it's able to, get them down to a scary spot where you feel like you are going to have to block every single turn, and then be able to go ahead and pull it out. I don't know. So we had a game 3. We've seen one of the games. We weren't able to see both the first game. But what are you thinking? Who do you think's got the edge here?
I mean, I think at this level, it's down to the players themselves. I don't think any particular deck is more attuned to beat the other. I have to say, I kind of favored Jiro just a little bit.
See, I 100% agree with you on the fact of it's coming down to the player skill more than giving me anything else. But I'm actually, with Tokiyami going first, I got to go with the stats. I think Tokiyami's going to have this. Going first, being a more explosive and temperament deck.
I don't know, just after seeing that comeback and the way that he was able to play on that edge and still come back, I think that there's a lot in his deck that's able to go. I can play from 3 foundations. Imagine what I could do if I had 6.
Fair. Well, we'll see how it happens, because I mean, there's only one way to find out, and that's them dropping cards through here.
A little more shuffling never hurt anybody.
I mean, look, Oh, they heard you. Oh.
Oh no.
All right, so we got cards in hand. We got everything ready to go. Tokiyami's taking first. Probably gonna build 5, or at least let me phrase. Gonna try to build 5, more than likely.
I mean, playing on the 2-check train here
And that's it. That's
because that's all the foundations I had apparently.
yeah. Again, four foundations though. That's your
Very
average.
respectful, right? A 6-hander would be overjoyed with it. A 7-hander, yeah, that's pretty good. And a 5-hander would be doing cartwheels.
Yeah, no, Nomo's like 4 foundations. I'm in.
I've already won. Everything else is just gravy.
Yup. And we gotta remember though, whoever wins this match is going to be facing that Nomu. So
It's a scary thought.
yeah. And then Nomu's also having time to relax, time to turn the brain off and get to recuperate a little bit. while
That's
he's-
something people don't consider when these games go long. Yeah, you want to win this one, but you might be giving your opponent a lot of time to relax. But yeah, the other thing is the Nomu definitely, if you overcommit, can definitely clap back.
Yep.
No, he's not going to stop short on damage. I mean, I'm sure these players know exactly how to play differently versus different decks, but there's going to be no reprieve. All right, so check that Specialist of Sound, knows that that 6 is coming next. Really wishes they had another foundation to come up.
Yeah.
She's
Just saying,
"Attack."
okay. Yeah, no,
Exactly, I gotta
I
say.
know a 6 is coming next. The 6 on a block seems pretty good. 4
I don't-
foundations
I don't
sounds
want-
great.
I don't particularly want to draw it because you're not punch heavy. So
Yeah.
well, please attack me. And he's like, sure thing,
All right,
bud.
yeah.
This isn't progressive. I don't care.
Chrome Fog takedown coming down, and
Unfortunately, that first check 3 just hurts so much when you have to commit 2 on your first attack of the game. If he could come in with a nice strong 5 there and do a second attack pretty freely. It looks like he's not going to be too scared as long as he has the right zone. And he probably does because he can turn it into a high if he needs to. He shouldn't be too worried about this. Looks like we're already going to be doing a latent. That's pretty early. I don't know exactly what he's looking for this turn. Yeah, because he didn't put a Summon Dark Shadow in the yard. But he does have one already. Might as well play it if he got it. See where he goes. He's all right, uncommitting and throwing out some of his Summon Dark Shadow. He'll try and sneak this through with a little extra speed on it. He knows that the 6 check is coming. But setting up for the next check, giving himself +3. So we're going to take that +3 and roll with it. Hopefully, that's how he's going to get another big attack. A lot of support in the chat here for their buddies, friends of the chat coming in and supporting. And if you guys want to show your friends, let them come in and root for your friends. Tell them who you're rooting for and get some love in the chat here. But yep, looks like he's going for another non-progressive. So really extending this turnout to, 1 card committed. He's played 3 so far, and he's still on a 1 progressive at best. Yeah, he got through that 6 check, but now we have no idea what the next check is. And it's already on the +1 damage, the +1 speed, +1 damage. Crow and Frog really good in Crow or Frog, really good anywhere, but for non-progressive. But in these guys being able to uncommit stuff, so now he's back up to full basically. Giro Enhance showing the 2 cards, both attack, so probably won't be extending too much further. Well, with a 1 progressive, he can still play another attack and get through it. If he had another Summon Dark Shadow, that would be perfect right now. But looks like he's just going to keep the damage up with Stronger in Darkness and Tokiyami, so that's a +1/+3, bringing this attack up to a 5 high for 8.
Cool. Sorry about that. I had to step away for a second, chat.
Absolutely
And
fine. I
team.
see. But yeah, so he started the turn committing stuff, but has been throwing down progressives that ready 1 card that hasn't been readied yet at this stage. So he's clawing this turn back. And these are the kind of decks I find frustrating to play, where they're playing 5 cards a turn and end up with everything uncommitted and like the same number of cards in hand, and you're like, well, what did you spend to do that? But it just shows you how strong you can make a deck when you get the right interactions together, you weave them in the right order. Fortunately, there are some cards left in Jiro's hand and has not committed, because we did see that 6 check for the first block, which was very unfortunate. So.
But we knew it was coming. And again, that's
He knew it was
why.
coming. He just said he had to play through it. Whatever. We'll burn it. Maybe get the second attack off because he needs to get that chip in early. And he's actually taking the damage here. Probably doesn't have the right block zone or has some good attacks that he wants to keep.
Yep. And again, health being a resource, you have a little bit to spend there. You're up on Tokiyami at the start of the game, so taking an attack or 2, not going to hurt you too much in the long run, usually.
Tokiyami, that extra Stronger in Darkness is going to come in clutch. Being able to add 3 damage to every attack once your character's committed really means you don't have to get a lot of punches through on this 19 health opponent. So this is what Tokiyami needed to do. Get a little bit of damage, get a little bit of momentum, and just start churning away, attacking, getting them into a position where you can one-shot them. What's Jiro going to do? Jiro's got 4 foundations, has that Leighton up, is going to review 1 card and draw up to new hand, and hopefully we're going to see a little chain here to try and get some damage in.
Especially with the Leighton being down, I very much think that
you don't have to save it for kill turns. You can get them down to 2 health and make them sweat.
Yeah, exactly. I was gonna say, I think you're gonna go ahead and play down the 2 attacks that you have. Actually, I think you might latent skill your attacks to get your foundation stage back up and just get ready.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it really depends. It depends on how much orange did you draw. I mean, a little vitamin C is great, but too much is you're gonna overcommit, and not enough, and you're gonna get scurvy. And no scurvy hand here. We get some orange out, so that's always good. And ooh, that's a 2 check.
That is rough and kind of puts a damper on this turn.
That's well, like we said, the 2 checks have been what's coming out clutch in this top 4 for sure.
Now I have no idea what
die by it too.
It looks like a low attack, but I got no. I can't even see the.
I believe that is Jiro's flash. Amplified Sound Blast, I believe. Let me go ahead and check on UVS Ultra. By the way, UVS Ultra, everybody. When you're trying to figure out how to be a webcam detective,
it does. Ultra. So it does fit. Sound Blast, a Flash 4/4.
Yep.
And does make future attacks less difficult.
Yep. But future attacks less difficult when it's in momentum.
Yeah.
So it's next turn's attacks less difficult.
Yeah, but if it makes it to momentum, but it looks
looks like a second one coming down too. So we're gonna get. I think this is gonna be definitely a turn to set up.
I mean, they still have to make it to momentum. They have to get past the blocks.
Truth.
And looks like he's got another block here.
Another block and some breaker. Gonna commit, but
that's a mid block, right?
Yep, yeah, it was mid. So a little bit of damage is gonna get through. That's gonna hit momentum.
That one is gonna hit momentum, but it's what you got to do. You've ended that turn, effectively.
Yeah. Yep. Now +4 on this next check because the breaker. Trying to do the math here on it.
It commit 1, I think. This is
Man,
I really wish we'd see that 1 inch.
I'm pretty sure that is destined for mainstream success, so it's
Yeah.
a 1 check.
Pretty sure that's a 1 check. That would be +4, so that's a 5, and he checked a. Is that a 4 on the top? Oh no, he
Yeah,
checked.
it's 4. It was 4. It was Walkling. Yeah.
Yeah. Or did he check the specialized in his Walkling once revealed? Oh no, it was. Yep.
Okay.
All right.
I'll say I don't think so. I think that was the.
But he's
that's how
got
he.
nothing, right? Like he's got to have a basically a 0 cost here, or a 3 could really hurt him.
Yep.
His only saving grace is Tokiyami has been using a lot of attacks. He's attacked twice. He's blocked with attacks. Tokiyami might not be flush on attacks right now.
Yeah, very true. Yeah, but you're only gonna have two foundations ready to go next turn. Oof.
I mean, and your character, you can commit your character to.
Yeah, I mean that's fair. After you get done with your Jiro enhance, your character's
I
basically.
mean, just do the
blank.
Jiro enhance on the first thing, and then if
Yep.
it's free real estate.
It's free real estate.
But yeah, so it looks like we've got basically the end of his turn shaping up here, and he's just debating whether to play one more or not.
Yeah.
I don't think he can fit in any more attacks at +3. Even if it's a 3, he needs to check a 5, and he'd hit it once, and he'd be done. So maybe a 1 coster might a 0 cost. He can let a 2 fail. That's a Walkling.
That's a Walkling.
So he can. So that's
Needed. I mean, Walkling in hand. That was a needed risk. I actually don't.
I don't hate that.
It's a lot of risk though.
Worst comes to worst, you let it fail. You still have 2 blocks.
It's true. Very true.
You know, you don't commit 2 for that right there. But yeah, definitely a solid play. But now Tokiyami's got the chance to slam in. You know, you've got maybe 1 good block in here.
7 cards in hand.
Once
You're
again,
probably. Oh, go ahead. My apologies.
No, go for it.
I was gonna say you're probably just blocking 1 attack here. Maybe you could eke out a second block if your first deck's real good. But
we did see it before, right? There was, blocked just enough, lived on just enough life, got Tokiyami to commit, and then the clap back. So this could be the same story as last time, except Jiro has many more foundations than they did before. So this would be a strong counterattack if he doesn't.
Would be. That being said, that's a stun too, I believe. I believe that's the giant ice wall, not a storm.
Yeah, 5 cost.
Yep, 5 cards. So yeah, definitely giant ice wall then. So yeah, stun 2 is gonna hit. That's
We need to invent an AI that just like overlays the correct block mods and art and.
I forget where somebody from the Rochester CCG group has a computer program that has all that information in it. You just
I have all the information. I just can't overlay it on stream with a.
I hope you reveal something good I can draw. You did.
Webcam view. Which they look much nicer on actual stream, by the way.
What card?
That's a delay for us, so we like to use the.
Agreed. Yeah,
Giant Ice
we
Wall?
just
played it.
Crisp, good quality here. We're on Potato Cam.
Yeah, it's a giant ice wall, and is he going to discard the momentum to finish out the stun?
Yep.
Because, I mean, if you don't have another use for it, I don't necessarily see Cool Student. No, so
nope.
I don't remember him having any powerful or EX, so might as well.
Chat is saying that Jiro is looking like real dead. We got to see what other attacks are there, but I'm not.
If this is the only attack in his hand, If this is the only attack in his head, then it's not. He's not dead. But
If this is the only attack in his hand, he would have built 4. Passed. When kept in hand for next turn.
I don't know. Sometimes he's like, no, I'm going to block the big one, and then you just sneak an attack though. The bluffing is not to be underestimated. This isn't a full information game.
This is true. That is a very good skill that a lot of people forget is very useful in this game.
So is he going to summon a Dark Shadow? Or is he going to go for the... Oh, I've got another of those draw 2s in my hand, and I wanted that second card.
That's Welkling getting flipped.
No. There's the Summon Dark Shadow.
Yep.
I gotta imagine the momentum's going to be used just to stun him out.
There's a Summon Dark Shadow dropping down, so we're good there. Committing.
There's a +1/+1, then he's going to get +3 to it, so make it +1/+4. No, so yep. So you've got a 4 speed, 5 of 9, 4, 9, basically.
Seems fine. What could possibly go wrong?
He's attempting to block, so he did not use the momentum on this one. There's a 5 block with a double commit, gets up to 7. So that must have been a 3 block. No? Well, I can't tell what action card that is, I guess. Does that go beyond? Is that
I believe it's Go Beyond.
No, it doesn't have the art. It's got the plus ultra art. Maybe there was extra stuff we weren't thinking about. But he's on to his next attack anyways, and he is flying through with Summon Dark Shadow.
It's another Ruin coming down, another friend, another Dark Shadow,
Yep, so
That's
these are basically free damage. Can he count to what he needs to do? So here's another attack.
Yeah, okay, so watching it on the back side of the stream, it is definitely was plus ultra that got played.
Yeah. Or well, got checked. So more damage just flying through. He's counting his life down bit by bit.
Tokiyami's still got a hand. Tokiyami's still got gas in the tank.
Yeah, Tokiyami's. I mean, yeah. Chat. I think Chat's absolutely right. I think Jiro's just dead here. There's
We've seen Jiro pull it out before, though. Are we gonna get a second? Oh, as he spends momentum.
There's the powerful. Because that one was the
yep,
forecast.
they're just going through, yeah.
Yep, so that one was the forecast, so just able to rep out the damage. And
all right.
Yeah, you were right. Tokiyami managing to sneak it through. There was no final turn for Jiro to finish off.
And it's going to be really interesting here because we have one of the strongest offensive characters in Tokiyami going up against probably the strongest defensive character in set 1, Nomu.
What you consider defense? Like, do you consider defense having a ton of foundations, full blocking everything with minus speed, or do you consider defense taking punches to the face and just going, I got health, super regen, and just a big old chunky body?
I mean, that's how bear tanking works, right?
Yeah. We trained him wrong. No. That's a joke. No, so yeah, it looks like we'll get that Nomu versus Tokiyami here. Yep. That's a real tough matchup for Tokiyami to figure out when to turn on the gas. Because hey, all these attacks are going to be plus 1 billion damage. No. But he does, so I think that's what he's got the stun 2 in there for, and that's a really good call that's going to help him well. If he can, on his first one, start stunning out whatever remainder that Nomu has left.
Yep.
then he can make it so, okay, I'm gonna do like 4 attacks that are all like 10 plus damage. Your character's gonna be able to tap for 1, but then you're done because I've stunned you out ahead of time.
Yeah, I definitely think that the stun is going to be something that's going to come into play a lot in this next match. By the looks of it, we're probably going to go ahead and give Tokiyami like a 5-minute breather just to, get some water and stuff in.
It's
So,
only fair. He can't
yeah.
go directly to the next match. Give him, just a few minutes.
So yeah, you'll be stuck with us on stream for a little bit here, but yeah, man, shout outs once again to Red Riot Games for hosting the 1K. It's been an absolute blast being here today.
So I wonder. And yeah, Tokiyami is not one that can easily sideboard out. So he's going to have to get in his pokes early, get Nomu down to a killable range, and then worry more about number of attacks or stunning out.
Mm-hmm. But on the plus side here, Nomu's attacks have been relatively slow. He's got a couple tricks to make some speed happen that we've seen, but overall, the attacks are going to be slow.
And Nomu lets you generate momentum against them. You can just throw out a couple attacks and some are probably going to hit. And because of that, you can use Cool Student to boost your defense instead of your offense or to extend your offense.
Yeah.
So Cool Student's, I think, going to be a crucial card in this if he's able to get it. As well as just being able to pump every attack to full 6. Once you get 1 or 2, in darkness, and then you've got your Tokiyami, and you're just like, oh, that one's 5, it's 6. Oh, this one's 4, it's 6. Oh, this one's whatever, it's or 7 or 8, right?
Yeah, I was gonna say you want it to be at 7 because at 6,
Yeah,
all right,
6
cool.
is
I'll just
good.
take the hit. Like
at 7, maybe even take the hit, but at 8, you start to go, do I commit for -2? Do I commit for -2?
Yep.
To be able to just push it, but you don't want him to put him to 19 because then he goes, duh, I'm gonna commit.
Yeah, but we do know that there's a lot of good, like I said, there's a lot of good speed tech and there's a lot of good action cards in that deck that's gonna really hit that foundation base of
It can
Tokiyami.
really surprise you. And imagine he does one of the 5 speed attacks. If he's got a plus ultra to bring it to 10 speed, and then he does an evil gaze for +2.
Yep.
And then he just clobbers you for 12. Bam. Out of nowhere.
Yeah, Tokiyami does good when he's not taking half his entire health pool in a single attack.
It's going to be an interesting finals, and we've seen some crazy good plays from both of these players. I mean, you can really tell the difference in the finals from some of the earlier matches, just exactly how skilled some of these guys are approaching each match, and the real nuances of when to play what.
Yeah, and I think that's also just a testament to how good that this game system is, and that you have so much extra skill and variety, and you have such a high skill ceiling where even after all of these games that every single person has played in, and this is everyone in this tournament, everyone that does the Wednesday weeklies, anyone who does any of the events in general altogether, the people who put in the work and are able to go ahead and really like push through and figure out their decks and how it works, those are the ones that are gonna be making the biggest splashes in the scene and the biggest skills. And we've been seeing that time and time again. The people who put in the work are the ones who are getting into these tops.
Although, you know what I'm going to slightly miss with this finals? We had a heck of a cheering section for Saul in the chat, just cheering him on every game we saw.
It's true.
I wonder if they're going to transfer their love over to Nomu, or say, hey, if Bird beat my guy, then Bird's got to beat everybody.
Yep. And it looks like Tokiyami elected not to take the break and just wants to kind of go through and keep pushing. So we are going to go straight into the game.
Yeah. These events where we have a top cut by definition are, a lot of rounds and a lot of cuts. So it does take some time. So some people just want to get done with the day. And hey, if you're fresh and ready to go, we're willing to go with you. It looks like they're going to start off with their mulligans right away. And Tokiyami does get to go first.
Yep.
The position that everybody wants to be in.
Well, in top cuts, whoever is seed 1 always has the choice. So Tokiyami winning out the day is, giving that advantage to the advantage player.
Mm-hmm. Gotcha. Yeah. Again, all the rules, they did finally release about 2 weeks ago a tournament structure rule set too to for how many rounds you play and everything like that. So if anybody's curious about how these tournaments decide who wins tiebreakers and whatnot like that, or how many rounds you go to, that is available on the official Jasco site, mhacardgame.com. And we're heading into the first round of each, the building round, for our Red Riot Games final. As we check out Tokiyami versus Nomu coming out here. 4 built for Tokiyami. Pretty average. And he did get 2 stronger in darkness, so he will be able to play that game of exactly how much damage he wants to do. But it looks like Nomu does pretty average for himself too. Only 3, nothing too great, nothing too bad. So we're going to really see these decks at what they do. No good luck, no bad luck so far.
Yep, for sure. So far, it's looking pretty bog standard. Good old classic UES. Nothing too fancy going on. Tokiyami getting first trident punch with a crow and frog takedown coming right out.
I mean, that card has really put some wheels on this deck. It's an extra attack on a lot of turns. Looks like his first enhance, he's going to be drawing a card, actually, using it up right now instead of waiting for the kill turn, because he knows the early game is so important. He can't let Nomu just start punching away. He's got to get the damage in. He will falter and die eventually.
Yeah, the later this game goes, the worse off it really is for most Tokiyami game plans, and especially when you're on Fire Tokiyami here. It's going to be very painful very quick, and he also can see already that because of the Someone with Style being put out there and Glamorous, Nomu's on death.
Yep.
And
Go
ahead.
Just seeing Latent Seal came out to put the Dark Shadow in the bin so that when he used Tokiyami's power, he knew for sure he had a Dark Shadow to come back and really net some card advantage on that even trade for Latent.
Yeah, it's not really an even trade when you can stack things directly into your discard pile that you want to pull back later.
Yeah,
So-
basically he discarded 2 and drew 3.
Yep.
That's what ended up there. Crow and Frog Takedown also uncommits any card, not any foundation that hasn't been uncommitted. So he's able to ready Tokiyami again. Looks like a 1 high block coming out here, so maybe able to full block this. But you know what? More attacks coming, you know.
Nope. Definitely was a full block there, but say hello to Ruin.
Ruin coming in, just powering out already. Got the +1/+1. Hey, gets +2 damage so far, Bubble plus the 3. So
Yeah, it just used its bottom enhance right now. Didn't use the stun. Yeah.
didn't
'Cause
use
it has to get
yet, no, but
Yeah, it has to get it from the third, but the stun here. Okay, I was gonna say, what are you stunning here is gonna be the actual question, but it looks like the
Any
attack just
card.
gonna get pushed through. It looks like it was Glamorous took the stun, and just some
unfortunately, he
damage.
wasn't able to commit his character, so he wasn't able to add anything to it to try for the commit. But he had a foundation to just commit and turn it back down.
Yep.
So does get though that early momentum and start in on that big health and still leave plenty of defense. And he's got Tokiyami up and available so that he can get this Summon Dark Shadow back on his opponent's turn.
Yep. And Summon Dark Shadow on the opponent's turn is a fantastic card for blocking. So a little bit more defense as well as offense at the cost of a little bit of your deck.
Yeah, you can use the enhance for the +3 if you want and commit your character to start subtracting some damage from the attacks.
Mhm.
Or, I mean, yeah, you can also just use it as a 2+ mid block. It's not bad because you can get it back.
We
Looks
got
like
the
a
glare on
Merciless
that.
coming
I
out.
was gonna say, it
Merciless.
looks like Merciless to me, but there's a lot of glare.
I'm familiar with Nomu's death cards. That's a Merciless.
And like exactly as you said there is 5 cards from the top of the disc or for the top of the deck going straight to the discard, and a Summon Dark Shadow being brought back right to hand.
Yep. Here's an Evil Gaze. He's feeling confident. He's going to start chipping away at some of Nomu's foundations here. 3 foundations, pretty good. 2 really starts to limit Nomu as to what he can do for the turn, but he's going to go ahead and flip something so he has something to sack.
Yep. I was flipping Glamorous, so.
Yeah, unfortunately, Evil Gaze does let your opponent pick what's out, so down to 2 foundations, but just gonna go play foundations to even this
Yep.
back up.
Agitation, first day of class, and calling it there.
Now he did get 2 health out of Tokiyami by making him use that Evil Gaze. Whether that's going to be relevant or not will remain to be seen. But they're at least every play is forcing something out of your opponent. Nobody's getting a free block, a free anything. There's a lot going on. We do see. So what's he got available this turn? He's got the Dark Shadows. He's got Latent, which we'll probably see pretty early if he thinks he's going to have an attack turn. Also, Lineage is actually good defensively here too, because it's got a lot of buffs from your opponent's side for the damage. So you can make things very blockable. It's not just for offense versus a Nomu. But yeah, with uncommitting his character a lot, man, he is going through this deck very fast. Look at that. He might deck out. If this keeps up, if he's playing defensive.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely don't think the deck out is happening with just as many times, but that's cycling. You gotta be careful what cards get removed from game off that cycle.
You got to keep track of how your ratios change, because you've already had more foundations than attacks. Usually it's more than your momentum isn't at least a third of your foundations. So your deck's attack heavy. And then if you take out even more foundations, you're just going to be checking attacks. But looks like we've got the latent flipping here, so that will force ourselves to do the shuffle and remove 10.
And let's I'm definitely trying to keep an eye on and see exactly what's going to get launched into the remove from game zone here, because that's 10 foundations, or there again, actions and foundations and actions there are going to be the real scary part there. There's your cut, and let's see who gets out.
A pretty even mix.
Yep,
Heavy on actions.
Heavy on actions. That was 2 Dark Shadows out of the game.
I think 2 Dark Shadows, maybe an Evil as well. I saw another one in there.
And then 2 attacks as well. So
but it looks like he has another summon that's he already has in hand. He's willing to play with, and that's smart. When you think you're going to cycle, save one of the cards you need in your discard. One of the erases, one of the summon Dark Shadows, the things you get back, so that you don't rely on luck, because he did remove a bunch of them. Yep, and looks like we're going to Ruin over here. No, that is Ruin, right?
Yeah, it's Ruin. Yeah.
Yep, so he's going to make it so that his actions don't count against him, and the first attack doesn't count against him. So really the next one he plays is going to be on a high bonus here. Blocking with what looks
Howitzer.
Howitzer. But that's okay, because the attacks keep coming.
Yep, another Crown Frog. So again, still very little progressive difficulty in that pool right now.
Yep. He can just keep extending. Nomu's going to run out of blocks. He's going to add the plus damage to bring it up past. Hey, Nomu, commit something.
And,
if you want to block it.
A very big thing. Nomu is on a 6 number right now, I believe. Or is that Tokiyami that's on the 18? Am I doing flip flopped?
But
I haven't flip flopped. Nope. Yeah, okay, never mind. I haven't flip flopped, so never mind. I was gonna say, because 18 is a very scary number for a Nomu. You don't want to be on a multiple 6.
No, if Nomu was on an 18 already, this might have been a kill turn. But he's just slowly chipping him down. Looks like he's going to throw everything in the trash. And, he doesn't have Cool Student. He doesn't have any momentum outlets right now. So one momentum. He's got the 1 damage that you saw, and we've got the extra stun.
And I think you're going to use that 1 momentum to gain stun 2 on your next range attack.
Yeah.
Signature right swing coming down.
Yeah, Nomu also expanding his options.
Yeah. And looks like Tokiyami really just wants to get that shadow back in hand.
Yeah, Tokiyami's like, listen, this is going to be decided by damage. I don't care if I cycle twice. Come on.
Yep.
Give me all the power every turn. I can't afford to miss a single iota of life.
And again, as you said, it's going to be great on blocks too. So being able to go ahead and use it for that +3 skill hack,
Yeah, I mean, like we said, that card that doesn't have progressive, the Cornfrog Takedown, has brought so much life into being able to untap himself. So he can get extra pullbacks. He can get extra commit himself. You can just check him for a block. Just really opened up a world of, hey, every turn I'm gonna commit myself, uncommit myself, commit myself.
Yep.
Is
looks to be first day of class also got committed and then immediately flipped to re-ready itself. So the next check's gonna get a +2 on it as well. So Nomu definitely indicating there's another punch in hand happening. And that is Berserker Blow, I believe.
No, I think that's an XR Merciless.
Oh, could be the XR. You're right.
I'm pretty sure that's XR Merciless.
That is an XR Merciless. That's a pretty card.
Yep, they're pretty when the backgrounds shine through the text box. But yeah, so looks like it didn't even need the bonuses to check. Really, he checks on a 5 versus Tokiyami, but gonna go ahead and add that. So it's a 4 high for 5 right now.
Yeah, and basically just gonna be saying, hey, if you do block this, something's getting lost too. We're destroying something from you.
Yeah, the people lose that. Oh, it's a 4-5 from 5, maybe 4, but blocking it hurts. You do lose a foundation, but it's something you have to do.
Yep.
Looks like it was only a half block too at this time.
Which is it reduces the damage and saves your foundation. So
It
you're good
is
there.
breaker 1 as well, right?
Yep.
So
super regen and an apathetic coming down. Apathetic is going to be very strong right now. Just to once again, as you were saying, lineage is such a big deal in this deck. I think lineage is going to get flipped very quick.
Mm-hmm.
Looking at the last 2 cards in hand, deciding if you want to push the envelope a little bit further for one more.
Although it really looks like he's going to be able to block, but not a high attack. So I think if you had a high attack, maybe you push it through.
Yeah.
But you'd commit out and he'd just wail on you. And 23 is not safe. I mean, well, it is 4 attacks and there is a regen, so you do need 5. If you can't actually block anything, if you tapped out on that.
Yep. Nope, I think the safer answer is just to stay there, build up, and
yeah, and they're playing it well. But look at he doesn't have that many cards left in the deck.
Yeah.
We're going for the second cycle. I know you said it's unlikely we're going for, and it is unlikely, right? We're going to finish this with damage, but it's not so far off from cycling one more time. All right, so there's our heat. I think he's got the 6.
Nomu definitely could pull a good old-fashioned mill strategy and just let Tokiyami eat himself.
Yeah, if he just went build 3, hold 2, or build 2, hold 3 a bunch of turns,
yeah,
and tried to get his super regens, there's a chance.
Frigid Heat Wave coming down though, so we know there's a couple more cards.
It's apathetic, and it does indeed target the lineage. But here's the damage boost. 1, 2. Oh no, this is
that's Tokiyami. Yep.
That's Tokiyami. Once we went past 3, we knew.
Yeah.
Drawing back to hand, gonna increase it.
Do you have enough cards in your deck to damage boost right now?
The answer is yeah. Go ahead, cycle.
Yeah, and it looks like Evil Gaze is coming down, so one of the foundations is going to get destroyed here. We know that there's going to be a block here. Looks like they're gonna both Evil Gaze. All right, if you block it, I'll destroy one of yours too. This seems fun. They're just both giving each other the stink eye over there.
This is now a staring contest between a bird and a thing with a beak. Not quite a bird. Nomu kind of has a beak. Is he technically I know he's not technically a bird, but can we classify him as a bird?
I mean, there are definitely Nomus with wings and definitely Nomus with beaks. I'm gonna say he's a bird. I'm gonna.
This is a bird off right now.
Yep, this is the bird off. This is the bird off that our tech support Desmu wanted the entire time. And there we go. There's cycle number 2. So at this point, the remove from game pile is almost exactly the same as the deck size now. That's frightening. I have a message from tech support, everyone. That bird is the word, and I am legally obligated by tech support to say that, much to my digression.
We've got Sneaky Bird versus Buff Bird. But looks. I mean, there's plenty of attacks, right? Like this turn has barely started. This could still finish on damage right here, and that's what he's hoping.
Agreed.
That's why he's willing to go down because, yeah, if he starts checking too much, he's got maybe a turn left before he cycles one more time. It just gets faster and faster. But I gotta imagine he's going for the win this turn. He's got enough foundations.
Enough foundations, enough cards in hand. I 100% agree. I think this is... And we know Nomu is blocking here. So Nomu's going to go down to 0 cards in hand and is going to have to Nomu block for the rest of the turn. They're both going to lose a foundation, which is, going to be sad. But, at this point... Because Tokiyami has to do just what? 4 more attacks right now? Yeah, 4.
Right now, it could be 4 full damage attacks. Because he's got the super regen, so it goes up to 24, but then 6, 6, 6, 6.
Yep. So there we go. We got a couple things on the block, but again, not the end of the world because something's going to get destroyed anyway. Only able to full block 2. The super regen is being destroyed, which is again the right call there.
Because he's the attacker, yep, the super gen, he doesn't need to do all 6s now. But it's still 4 attacks.
Signature right swing coming out to cycle a couple cards in hand to see if we can pull some more attacks out.
Actually, it's not. It's 3 attacks if they're big enough because he can only commit 2 things to stop.
That's
he's only
true.
got 2 readies.
Yeah,
so.
he's got 1 ready foundation and 1 ready Nomu.
Yep, so 6, 6 gets to 12, and then the last one just has to be 9.
Yep. Just a 9. Just 9 damage.
Well, here's the thing, though. If any of them are less than 9, he lets that one through.
Yeah. Which seems to be the case here. That's the first let through.
Yep. So now he's 3 attacks away. Can you do 3 attacks on this though? There's no ignoring progressive right now. Oh, I don't know if he's got 2 more attacks.
No, he's down to 1 now because that's going to be a stun coming right out.
Oh,
so
is
that
it?
That last foundation is going to get stunned.
Yeah.
And that's dealing 8 damage right now. +4 on Ice Wall.
Well, this is Ice Storm. This does not have stun. Because it's only 4 cost.
Are you? Computer enhance.
Ice Wall has a 5 cost, so can't.
Yeah, that's a 5 cost there. That was a 5 cost attack.
That's a 4 cost attack.
No, it's a 5 cost attack.
You're nuts. You're nuts. That's a 4
I mean,
cost.
I'm trying. It's also a weird color, and I'm really bad at seeing colors. So.
It is absolutely Ice Storm.
All right, I'm gonna trust you.
But he's out of attacks. It looks.
But he's
like.
out of attacks anyway. So. Woo!
All right, so now pray to the RNG gods that Nomu wakes up with Gray.
Yep. Nomu needs scurvy here, or it's a sad time.
The lack of oranges.
Let's. Nope. Someone went to a fruit stand, found some orange.
You might be able to block 1 attack.
Yeah.
Well, maybe he comes out of here. You might be able to block 2, right? Maybe his second card is plus ultra, and he's like, bam.
Very fair.
-3 speed coming out, so he's looking to block this. No surprise.
Yep. But everything on his side has been committed now, so.
Yep. So this one's blockable, and the next one isn't.
Yep. But again, I think you have to block this one specific because it's lethal right now.
I think you have to block it. I don't think Nomu has an attack in his deck that isn't lethal. Yeah.
Looking for something. No, ooh, he's looking to see if he can cycle more. Frightening. Yep,
This is the
gotta
point
try
where
and
you're like,
block.
can I sideboard in more cards and not take any out? No.
Nope.
All right, so we got the block.
Yep.
Oh no, this is still the
Evil.
enhanced step. He was playing this
I
to
was
get
playing
+3 to
playing
check.
for the plus, yeah. Playing it for the +3 on the check. So if a block hits, something gets destroyed, which at this
Yeah,
point,
but the block's likely to hit on this one.
yeah,
I mean, he's likely to block this if he's got the
it's
+3.
2 speed. I think it's 2 speed right now. All right, block. Something's gonna get destroyed, which is gonna be sad, but here's the other thing too. You gotta remember, Evil Gaze just cost him 2 health.
Yeah.
He went from
I mean,
7 to 5.
He knew it was a kill turn. He, I don't think 7 to 5 is a big difference. I don't think he was going to survive the next turn.
True.
I think this turn you go with whatever makes things hit. And I think this attack's going to do it.
And that's Corrosive Lunge?
That's so. Well, I can. What exactly does this? This only has 3 and +3, so that's not lethal.
Nope. Just takes the damage full through, down to
Yeah.
4 health. And Nomu's out.
Uh-oh.
Oh. Oh, Nomu.
Uh-oh.
I mean, this is as down to a wire as a final can get, though. Like,
Yeah, so
and yeah, there's the shuffle. So here's the question. Here's the problem. Does Summon Dark Shadow get removed?
doesn't matter. I don't think you play Summon Dark Shadow because it checks too much. I think you just go with number of attacks. If you can play,
All the Summon Dark Shadows are out of the deck.
yeah,
They're all out.
honestly,
Unless he had
if
one.
it was in, I don't think you play it because you check too much and you might cycle again. I think you've got to just play straight up, just attack. As long as it's doing 5 damage, don't worry about it.
5 cards in deck.
Yeah, he can't afford right now to get any extra checks beyond. He could do 4 checks, right?
Yep.
So he needs to just attack.
Now we're starting it off with a Crow and Frog.
Yeah, no draws, no nothing. Just check attacks that do 5 damage.
Nomu has to block 2 attacks. So here's the thing: if 3 attacks check, Tokiyami wins.
Well, that do 5 damage.
Yeah, but
His character's not committed, so it's not given that they're all doing 5 damage.
fair. No, you're not wrong. You're not wrong here.
But it looks like that one got through. And he had one more.
And there it is. Yep. Tokiyami able, with the thinnest of margins, able to push through. Whew. That was game 1. That was just game 1. Now that both are going to get a chance to sideboard and take a look and see. Whew.
Yeah, I mean, he was down to it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. That was knowing how much is. If he could live through those last 2 attacks, Tokiyama was going to cycle and die.
Yep.
There's nothing you can do about it. What a game. Going down to the finals, ending on damage, 4 to 5. The last 2 possible attacks of the game. I mean, the sideboards have to be. I'm not even going to guess what they're putting in and taking out here.
Nope, not a clue on my end either. To be honest with you.
Yep. I think you probably got a little extra stun. I mean, I think we did see 2 extra stun cards from the last match. I don't know if those were in the sideboard or not, because the pictures being what they are on
a little hard to tell.
Yeah, was that the 4 or the 5? But I think he just puts in a little bit extra stun if he can, and I mean plays that game as beautifully as that was played.
Yep.
On both sides of it.
I mean, quite literally, it was down to not Nobu would not have killed him. It would have been the deck out. The deck out would have been what actually did the final damage there.
I guess depending, right? Like, so if he only played 3 cards, yeah, he wouldn't have had the chance to draw again. So it depends on if he tried to block and checked and then died, or if he just didn't block and took the damage. But man, I mean, you cannot get closer matches than that. That is what we want to see in a final.
Yeah, that is. Oh, man, the only thing that would make this final better if a coordinated effort would.
No. I'm waiting to hear Lenoco has been booted from the call.
Yeah, I was waiting.
Management has decided that will not be tolerated. But no, hello to everybody who's watching this replay because your friends told you about it, because man, that was a game. And I
Wow.
can only imagine this next one's going to be just as good. They've sideboarded to tune their decks against each other. We saw sideboards on both sides. We have no idea what they are. But
I believe 4 cards are sideboarded on Nomu, 2 cards are sideboarded on Tokiami, if I saw correctly.
they released the deck list afterwards, so we'll be able to, all go over them together and figure out, what was sided in and out based on what we see in the game. And really tune that strategy. And hopefully somebody, like, I'm sure there's podcasts out there that want to talk to these players and see what hey, what decisions did you make and why? Because I want to emulate that performance.
Yeah, all of the rounds that we've really seen in the top 4 so far, just absolutely stunning matches, and very good ways of even with some of the decks having some bad luck in some of the matches, being able to pull through some amazing comebacks so far, and this is what my hero was about.
I have seen more comebacks today than I have in watching all of the tournaments. Like I have previously. People who were like, I'm on one foundation, and like, oh, they're dead. And then they come back and manage to win it or come close to winning it. There's been so many matches where you think people are dead, but they tenaciously hold on to the defense when everybody's like, oh, this game's all attacks, and it's just, how much damage you do a turn. But no, they limit it, come back, very smart plays, foundations when they need it, attacks when they need it, and coming back. So this time Nomu is going to get to go first, and we're going to see if that makes all the difference in the world here with the punches come out before Tokiami can get set up.
Yep. And if you're trying to get your friends into playing this game, show them this top 4. Like, show them all. Like, every single match we've seen today has been absolutely fantastic, but this top 4 is...
First, play a demo game with them so they know they don't just see cards sliding around the table, so they know what's going on. Then, once they understand it, here's a check that might... Yep, passes. So
passes there.
Nomu 4 on your first turn with only 5 cards. You got to be happy about that.
And one of those 4 is Night Watch.
One of those 4 is Night Watch, which is huge.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
You know what really makes Tokiami's game plan go really bad? When actions start counting, and you could just turn that off with that Night Watch.
Or when, hey, that first thing that doesn't count for progressive, well, now it does.
Yep, it's counting for progressive now. And it looks to be the same on both sides here. We're just gonna get clean 4 build out. Taking a look, baby.
You got to get one more than Nomu. You got to get one more than Nomu. If you build the same as Nomu, you're on his level. There's Latent, there's Let's Fight. And he's got some gas in him. If you only build 4,
sure.
I mean, stuff like this, he'll just come in and wreck you. So he checks a little short, but is willing to commit 2. He doesn't need Night Watch just yet. There's no punches coming in. He's fine with those.
And just a free 5 damage right on top. And Tokiami starting to pull.
Wasn't able to find it, looks like. But will commit 2 for the stun.
Yep.
3rd for something.
Belief Force in Nature?
Yeah, is he committing that to maybe stop Latent or to stop Let's Fight?
Probably to stop Latent. I think if there's one thing you're gonna want to pick here, it's probably gonna be Leighton, honestly.
Yep. So loses 2 for the second option. Loses 2 right back because he is not losing a foundation at this point.
Yep.
Interesting note, the second option on this is the only thing that can trigger keen observation. The first one will not trigger it because it's a cost and not an effect.
Correct.
All
Speaking
right.
of costs, here's another 2 life for +2 speed, and if you block this, you'll still lose a foundation.
Well, neither player has hit each other yet, and we've already done 6 damage.
Yep.
These guys are willing to throw away their life for effects that they can think. And nope, it was not Leighton that he stopped because guess what? Leighton's being used right now.
Through.
So Let's Fight is what he was worried about because that would give it the +2 speed, although it seems to already have +2. Oh no, because of Evil Gaves. Yep.
Yeah, Evil
So
Gaves.
he could have put it up. He could put it to unblockable basically. But nope, instead fails to block, and that's going to be a sweet 10 early on.
And
Ooh.
missing out on the breaker. Missing that breaker 2 is gonna be huge here.
Yeah. He does avoid getting something destroyed, but this is a good position for Nomu to be in. He needs to hit with 1 attack.
Yep. And any attack that Nomu plays down right now is
Everything's
pure death.
Yeah. I think he's almost wishing he gave up the foundation and was at 10 health because then there's some he could let through.
Yeah.
Now to be fair, if Tokiyami is committed, he can survive some attacks by giving the minus.
And Nomu only has 5 foundations up, and I don't believe any cards in hand at the moment. Looks to be empty hand there, so Nobu's taking whatever damage is going to get thrown at him, with the exception of it being higher than 6. You know.
The question is that 31 damage coming in right now?
Yeah, and I'm not committing 2 on the first attack. Checking a 3 early.
Now it is non-progressive.
Flipping over Leighton's skill, so another 2 draw cycle. So looking for the attacks, looking for something. Could be attacks, could be a summon. A lot of options here.
Yeah, but he needs 6 attacks.
Yep.
That are all
Tokiyami.
6.
And there was a summon Dark Shadow, so we finally have 2 summon Dark Shadows actually got milled off that 5, but
Yeah, so you gotta get him to low 20s this turn, and then still survive a 7 foundation Nomu.
yeah.
That has momentum, and let's not forget, half of his attacks have EX2.
Yep.
And the Let's Fight is still up, so he's got +4 to whatever attack he wants, even without Evil Gaze. Not whatever.
And Nomu's just happy to take that damage. He's alright, that's fine. Alright, there we go. Much better check. And some more cycling, so
Giving up an attack. He knows stun's not going to do much here.
yeah.
He just doesn't have the number of attacks for stun to matter.
Yeah, damage is gonna sleep on through. Just if it's less than 6, why commit anything? Another non-progressive card, but having to tap 2, 3 things, yeah. Again, thankfully here, not gonna be counting towards progressive, so still only actually 1 card in the card pool, but
I don't know if it's going to be enough though.
I don't know if you're gonna push through that much
Like,
damage.
are you going to be able to play 2 foundations and still block?
I mean, depends on how. If there's enough attacks in his hand that ignore progressive. Is that
that's the end of
ruin?
it.
That is
Yeah,
definitely
but
the end of
he's
it, though.
tapped
Yeah,
out. He's tapped out. He's got, ruin itself counts for progressive. The signature counts up for progressive. He'd need a 3 really to have any chance, a 3 attack to have difficulty attack to have any chance of passing it.
Yeah.
And those aren't known for doing 6 damage. I suppose theoretically he could summon Dark Shadow on a +2, check that, and then hit another attack.
Yeah, I think you could get some. You could
one
do
more
one summon
most.
Dark Shadow, but I think that's the right answer. Is you just say, okay, well we're at 10. Yep, gonna do best to try and build something there.
Yep. Hold your cards. Hope he has real low speed, and hope he doesn't get his attacks.
Yep.
Because
Debating if he wants to put one into momentum or not, just in case. Yep.
always good
one
in
into
case he wakes up with the extra stun, but this is a turn we has to get lucky. But it looks like Nomu just saw attacks, and
Yeah, and
I think this is the Berserker Blow based on the
I
low.
believe so. Yep.
It's this Nomu here. I've also noticed is very hard to hold specific block zones against. He's got highs, he's got lows.
Got a little bit of everything.
Slightly more high, but
thankfully a full block, but whoo. Or no, not
wouldn't
using
be
it as a
full
block, using it for the +3. Okay,
Yeah,
never mind.
+3. That would not be a full block.
I was gonna say, yeah, I was like looking at him like, wait, no, that's a low attack. That's not how that works.
Hmm.
But yeah, using Summon Dark Shadow for that plus, just to give him a little bit more mileage on this.
Yeah, he knows he has to block this, and he's hoping it's the only attack. But there is agitation on the board. He showed an action card of some sort. I didn't catch what it was.
I think it was Evil Gaze because he just gave it 2 speed.
Yeah.
And that's
And
it.
that's that.
Evil Gaze putting it right above where it wouldn't be able to block it. So we're on to a game 3. However,
Wow.
again, Tokiyami being right in the spot where Tokiyami wants to go first. That's where he's most effective
Well,
at.
but now here's an interesting thing. The person who went first lost both times.
Not wrong. Did you unsideboard here? Did you go, well, my sideboard didn't really help me here? Like,
No, you might change it a little, but I think you trust what you did. You say, if my luck changes, if a different attack goes out, you do what you do. But yeah,
Carson deciding to leave. Just he's had enough of the game. He's out of here. Probably just walking to go get a drink or something.
my stress levels are too high. I mean, these guys have been here for what 9 hours at this
9
point.
hours now.
You're gonna need a bathroom break. You're gonna need a good glass of water. It's the finals.
Yeah.
Just get a drink real quick. Don't go.
And this is the final game of final. We're at game 3 now. So
yeah, we're at game 3, the finals. A lot of games have been going to game 3, and this is just showing you too that the mulligan rule is kind of working. Like we've seen people want to go first a lot, but we've seen people going second absolutely winning.
Mhm.
And it's not just the better deck or the better player, right? It's not like, they could overcome the first advantage. These are the first and second in the tournament. Amazing decks, amazing players that have gone back and forth that have both won going second. But no, I'm.
Wait, no, I was gonna say, yeah, no one went first there.
I'm looking at chat. I got it backwards. I'm sorry. I have also been here for 9 hours.
Yeah, we also been here for and
never mind.
Restart came in on a whim. And I don't know, because Restart doesn't do a lot of streaming and stuff here. I pulled a favor. I was like, hey, that's sent me a message. We need a streamer.
Yep,
I needed someone to help.
He won the first one when he was. Yep, never mind. Yep, we're with you, chat, but you're like 10 seconds behind us, so we're gonna hear this about 7 more times.
Yeah, it's true.
Yep.
Oh, they're more than 10 seconds behind us. There. That stream. All right, I'm gonna raise my hand, and I'm gonna put my hand back down. We're gonna see how long it takes. 1, 2, 3. I'm not on stream. It doesn't matter.
You're not on stream.
4, 5, 6, 7.
Yeah. So, well, I mean, first play advantage we knew was still real, but I would say that these games were so close that it didn't. I wouldn't say it's an insurmountable lead.
We're about 40 seconds behind the stream. We're almost a minute behind. Well, that's stream delay. That way, in case someone's watching, they can't. What's League of Legends stream delay again? If you know off the top of your head, was it 3 minutes or something like that?
Yeah. Well, the last I was involved with League of Legends streaming, it was the length of a ward,
Yeah,
which
so
was
3
about
months,
3
yeah.
minutes. So whatever you saw was already gone. If you saw a ward be placed, it would be gone by the time you actually saw it.
Okay.
Was
So we're
the
not
biggest
that
environment.
bad at delay, but we're close.
I mean, they don't advertise as live either, right? Like they're
Yeah, fair.
it is definitely a delayed stream. We're not either, but we're as live as streaming to a stream can be.
Yeah, exactly.
And yeah, chat. Well, YouTube video tracks might have latency. There's additional latency until it gets to streaming to YouTube because of the way we're streaming to a stream, I believe.
Yeah. Yeah, I counted. We're about 40 seconds behind. Again, not terrible. Like, don't get me wrong here, but all right. That being said, though, we are on game 3 of the finals for Red Riot's March 1K. Let's get some hype. Chat, who do you guys think is gonna win? Post your predictions now.
Yeah, before we decide if Tokiyami's going to his third mulligan or not. Oh,
Tokiyami to go to
the odds have changed. We have changed the betting odds.
Vegas locks have changed.
Tokiyami had 1 foundation and 6 attacks, and he's gonna magically play them all and win.
But both sides doing mulligans. Nomu also doing a partial. So
I will say I miss the second player being able to attack on their first turn. Not for any balance reasons. I think that's actually a little unbalanced. But because I like playing Mina and just randomly checking a 6 and throwing, a amazing attack out when they have,
Chat can't see my head shaking right now, but no, not a fan. I'm very happy the rule changed. I'm glad.
Yeah, it was kind of unfair to certain attacks to just be like certain people could safely play attacks turn 2 randomly, and it wasn't. It was luck based. So Tokiyami finding plenty of foundations here. 4. That was his, lucky number in the first game.
And looking like Nomu definitely getting the extra card there. Not forgetting that.
Leighton's
play down 3.
Leighton's what he wants to see.
Yep. There's a fight bad guys. Leighton's skill looks like an agitation.
Will he get the 4?
And
he's gonna commit Nomu for it.
Yep.
I mean, so theoretically, here's the thing. While Tokiyami builds up pretty good, he doesn't just have instant speed buffs. He has more attack buffs than speed buffs. So he's still very blockable, even if you don't have your Nomu ability up for at least the first attack. We'll see, though, if he's able to slam something in for slightly higher than 6 because of the committing of the character.
I mean, there's two stronger darknesses down there, so as you're gonna commit out, play your 5, probably gonna get your Summon Dark Shadow, drawing 1 for your first enhance off of calling for backup.
Yeah, if you can summon Dark Shadow and get a second attack, and he's got 1 in the yard already, it looks like. Evil Gaze coming out, so we'll see. It looks like he definitely wants to block this first one.
Oh, very much so. I very much would not.
Yeah, he's going to punish him for trying to take advantage of the Tab Noma, which is absolutely what he should do.
Yep.
But he's going to get this Summon Dark Shadow back. He's going to play it, and he's going to say, "You tapped out. I got to do what I got to do. I got to get this damage in there."
Yep. But again, you're very right though on the speed side. It's gonna get +1 speed, or technically -1 speed.
Yeah, so it's
Evil Gaze took it down
too
too
because of Evil Gaze, unless he has his own Evil Gaze, or looks like he's just sending it. He's not actually playing the Summon Dark right now.
Yep. Well, I mean that makes sense at that point. It's gonna get blocked hard. Why waste it, kind of thing? Like you're gonna make your next check progressively harder.
Well, the next one easier because it's +3 -1, but because 1 progressive, but +3. But he's doing the same attack again.
Yep, going down again. So that makes more sense then. Yeah, you still have no progressive difficulty there, so you're still checking on base for Crone
You're
Frog.
checking on a 5, and if you do commit something, you can uncommit it.
Yep.
But didn't need to. Gonna go ahead and commit your character. Get this out.
Yep. And Togami's next card is going to get the +3 there, where
Yep.
he didn't need to have +3 on.
And
the
once
Chrome
he
Fog.
does all the stuff he can do, he can uncommit Tokiyami.
Yep.
But no, it looks like he's going to continue there. He wants him to stay committed for the extra damage, I guess.
Which is completely fair. Well, because it's also going to give Stronger in Darkness. That'll
Yes.
trigger as well.
Yeah,
so.
it's basically +3 damage on everything, which is, your character's committed. Why not? Yep. So he's really slamming this turn.
Ooh, another one there too. Yep, that's
Because he's got +3 to this. It only actually has 1 progressive on it.
Yeah, and Nomu can't. Like, if it's above 6, this is the shot you take. If it's above 6, they're
Yeah,
taking damage there, and
it's
look like exactly how it's working. Ooh, that's
It's coming in with +5 damage and +2 speed, right?
yeah.
Free capabilities on everything. The power of the Tokiyami.
Yep.
Does he have it? Does he have it?
He's got the check. And that's it. That's game.
What? The end to, look at the cards played on that turn.
Committing Nomu. That's
Committing
it.
Nomu ended that game. He thought he wanted the extra foundation, and Bird showed him what Bird does when the roulette wheel hits.
Oh.
I cannot believe that one commit caused he had enough back. I mean, he had the hand of all hands there.
Yeah.
So he had 2 non-progressives, 2 action cards, and a ruin that would make them not count. So he was like playing his 6th card, but the bird shows you just why 2 of them were doing well. One took the other out, and then the bird goes to the end.
Yep.
He shows you why ever since people started playing his combo, he's been in the meta. He's always been a force to contend with. You're seeing the decks to beat right now in this event, and Bird's right up there, Jiro's right up there, Nomu's right up there. But what a set of plays! What just knowing when to go on the gas, when to go on the block. Daniel and Carson, I mean, an excellent finals, but what a supercharged ending.
Yeah, for sure. Like you can't ask for anything. Giving a wave to the camera, let him. Woo, get some champagne tonight. You've earned it, buddy.
Yeah.
Oh man, absolutely fantastic.
My hands would be shaking after that turn, after just laying down, and it works, and it works, and it works, and it works.
Yep.
And I did not believe he had that last attack.
Just pull check, pull check.
Yeah, we were following that the whole time. Yeah. As soon as no more committed, we knew he was gonna run for it. We didn't know how far. Right? There was a point where we were like, okay, now here's where he stops, and he takes his 20 damage and says, "Fight me for the rest of the game." And then he didn't stop, and we're like, does he have the gas? Can he finish it?
You go it? Wow. That's
Don't.
He had one. No, he had one. He had one block, and then he was out of hand. Because he
Yeah,
played Evil Gaze. He played his block, destroyed a foundation, and his hand was 0.
Yeah, so he
And then
started with
Tokiyami
2,
was
but
just
he evil gazed and blocked.
Yep.
And that got 2 cards out of his hand. I mean, there was no way for him to know.
Yeah.
Like, if he knew what was coming, he also shouldn't committed his character. But there's no way to know, hey, by the way, here's like 40 damage turn 2.
Yep. Oh man, the screen went right back to me as I was wiping rubbing my eyes from the sleepies. That was absolutely fantastic, though. It's all good.
That's amazing. Thank you. Wow.
That what? No, I'm still allowed to say no. Absolutely.
Yeah, and
I mean,
Bakugo
out of the top
almost
8
placed.
also had top 8 had very good diversity. We had Bakugo, like you said, he almost placed there, like
You know, I think there was another Jiro down there. There was some other stuff that wasn't in the top 4. People, I think some people were nervous and didn't know what decks to play into this in the new meta, and you know, we may be skittish, but now they know. There's a whole diverse wide world out there. People are innovating, and there's a lot of decks that you can try out and tune and get in and play these events and place. Although I
yeah.
gotta say, I think if that finals was played 10 times, I think maybe one deck wins 6 and one deck wins 4. You know, it is as close as you know, close can be.
Yeah, I'll take on first one. Yeah, thank you very much for inviting us to come and do this. I know it was a little bit last minute on your end as well, but it's been an absolutely good time. Couldn't think of a better way to spend a Saturday. So, and especially with my buddy Restart here. Big shouts to Restart, who had less time than I did. I literally asked him like, "Hey, I need a friend."
The only reason, if you ask me to come talk about My Hero Academia, the only reason I won't is if I'm playing My Hero Academia. I probably will, to be honest, on the side. I'll have one webcam over here, one webcam over there. But yeah, it's been a blast. Thank you for inviting me. I enjoyed it myself. This has been great to see, and really, I mean, just put a lot of ideas in my head. I hope you guys come back and watch some or show your friends, and you know, going forward, participate in these in the future, because I mean, you saw exactly the level of play you can get to, people you can practice against, the number of games you can get in against the top universes and My Hero Academia players in the world are coming to these. So
Take care, everyone. Stay safe.